Hi everyone, Tony from Hack the Movies here, and today we're going to talk about Hellboy. It's been 20 years of Hellboy.
That's insane.
Yes, let's talk about it today on Talking About Tapes. Right, this is 2004. Yes, Talking About Tapes. See, if it's before 2005, it's Talking About Tapes. And if it's after 2005, then it's just the Hack the Movie show. Because 2005 is when they stopped doing VHS. Major studios stopped putting films on VHS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right.
Yes, and also because the Talking About Tapes name kind of stuck, and I was like, well, wait, I want to talk about movies after 2005, so
you have two different segments now?
No, it's just the episodes just have a different title, but it's the same show.
Got it. Okay.
It's stupid. I realize I don't think I've ever really explained it on the podcast, but it's really stupid. And I should just call them all Hack the Movies, but I'm afraid it's too late now and people will get confused if I start retitling stuff.
I would, honestly, if I was a fan, I'd be kind of confused. Like, what's the difference? And you would have to explain it every single episode.
You know what? No one's asked in a while, but I feel like early on that was asked a lot. So
I think at this point they don't care.
No, I don't think they care. Hi, Monica.
Hi, Tony.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Had a nice relaxing day. Just ready.
Sounds it.
I definitely didn't shoot the Waterworld episode on the same day as this. But yes, I'm ready to talk about Hellboy, the movie.
All right.
And I have you here.
You do.
Because of all the people, I was like, Monica is the best because we reviewed 9 other films about people coming from hell. On
I have
Patreon.
a thing for hell, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
And also Monster Men.
And you reviewed Jason X, who one movie previous went to hell.
Yeah.
And Jason X was him back from hell.
I have a type, apparently.
Hellboy's coming for you next. It's like, wait a minute. This girl, there's something up with this girl. Yes, Hellboy. Based off a comic, Mike Mignola's Hellboy.
Not exactly this one, but you know.
Now, Hellboy comics.
Yes.
I'm not super well versed in them. I read some in a Barnes & Noble a million years ago, and I retained almost no information. I do know some things from the comics, though, because I really like both of these movies. Mm-hmm. And I remember looking up, like, changes and Easter eggs, so I know some things.
Okay.
But I imagine you know a little bit more than me. You own a book and a spin-off book. So you have one up on me.
I think I have more. It's just there's still a lot of stuff in my garage that I have not taken out. So like I had a hard time trying to find things. Granted, same thing. Probably about 20 years ago, I was really into Hellboy. So that has left my brain.
Are you telling me you didn't reread all your books when David Harbour played him a few years ago?
Why did you say it like that?
Because I'm not sure how to say his last name. I forget how to
Harbour.
You didn't that movie didn't make you want to reread your Hellboy books?
No. It
still
did not.
Still haven't seen it.
Oh, I have.
They're rebooting it again. These movies.
This is truly a Spider-Man situation.
These movies make less money each time. I think the first one barely qualified as a success, and yet they keep trying. But it's like, you just put a Hellboy out and it bombed. Why don't you wait a few more years? Why do they keep doing this? And if you're going to do another Hellboy, can we just finish the fucking trilogy? That's what people really want. Anyway. So yeah, I imagine you know more than me, even though your memory might be a little fuzzy. I'm sure the comments will correct us on everything we get wrong.
Yeah, because they're going to have time to be able to look everything up before they make their comments. So,
but you're a bigger fan than me because you actually own a Hellboy figure.
Oh, that's not yours?
Well, it is now. This was part. This was part of the many figures Joe Lascola dumped on me.
Okay.
Along with the Matrix toys, the Terminator 3 toys, all the Spawns.
Okay.
Really got me with that one. He was like, "Hey,
you don't sound happy about this."
No, I love it.
Okay.
It was just a matter of finding space for all of it.
Okay.
He was like, "Hey, you want some Spawn toys?" I was like, "Sure." And then he came over with 3 boxes, and in there was this Hellboy. So yeah, the movie came out in 2004. Now, I was excited for the movie because Guillermo del Toro. I
Yes.
liked Mimic, and he had just, before this, he did Blade 2, which I thought was awesome, which I have a review of on this channel. So I was more in it for him. However, Mike Mignola, even though I'm not a big Hellboy guy, he has done like artwork for comics that I really like.
Yeah.
There's a DC comic storyline, Cosmic Odyssey. He did all the artwork on that. He did a lot of covers for like different books that I've read. I think he did there was that series Dylan Dog. They made a movie about it. It wasn't very good. But when they finally printed that in America, like the one time they did it, he did the cover for it. So yeah, he's a really, really great artist. But I'm a bigger Del Toro fan.
Love Del Toro.
Yes.
But I think Del Toro's like style and artistry really worked well with Mike Mignola's like Hellboy version.
Yes.
I know we're not going to talk about the brand new one because you haven't seen it, but this works much better for the Hellboy vision.
Well, yeah. What's his face? Del Toro really liked the comics. Apparently, he like read them while he was working on Mimic. I think.
Okay.
Remember Mimic?
It's been a long time, but
those fucking bugs. That movie's awesome. I gotta review that movie at some point. Let us know if you want us to review Mimic. So apparently he just really got into them, and then this was offered to him. He turned down Blade 3 for this.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I don't know if you are.
It would have been nice to at that point in time. I would have, if like I prefer this movie now, but like back then I would be like, no, fuck Hellboy, finish Blade. What we got was really bad. Hey guys, Future Tony here. I'm interrupting the episode. You just heard me talking about Blade, and I want to remind everyone or inform you for the first time if you haven't heard, I started a bonus show on Patreon called Blade Boys. I teamed up with Royce and Pessy for my Blade reviews, and we are going through all the episodes of the Blade TV series starring Sticky Fingers. Please become a patron or YouTube channel member and check out our first episode. It's awesome. And then this probably wasn't too smart. I think it said he turned down Harry Potter 3. Probably would have been smarter for him to do Harry Potter 3. That worked out for Alfonso Cuarón.
Yeah, but I don't think Del Toro, like, that would have just completely changed the whole tone of the Harry Potter movies.
I mean, that movie apparently does anyway. I know that's like when they start making it dark or whatever.
Well, the books get darker.
I don't care about Harry Potter. But I'm just saying.
I was trying to make a point here that I feel like it really would have drastically changed if there was a Del Toro Harry Potter movie and then you went back to like other directors and you're like, what happened in the third year? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. If I was him, money-wise, I'd be like, I probably get a lot more out of Harry Potter 3. Or he could have fucked it up and it would have ruined his career. So maybe it was smart to do Hellboy. But then he turned down one. I'm really upset about this.
Okay.
He turned down Alien versus Predator.
Ooh.
And now, look, I'm not saying because whoever wrote it would depend on who wrote the script, but seeing the fight scenes between Sam and Hellboy in this, I'm just like, oh my god. At the minimum, we got an awesome Alien and Predator fight scene because we got like one okay one in that movie. And that movie also made a shit ton of money, so it would have been a hit regardless.
I feel like Del Toro doesn't care about the money, though.
A lot of his movies don't really make it. Somehow some of them get sequels, though, because I remember Pacific Rim came out, and it was like, which we already have a review of, and it was just like, it's okay, and then that somehow got a sequel. It was
Well, I think
terrible.
It's because it was, kind of Gundam kind of come to life, and people were like really excited about these big robots fighting monsters, so like that was the big draw for it.
Yeah.
Now going back, I'm like, yeah, okay.
I still like Pacific Rim 1. 2 was bad, but he didn't direct that one, so. Did you ever get around to 2?
Yeah.
Not good. Not good. The anime was okay. I started watching the animated series. Didn't finish the second season. But anyway, he made some changes to Hellboy. They got rid of his hooved feet, or at least they just don't show his hooved feet. He just wears regular boots in this.
Yeah, and I don't think the hoof feet would fit into those boots. They look like normal boots.
Yeah, although I read something where apparently there is a shot where he's barefoot. Are you okay?
Yeah, my sister just keeps texting me.
So I was reading there is a scene where he's like barefoot and hoove, but with the lighting and framing, you can't see it.
Ooh.
But I don't know. If they were like this, I think it could have worked. The one you have on your action figure, which actually makes them hard to stand, I don't think that would have worked.
You want me to move them or no?
Yeah, pick them up. Let's show off those feet. Let's show those feet.
Look at these little tiny footsies.
that would have looked looks good in a comic, but yeah, for a movie. And then
and then his super tiny skinny legs and his big ass body.
And then also with the effects, that would have been a pain in the ass effects wise. So I don't mind that change. Jeffrey Tambor, who was an actor you were allowed to like up until a few years ago.
What did he do?
Well, he yelled at what's her face, Jessica Walters, when they were bringing back Arrested Development. He like yelled at her. The audio went viral.
Okay.
And then someone brought it up during a press, like an interview where they were interviewing the whole cast, and it was very, very awkward. And then I don't know, I think maybe he got handsy with a girl, or at least he was accused of being handsy with a girl, maybe. Okay. Regardless, you used to hear about him all the time, and I haven't heard about him at all recently. He was a last-minute addition. I don't know who the actor was, but it said the other actor just didn't show up.
He just didn't come up. He's like, I don't want to do a movie.
I don't know who the actor was. I don't know if they've ever revealed it. That's what I read.
What if it's like someone really amazing, and that's why it's not listed? Because he's just like, I don't want my name attached to this anymore.
Sean Connery. It was would have been his last movie. Okay, and apparently the movie takes its story from mostly Seed of Destruction. Mm-hmm. That was like the main plot line of this film, but then it borrows stuff I'm seeing here from The Right Hand of Doom, the Box Full of Evil short stories. I haven't read any of those.
So like this one, The Odd Jobs, is kind of like a couple of short stories in there.
Okay.
So, I mean, comics, sometimes there's those one-offs.
Yeah.
There's like a whole series. So.
From what I can tell, Seed of Destruction is probably like a big storyline. But yeah, this seems like a Monster of a Week series kind of. We're like, Hellboy's got to fight this guy this week. And then it took, there's little homages to something called The Corpse and Pancakes. What's Pancakes?
Honestly, I don't know.
I've got to look that up. That's the one I want to read the most. So I first saw this in theaters with Handsome Cop Mike. It was just Cop Mike to differentiate himself from Prison Mike. But then the fan, he said he wanted to go by Handsome Mike, and the fans started calling him Handsome Cop Mike.
Okay.
He took me to the movie in 2004 to see it. When did you first see this?
I'm pretty sure I saw it in theaters, 2004.
And what did you think? Were you like, this is the greatest movie ever?
I know I loved it. I don't know if I thought it was the greatest movie ever.
No, you called me. You said, Tony, I've seen the greatest movie ever made.
I don't remember that.
I was like, wow, Monica. I didn't realize you were so into Hellboy. You're like, I'm getting my Hellboy tattoo tomorrow. And I'm like, I don't think you're old enough for that, but okay. It's
a hidden spot.
You're like, only call me Hellboy from now on.
My whole back is just Hellboy.
You went to the place and you're like, Ron Perlman and Hellboy, but there was something in the guy's ears like, she say Ron Perlman? All right, it's just Ron Perlman.
It's just him with a cigar in his mouth. Love it.
But no, I didn't know what to expect going in. I thought the trailers were cool, but they weren't like selling me too much. And then I walked out of it. I'm like, I think I love that. That was awesome.
Yeah. And that was back. This was really before the big superhero boom too, right?
Oh, this is like when it was taking off. Like Spider-Man 2 came out the same year.
Okay.
So we're like in it right now. But now it was weird.
I guess I should clarify more of like the big
pre-MCU. Pre-MCU, definitely. But this is when you got like the X-Men are going strong, Spider-Man's going strong. And then both of them got ruined after this year because then they did X-Men 3, which I think we'll talk about at some point. Or maybe
we'll get there.
Or maybe we already have. I don't know when this comes out. Sometime in April, maybe. So yeah, this is when the other studios, even though I do think this is Sony. This is when other studios, same as Spider-Man, are like, what else do we have? What other superheroes do we have? And they were just grabbing anything. They're like, Daredevil, throw it out there. Why not? But yeah, this might have been a little too obscure for some people. But
I get it, but
yeah. But I think it did well enough. It did well enough to get them to do a sequel at least.
Yes.
But yeah, let's go through this film.
Okay.
Like I said, Columbia, Sony Pictures, good year for them.
Mm-hmm.
The opening text tells us about the 7 gods of chaos, which this is all H.P. Lovecraft inspired stuff, like Cthulhu.
Yeah, the Hellboy really takes a lot from H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah. What was his cat's name again?
H.P. Lovecraft's cat?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know that fact.
Why?
Never mind.
This is real uncomfortable.
I have to bring up H.P. Lovecraft's cat's name every time he gets mentioned on the show.
Is it something racist? Like,
it's very
okay.
racist.
I was gonna say I know he's racist, so I feel like it's got to be real racist name.
It's like not even subtly racist.
And I feel like I should know this because I went and visited like H.P. Lovecraft's. Like, I went to Providence, Rhode Island.
Okay.
And we went there, and like I saw, like I went to the library that he worked at. And all that, and I remember the librarian was like, "Why are you like here?" And I was like, "Oh, we're kind of doing like a H.P. Lovecraft tour." And she's like, And I was like, "I know he's racist. Like, I'm not trying to celebrate that, but
and
like."
then you said, and that's why I love him so much because I agree. Which again, I know, Monica, I know you're my cousin, but I disagree with your thoughts.
I shouldn't have brought this story up. That's not why. It's just because he's very prolific in the horror world and like what he contributed.
Monica, I still watch Mel Gibson movies. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'm okay with it. Because I agree. But anyway, we got to get back to Hellboy.
We got to get to the cat and then the rest of the movie that we've only gotten to the title screen.
Google his cat's name later on. Anyway. Yeah, so it tells us about the 7. Are you doing it right now?
Yeah, keep talking.
The 7 Lords of Chaos who will take over the world, and they're like Cthulhu-looking dudes. We get a voiceover narration from John Hurt from Alien. He plays Broom, Professor Broom. Did you find it or
no?
Oh,
hold on.
Oh, I thought you were going all to the name. I was like, oh,
no, I found it. Okay.
Yes, it's a pretty rough name.
Ooh, that poor cat. Imagine bringing that cat to the vet.
And over there is H.P. Lovecraft's cat's vet. I don't think they brought cats to vets back then.
Probably not.
Oh, my cat's sick. I'm going to throw it away. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, Broom.
Broom, yes, Broom.
He is working with the Americans, and they're storming some island. I think it's in Scotland.
It is in Scotland.
Yes.
It's a little island off the coast of Scotland.
Yes. And they're going to stop the Nazis in 1944.
Yes.
And the soldiers, like, don't believe him. They're like...
Yeah, the soldiers are not all about, like, what the hell is paranormal? Well, the one guy says para-abnormal. Shit. Like, basically like that. And, you know, he's explaining, he's like, yeah, well, the Nazis, you know, really got into science and black magic to further the war and try to win.
By the way, I can't stand young Broom. Because I guess he, like, saw, like, he must have worked with John Hurt and realized what he was doing.
Okay.
And it just feels like a really bad John Hurt impression, but we haven't met John Hurt's character yet. So it's like, why is this guy so forced? And like his line delivery just really upsets me.
It doesn't bother me, but
I like the character. It's just this actor. It's like, I don't know, something about his voice gets under my skin.
Well, he doesn't last long. Not that he dies, obviously. We see old Broom, but like the young Broom, we don't see much of.
Yeah. So yeah, they sneak in and they're looking at the Nazis, and we see Karl something Kronen.
Obersturmbannführer Karl Ruprecht Kronen, aka freaking a gas mask.
I had Robo-Nazi in my notes.
Well, the guy calls him, the soldier calls him a freak in a gas mask.
Yeah, he is Hitler's #1 assassin.
Yes.
And he, as I said, he is like a robot
But he
Nazi.
never spends time with Hitler in this movie. He's always with Rasputin and Ilsa. Like...
Yeah. Yeah, none of these guys, these guys seem like Hydra in the Captain America movie. Where we're like, look, we use the Nazis' resources, but we got our own thing going on. There is like an angry Nazi going like, what are you doing, Rasputin? We got to do this thing.
Hitler doesn't like failure. That wasn't a very good accent. Sorry.
Hitler doesn't like failure. How did that work out for him? So yes, they are led by Rasputin, who is this evil, tyrannical leader. Who is supposed to be the famous Rasputin.
Yeah, famous Rasputin who, like, they poisoned, they drowned him, they shot him, he did not die.
How much do you think how much of that story you think is true, and how much do you think it's just like the assassins like fucked up?
Oh, I think probably the assassins fucked up.
They're like, yeah, I shot him. Like where? Like, the shoulder. Okay. Well,
I drowned him. Okay.
I poisoned his cake. He's gluten intolerant, right? And they're like, wait,
Wasn't
what?
the story basically is that, like, he probably built up a poison intolerance because he knew people were going to poison him. So
yeah.
like,
and then he worked for Hitler apparently. Yeah. And then he's there with the woman who loves him, Ilsa.
And I was going to say, I know this is very weird. I was like, if this was not a scene with the Nazis hell-bent on destroying the world, it was very romantic, Ilsa and Rasputin. Like, they were just in the rain looking at each other like they were, I mean, they say they're each other's love of their lives, basically.
Monica, you're reading too many H.P. Lovecraft. No, I agree. It's a cute scene. However,
I don't know what that has to do with Lovecraft.
I don't know. I'm just, because you're, I don't know, problematic. I don't know. I'm just fucking with you at this point now. But here's my problem with them.
Yes.
They're basically the villains from Superman 2. There's the leader with the beard. There's the short-haired woman who will follow the leader no matter what. And then there's the silent one. Even back in like the theater watching this, I'm like, this is Zod and Ursa and Nan from Superman 2.
Well,
that's why the villains in this one, I mean, I like the villains in this one. The one in the second one's way better. But yeah, these guys were a little too Superman 2-ish for me. But yeah, they're ready to fire up that machine, open up that portal, and say hi to those 7 gods. I love when the portal opens. Mm-hmm. And like, I love like things get sucked into it. I love the whole idea of like the lamp going through and then
it hits the crystals.
I thought that was a really cool reveal because we never truly get to see those things like in full. They're always kind of like they.
You mean the Leviathan monsters?
Yeah, like I know they break out at the end, but you don't really get a good look at them. They're kind of silhouetted. So I kind of like when we see like little glimpses of them. I know Rasputin turns into one, but he doesn't turn into one of the big ones.
Okay.
So yeah, I like just a little glimpse of them.
Well, also the other thing I thought was interesting was Rasputin. He puts that machine on his hand, and it kind of like it's like a the right-handed doom almost in a way.
Yeah, I wonder how this worked, because we find out like the other method they use later on. I guess, is there multiple ways to communicate with those things?
The Leviathans?
Yeah.
I assume so.
Yeah, because I mean, I only bring it up because at the end of the second one, we find out that he's still destined to do that again and unleash them.
He's Rasputin. He gets a lot of chances.
No, I mean Hellboy. Hellboy is destined to do that eventually, and I'm just like, how many ways is there to make a portal to talk to those guys?
They kept leaving a lot of breadcrumbs for people. Like, come on, somebody do this.
All 7 of them left the thing. They're like, all right, well, that guy's playing films. So yeah, he opens up this portal. The Americans attack. They throw some poor son of a bitch into the portal, and he does the Wilhelm scream as he melts. Which that is weird. The Wilhelm scream, I'm used to seeing it where people are falling off of things. Mm-hmm. So to just see some guy sit still and go, ah, like it just cracks me up.
And then Rasputin like starts getting sucked in as like little globs of him.
Yeah, he turns into goo. Like it looks so weird.
It's bad CGI now. But back then, obviously, it was just like, ooh.
It's just the idea of that his flesh is turning into liquid and gooping off. But while that's happening, freaking Carl is just slicing dudes up to make his way to Broom. Huh?
Slicing and dicing.
He's slicing and dicing. But yeah, the portal blows up and he gets impaled.
Yes.
Like a big spear.
Ideally should have killed him, but it's Carl.
I mean, I don't think they, well, yeah, I thought you meant they should have killed him. Like, I think they thought they did.
No, that was the whole point, is trying to get rid of these guys, but, you know.
Although later on, if I was Broom, I'd be like, wait. Cut his head off right now. Cut his head and arms off right now. I've seen this guy before. I know he's coming back. Rasputin left that girl a book.
Yes, he left Elsa.
Yes.
You already forgot her name.
Elsa, yes.
He left her a book, and he's like, this will bring you back to me.
Mm.
And, you know.
Somehow. It's a very convenient book to have.
Yeah.
But the portal was open for too long. Something could have come through.
Nobody
Hellboy
saw it, but something could have come through.
Yeah, it's weird. They don't ever I thought they were gonna when I rewatch it, I'm like, is there a scene of Hellboy jumping out of the portal at some point?
Yeah, I think somebody would have noticed that, but I guess maybe everybody's fighting.
Look,
so.
a man was turning into goo. There was a robot with knives. I'm sure there was a lot going on.
True. Okay.
So they look around and they find a cute little baby monkey.
So just back up. They did close the portal.
Yes, the portal is closed.
Broom is the one that is Broom's the one that throws the grenade.
If not him, then that American soldier did.
Okay. I thought it was Broom. But,
it might have been Broom. I think the American throws the one initially that throws the guy into the portal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Broom.
And then I think when Rasputin goes in, that's when it closes out the portal.
Yes.
But yes. Okay. So they go to the grave. And they did also this part is with the grave that they find little baby Hellboy in. There's a statue of a cat.
Aw. Is that why he likes cats so much?
I'm wondering if that's why he loves cats.
Aww.
If he ran to the cat first.
You know what? I was I thought for this episode, maybe I put Space Cat on set.
I was wondering why we didn't do that. She likes me.
Space Cat's got a stomach issue today.
Never mind.
This is not the day to put Space Cat on the set. I had in the middle of watching hour 4 of Waterworld, I had to deal with the situation.
Okay. Anyway, back to Hellboy.
No, back to Hellboy. No, I'm sorry. Could you please talk about monsters from hell? They're much more pleasant than Space Cat. Yeah, they find him, and he's adorable.
Look at the size of that whammer.
Yeah, he's pretty cute.
Yeah. This is pre-Baby Groot, Baby Yoda, Baby Nut. People forget the Planters Peanut. They did a Baby Peanut a few years back for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What other babies have we gotten? There's a weird baby trend recently.
I mean, there's Baby Marvel, but that's a comic, isn't it?
Yeah, that was weird. Anyway, they find him.
Baby Muppets.
Muppet babies. Well, that was before, but yeah. They did come back, though. You're right. You can't find old episodes of that show.
Really?
They use too much footage from other movies. I guess it's a licensing nightmare.
Oh, that sucks.
But anyway, yeah, he's scared of everyone. I like when they're like, what's in his hand? It's I think that is his hand.
Well, the one soldier goes look at that whammer.
Yeah, because it is I like that they're doing 40s references. But yeah,
and they tempt him with Baby Ruths.
Baby Ruths. Which I'm really upset.
I couldn't find Baby Ruths. I'm sorry.
I didn't even think about it. Monica's I didn't get a Baby Ruth. I was I didn't expect it to.
I was in my head. I was this would be great, to add to our display, and then can't find Baby Ruths. Granted, I checked one place, but I didn't want to go to a bunch of stores a fat person be I need to find my Baby Ruths.
Tony, I'm ready. I'm in Virginia. I found one. I'm oh, okay.
I'm coming back now.
All right. So yeah, for some reason they don't kill the thing.
He's too adorable.
The soldiers are well, it's too adorable.
Yeah.
I don't know. A bunch of white guys in the 40s. They're probably religious. They're probably well, that's clearly the devil, and we need to kill it. So yeah, they give him a name, and even Broom, in his recollection, was probably not the best name I could have given him. Should have called him Jim or something. They're his name is Hellboy. And then we get the
And I want to say, I do love that photograph that they take.
Yeah,
all the soldiers and Broom, and then Hellboy's yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where I am.
I'm part of this U.S. Army.
Baby Hellboy, cute. When the sequel, when they do Kid Hellboy, creepy. Didn't like that. Where his teeth were too big for his head.
Oh, yeah. I forgot
about
that.
Didn't like it at all. Didn't like it at all.
Okay.
Cool opening title sequence. Tells us pretty much everything we need to know.
Yeah, and I love the tabloids and stuff.
Yeah. Those are a lot of fun. And then we check back in with our bad guys.
Mm-hmm. Ilsa and Carl.
Yeah, they're walking through the snowy mountains.
Yes.
They
with a tour guide.
With a tour guide. They needed a tour guide there, and they find some weird thing with a carving on the floor, and the tour guide's, give me gold. And Carl's still rocking Nazi gold. A lot of people, actual Nazis try not to get caught with that stuff, but Carl's
Carl
I
don't give a damn.
And Ilsa's still young. I guess she's been using the magic book to stay young.
Yeah, I had a question about that, and I was it didn't, and not until the end of the movie was wait, why is she still alive and young? Like, 60 years has passed, but they never really. I think they just assume like magic.
Well, yeah, I assume the book did lead her to him, but I assume there were other magic things in there.
Rasputin's like, you better stay young, bitch.
Well, also Rasputin was like, he stayed young too.
Well, yeah, but he was being resurrected, so like.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't fix male pattern baldness. I mean, I would have tried to fix that.
Liked it. That was his thing.
I'll be young forever, but I can't fix his hairline. Meanwhile, she's stuck with the short blonde hair all those years. Maybe she had a phase in the 80s. Maybe it circled back. She's
or maybe she's really frozen in her appearance, so she can't like change it.
That's what it is.
But yeah, so they kill the travel, their tour guide,
Yeah.
and I was kind of amazed how fast his blood goes through the whole. Like,
Yeah, when I rewatched it, I'm just
grooves.
like, because it's been a minute since I've watched this. Although I remember most of the movie. But yeah, for a minute I was like, oh, she's going to do like some kind of spell. Like, no, you just spilled that blood and Rasputin just comes out right away. And I'm like, oh, how does that work? Did you just have to think of voodoo? Was that built specifically for him?
Maybe.
He looks creepy when he's all in the red.
Yeah.
It looks digital, but in a way that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
like,
it didn't come across as like super CGI.
No, but I mean like, because you naturally wouldn't have that much blood. It wouldn't be like caked on you like tomato paste. And his eyes stick out from it, which is pretty cool. Yeah, cool effect. So now we know the bad guy is back. And Broom is older now. And this part confused me. The doctors are looking at his x-ray and they're like, have you told him yet? I was like, you probably, and the guy's like, no. And I'm like, you should probably tell your patient that he's got like a bunch of cancer in his lungs or whatever it was.
He's only got so long to live. We should probably tell him.
And I like that Manning, Jeffrey Tambor, his job is just to like get people to not know about the BPRD.
And I love that because you would think, well, I mean, now we're talking, like, we have people talking about aliens now, so I guess we've kind of come to this point in our timeline. But, like, he's going on late night talk shows, and he's like, Hellboy isn't real. What are you guys talking about? I'm like, we don't usually have, like, a head of the FBI doing late night talk shows to talk about stuff like monster sightings.
Well, we also, as far as we know, we don't have regular demon, fairy, monster attacks that need to be covered up in the real world. So maybe this is something that would, unless maybe we do. I don't know.
Well, I guess they do a better job of it in the real world.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah, because I mean, in this movie, there's a few times where it's like, they're not very good at hiding that they're like having like an operation, like doing shady stuff.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about the one with the garbage truck.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's trying to convince them it's not real. The BPRD is in Jersey. Thought that was fun.
Yeah.
It's hanging out in New Jersey. Myers is a new agent transferring in. Now, if I remember, he's not from the comics, Myers. He was made for this movie. He's supposed to be like our fish out of water character. I
don't fully remember.
Let me know if I'm wrong. Because I think I looked up why he wasn't in the sequel, and I think they were like, nah, that character served his purpose. We made him, he's gone now. I forget what the reasoning is for him not, like in the storyline, in the second one, how they wrote him off, but thought it was hard because he's almost
I think they like sent him on a mission somewhere.
Something. I don't know, because he kind of, he almost feels like the main character, sort of, in this.
Yeah, they kind of play with it a little bit, especially with like having almost like a love triangle.
Yeah.
And
I think a lot of the trailers showed him a lot, like him coming into the building. I do like the floor that lowers. Yeah. That's always fun. So yeah, he meets Abe Sapien, who looks like the other Del Toro fish man years later. I remember seeing Shape of Water. I'm like, I mean, that's basically just Abe Sapien.
He had to reuse the like designs.
He really liked that design, apparently.
He really likes fishes.
So Abe Sapien is played by Doug Jones. He's voiced by David Hyde Pierce. But David Hyde Pierce refused to be credited for it because he was just like, nah, he did all the work. And then he doesn't come back for the second one. And then Doug Jones was fine in the second one doing the voice. So I was like, no, I get it. David Hyde Pierce, he was like a big actor.
Yeah.
Frasier. Thank God he didn't. I heard that Frasier reboot's terrible. Thank God he didn't come back for that.
I never really liked Frasier, so.
Frasier was good.
Okay. I don't really want to get into a Frasier discussion.
You know, season 3 of Frasier, I don't remember Frasier that well. It's been a long time since I watched Frasier. But no, I think his voice works. I like the character. He's He's Abe Sapien.
Yes.
Because they found him in a tank that said something Sapien, and they found him the day Abraham Lincoln died.
Yes, which makes me have a theory. Is Abe Sapien just Abe Lincoln in another form? Or is Abe Sapien John Wilkes Booth?
He's a great actor. People, when you look up reviews of John Wilkes Booth acting, they were like, well, it was kind of hard to hear him. He had like a scuba suit on. I didn't understand why
he
his
had a lot of makeup. The prosthetics were real weird.
What did he say? He said 6 separate Tyrannus, but really he just went because he didn't know how to talk. What was that?
He wasn't really trying to kill Abe Lincoln, but
he didn't know what a gun.
Like...
He didn't know what a gun was. He's like, he eats eggs. He loves eating eggs.
No, he eats rotten eggs.
Rotten eggs. They have to be rotten.
Yes.
Which
I also thought was funny because like John or Meyer, they just call him Meyer a lot. He's talking to Broom, and like the eggs are just right there, and then it's not until like Broom picks up the eggs, he's like, "Oh, that smells horrible." Like, dude, they would have smelled bad the whole time you were in. Right
from the moment you were. Oh, by the way, speaking of like Meyer, I think a lot of the agents have weird names in this, like Clay. I think there's a Stone. They all have like kind of rock names, and I think I was reading like Meyer is somehow related to that. They all have like a weird pattern with their names. I don't understand it. I like Special Agent Hair Plugs. We're about to meet him in a second.
Hair Plugs.
Yeah. So then John Hurt Broom says, "In the absence of light, darkness prevails." I used to watch the movie Lost Skeleton of Cadavra. It's a really fun movie.
Okay.
I had the DVD for it, and I watched that movie a lot, and I have like the trailers memorized, and the one is the Hellboy review, the Hellboy trailer. So I've heard this phrase a million times. I've heard this phrase more than I've seen the actual Hellboy movie.
I do like also the line, "We are the ones who bump back."
Yeah, those were both in the trailer. We're the ones that bump back.
They're iconic.
So yeah, Broom is like, "Let me show you around. There's the spear that killed Jesus. We have it. Hitler wanted it. Didn't work out for him, I guess. Probably.
I feel like I should know this. John Constantine. He's DC. He's
DC.
not Dark Horse. I was wondering because the John Constantine movie is about like the spear, right?
Yeah.
Well, it starts off with the spear.
He's DC, or what DC's spinoff Vertigo, although he's probably worked into DC.
For some reason, I was like, oh, I wonder if they're connected. And I was like,
they might have had a crossover at some point, but I don't think they're regular in the same. He teams up with Swamp Thing, I think.
Well, Swamp Thing's DC, yeah.
I did look up to see if there were any like Easter eggs in this like room. Apparently, there's like a dude made out of stone. Like
another stone dude?
No, like an actual like
reference?
There's like an actual statue of a dude who is a character from the Hellboy. They never do a close up on him. I think he's like in the background, but there's a character that like will go into like hibernation and he looks like a statue apparently. Well, he's apparently in this movie, and I think he might be in the second one too, just in the background as a statue. Let us know if you saw that guy. I'll let you know
what his name is.
What is his name?
I'm pretty sure it's not Stone Dude.
Wrote it down. No, I think he's a statue guy. I don't know.
Okay. Man. Okay. And then we find out that the tour is pretty short.
Yeah.
And that kind of sucks because first of all, Broom's office is beautiful. I love his office. I want to be in it. I want to hang out there. But yeah, he does this really short tour, takes him down the hallway, and then he's like, and then here's your job. Yeah. And then he walks away and he leaves him with Hair Plugs. Yeah. Because Hellboy is grounded.
Yes, he's grounded because he keeps breaking out to see his friend, his not girlfriend.
And then Manning has to like go on late night shows to talk about like this doesn't exist, people.
Hellboy.
He looked great in it.
Yeah, he was. I gotta admit, it's very weird how like Ron Perlman himself is not a great looking man. He's got a lot of like bravado about him, but like not a great looking man.
I say it's funny you say that as if it's a surprise. Like, no, he's made a career over looking like a weird dude.
Yeah, he's made a career, but he's also made a whole career of like being the guy in like costume, like Hellboy, and then he played Beast at one point in a live Beauty and the Beast. And you're just like, yeah, I like these characters.
Yeah.
But then you see Ron Perlman, and you're like, wait, no.
He's not as likable in Alien Resurrection. I'll give you that. Kind of creepy in Alien Resurrection.
Put him in a bunch of makeup, and he's good.
He was pretty unlikable as the racist vampire in Blade 2. Bet you forgot about that part.
I did.
When me, Royce, and Pastor, when we were reviewing that, I'm like, oh, I forgot. Like, he has a really racist line in that, Ron Perlman. But no, I like the way Ron Perlman looks in a lot of stuff. He just looks like a funny guy. Yeah. Bit of a weirdo in real life. If you ever follow his socials,
I don't.
Don't. If you have good thoughts about Ron Perlman, don't follow. So he goes on.
I don't think about Ron Perlman every day.
He goes on.
What he's up to.
He goes on weird rants that are like bizarre.
That makes sense.
I thought they were fake for years. People were like, no, some of those are real. I'm like, oh god. Anyway.
And then we get to meet all the kitties.
He really likes cats.
Hellboy loves cats. And I think that is something that when I was younger, I was just like, this is a good man. He's adopted all these cats. It probably smells in his room.
Yeah.
But
hey, I like cats. Not mine, but in general, I like cats. Not the one I live with.
But
I hate her so much. Anyway.
Yeah.
And you know what? She took over the show. Did you know that? Did you know? The space cat?
That one episode?
Yeah. Did you guys?
She took over the show. I thought like she just.
Yeah, she took over for one episode. Monica, it's our lowest performing episode of all time, so she's on my shit list. And those two dogs.
Yes, I'm higher than Space Cat.
Yes, you did way better.
I maybe like one up.
You were in the top 10 of 2023 for Jason X.
Aww.
Space Cat was at the very bottom.
I'm probably like 10 though. Right? I'm number 10 out of all your guests.
You'll get up there. Don't worry about it. Okay. This one will get 5 million views easily.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Every time I say a video is going to get 5 million views.
You are the reason I am doing so poorly.
Anyway, so we get to meet him. I like that I don't know if this is the same idea in the comic, but I like that he files down his horns.
It is.
Okay, I like that.
He does that.
To fit in a little bit more. I thought that was really fun.
Like, to fit in. I was like, no, he's still got
there's only so much
big old honkers on top of it.
There's only so much you can do to help with that. I forget, Mike Mignola, he didn't work on the story I think he worked on the second one.
I think so, because I feel like that has more of the influence.
Yeah. For a minute I thought like he worked on this, but I like the jab.
I mean, I'm sure he probably like.
Well, they obviously used a lot of his work, but I think like when it comes to actually writing the script, I think that was the second one he worked on. Mm-hmm. I like that he's making fun of the comics. That's fun. He's like, they never get the hair right or whatever. He doesn't really like Meyer too much.
No.
Yeah.
We also have to talk about his 20 TVs, and then some of them are just replaying videos of Liz.
Yeah, that's a little creepy.
Creepy. Stalkerish a little bit.
Yeah. It is kind of weird that, like, for an origin movie, you don't really get too much of the origin. Like, we get him coming through the portal, and then he just already has his powers, his job. He already has relationships with people. Like, usually in an origin story, you get to see a lot of that. I thought it was I don't think we needed it.
No.
We're able to piece everything together.
I got a good idea of what he does for a living.
Yeah. We know that there was a girl there that he liked, and she's not there anymore, and he's upset about it. He doesn't see a lot of people, so that girl meant a lot to him.
Yeah.
They get told that they have to do a mission. Mm-hmm. They have to go to the museum, and then the Red Right Hand song plays. But hidden in his coat is a red right hand. And I realized this song is more appropriate in this movie than it is the Scream movies. I don't know why they're always used in the Scream movies.
I guess because of like you're killing people.
I guess.
And you get covered in blood. I don't know.
But this one works because he actually has a red right hand.
Well, he's also got a left red hand.
Yeah, but the right hand is the one that you like. But yeah, this is the moment where they're like, there's something going on at the museum. And then the girl goes, and now there's a garbage truck. You're right. They're not sneaky at all.
Yeah, they everybody, you have to move aside for this garbage truck that has to get to the museum.
Yeah.
And then all the guards are just standing outside Like, people don't worry about this.
What was their cover for their building? Like, what was the fake business they were pretending to be? Was it like a waste management thing? The top of the BPRD. It's not. They have like a cover, right? Or am I mixing this with Men in Black that has like a fake thing at the top?
I think you're mixing it with Men in Black.
It might be both, though. Maybe they are pretending to be like a trash company or something. So that's pretty funny.
I mean, maybe they do, but...
Yeah, and then we see that Abe, when he's on land, he has like a scuba thing that he needs sometimes, and then sometimes he doesn't need. It's a little confusing how often he needs the rebreather thing.
Well, I think because sometimes when he just came out of the water...
He needs to acclimate.
He's got all, like, he still has water on
By the way, I saw this funny meme where it's just like aquarium experts. They're like, please put your fish in a bag of water in its new tank to acclimate for 30 minutes. And it's like fish scientists, and it's just 100 fish falling out of an airplane being let back into the room. It's just funny how like the two people do things so differently. Like, we done with the fish? Yeah, throw him back in the fucking river. Abe tries to tell Hellboy to get over Liz. He's like, dude, man, get the fuck over it, man. I know you're not really seeing a lot of new girls where we work.
We don't get to date a lot in our line of work.
But Hellboy gets his weapons ready. He's got the big ass gun, which is cool. Abe is worried about the evil on the other side of the door, but Hellboy's like, I just want to punch it. That's his job. He's not really a monster expert.
No, he just... Although, like, he does make his own bullets that have, like...
holy water, yeah.
Holy water, garlic cloves, silver. He's kind of, like, covering all the bases with that bullet, which, I mean, is smart.
It's the everything bullet.
Because then it's just like, well, I don't know what I'm going to encounter today, so what other things in here will work?
And then we see Samael, the monster that's eating everyone.
The desolate one.
Yeah.
The Lord of Shadows, the Seed of Destruction. He also had like 20 other names. I don't remember what they were.
He reminds me of Gozer. That actually reminds me of Gozer. Or not Gozer. Zool. And Vince Clortho, the dogs that had like a bunch of names. Yeah, Samael looks awesome. The practical effect looks awesome. The CGI blends really well with it. And when I was looking at this like alien looking thing with dreadlocks, I'm like, God damn it, he would have made a great Alien versus Predator. I'm looking at that. I'm like, all you got to do is take the eyes off, and that's a Pred alien. God damn it, this would have been awesome.
He was working on it, and then he moved over. But I also like the design of the creature is fantastic.
Yeah.
But I also love like the intricate like designs in his skin, I guess, whatever it is. And like Hellboy kind of has the same like on some of his body.
That's like a big, I think, a Mike Mignola thing. But also Del Toro ended up using that for like the kaijus in Pacific Rim. They also had like those designs, and I think in those they actually glowed. No, I like that look. Yeah, this fight scene's awesome. They beat the shit out of each other. But yeah, Hellboy gets a little overconfident.
Yeah.
Because he's like, oh, by the way, he's the Hound of Resurrection. He's like, oh, fuck. So Samael just gets up again, knocks him out of a building, and then Rasputin shows up to taunt him.
Yeah, and he's like, my boy, my lovely boy, I was your first lullaby. I brought you into this world.
His first lullaby.
And it's not what you want to hear from a man in an alleyway.
Yeah, his first lullaby. Hellboy should be like, aren't you that guy who went wah, 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 as you passed me going through the portal? I think I remember that. Is that what you mean? Was that a song? I thought you were just screaming and turning into goo. So I don't know what the point of him taunting him there was, but he disappears. Myers helps Hellboy.
Yeah.
With the
fight.
Which
Hellboy is very much a lone like wolf. He doesn't like people to help him. So like Myers coming to help him pisses him off. Mm-hmm. But then like Myers does kind of, help Hellboy. So then Hellboy's kind of like starts to accept him a little bit.
He lets him know that he has a fucking squid in his arm. And I like his reaction. He's like, ah, crap. Like, he's like, oh, look at that. He chases Samael, but he stops because Meyer gets hit by a car and another car's coming. And then this was another shot that was in all the trailers. Him punching the car and it flipping
Red
over
means
him.
stop.
And also before that, it turns out this is like a Halloween parade or something. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Well, it makes sure he can blend in easily.
They go into the subway. And like Del Toro like made sure everything was in a subway in this because after Mimic and Blade 2, he didn't want to do sewers again. He's just like, we're not doing sewers again. We did too many sewers. Like a subway. And part of it's underwater, kind of like a sewer, but it's not. It's a subway. They like duke it out. This is when he like goes through the train car, which I thought was fun. But it ends with Hellboy electrocuting himself to fry Sam. But then he forgets about that whole resurrection thing.
Yeah, well, I think he figured he like took care of it. But I also love the line. He's like, "I'm fireproof. You're not." And I was thinking, I was just like, I miss the quippy one-liners from 2000s movies. Like, we don't have the same one-liners.
Well, now like.
And I know they were like horny one-liners, but I feel like.
But now we have like the famous examples like, well, that just happened. We have like annoying one-liners. The MCU was real popular with like the witty dialogue, and they've overdone it a little bit now, and now it's kind of cringe, and now video games are doing it. But you're right, I missed like these little cheesy one-liners once in a while. When the whole movie is witty jabs and one, it's like, okay, everyone just fucking relax. Can people talk like normal humans for a second? He gets born again and separated, and Rasputin's narrating the scene.
He's like, my son, you will
die
come
in
back
peace
in 2
and be born again and again. Hellboy leaves.
Yeah.
Even though he probably should stick around, make sure that monster carcass gets taken. Instead, he's like, I gotta go see Liz. Meanwhile, back in the museum, Abe touches a knife or a blade.
A blade, yeah.
And he's like, oh my God, Broom, I have so much to tell you. But to make it more convenient, let's do a Vulcan mind meld. And
but
I'll just
touch each other's hands.
I said the mind meld joke, and I just misremembered that he does the Vulcan mind meld, like with the head. But yeah, you're right. He just touches his hand. And then they're like back in the past, and you like earlier that day.
Back in the past.
And you see
like an hour ago.
you see Carl coming down the pillar. I thought that was cool.
Carl, Spider-Man.
Yeah, so basically the Rasputin and those guys came in and they unleashed the monster out of the thing.
My one question from this scene, though, is like Rasputin's, they got like a big jar of sand and they're pouring it out. Where do you get salt from 1,000 Angels? Where is that readily available that you can fill a whole jar with it?
Wait, was Sam in the jar with the salt of 1,000 Angels?
Something with the salt and then the statue.
Okay.
I don't fully understand how they both worked.
Yeah, where do you get the salt of 1,000 angels? That's a good question. Heaven, I assume. Why are the angels excreting salt?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand it's a fantasy world. I shouldn't think too hard about it. It's probably just regular sand.
If you know where to get salt from 1,000 angels, we will accept no less than that.
If you could send me some salt from angels, some fan mail salt.
We're gonna get the mailbag. We're gonna open up like a fucking can of Morton salt or whatever.
This movie really likes salt and sand because Carl is full of sand.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Broom's like, oh my God, they're back. Those assholes.
It's been 60 years.
Yeah, but then Abe touches him like, oh my God, you're sick, aren't you? And he's like, yeah, a little bit.
Like, why did it also take Abe that long? Like, this is...
Yeah.
I feel this is inappropriate saying, oh, this is...
Oh my God, everyone keeps messing this up lately.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. This is going to come out wrong, but has Abe never touched Broom before this moment?
Maybe the sickness is new. Maybe he hasn't touched him in a while.
I mean, cancer can spread pretty fast, but like... Anyway, let's get to the psych hospital.
Yes, back at the psych hospital. Yeah, Liz...
It's a max security psychiatric hospital, by the way.
They don't look like it.
It really didn't, but...
Yeah, Hellboy says hi to Liz. He brings her beer. Probably shouldn't bring that to a psych hospital, just saying. But yeah, he really wants her to come back, but she's like, no. She's like, I don't like it here, but I haven't had an episode in months. And
because
we find
she's a pyrokinetic.
Yeah, she's pyrokinetic. I like the effect with her, how she does like the blue flame. It looks cooler later on when she has that like whole meltdown. But for whatever reason, working at the BPRD wasn't helping her.
No.
So she wanted to just get out, and she's doing better. And she's basically just like telling Hellboy, like, come on, dude, get over it.
Yeah.
Like,
she's like, I'm trying to heal.
Yeah.
So I need you to just leave me alone.
Yeah. Because she's suffered some trauma. We learn what that is a few scenes later. But she basically says, like, if you really cared about me, you won't come back ever again. I'm like, that red monkey guy is not going to take that well.
Nope.
So, yeah, now they're working on Hellboy. They're fixing him up, stitching him up. I do like earlier where he was like, it won't kill me, don't you?
Yeah, he's like,
yeah.
I don't have the line written down, but he's basically like, Liz will be the death of him.
Yes. So yeah, they're working on him while Broom's like, you got to be more responsible, buddy. What happens when I'm not here? But that's when they find out that like the thing that was in him laid 3 eggs in like 5 seconds, which is gross. And I like when he goes, he didn't even buy me a drink. So yeah, their plan is to go back into the subway and look for eggs. And while this is happening, Myers researches Liz and learns more about her. And then we learn more about her because Rasputin has that really cool reveal. I mean, it's a simple effect, but I like the security guard comes in, puts the flashlight everywhere, flashes in her face as she's sleeping, which I think is rude. And then as soon as he shuts the door, Rasputin comes out of the shadow. I always thought that image was cool as hell.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, and Rasputin kisses her head. Gross. Because she's got a little scar. And he gets her to dream about when she was a little kid and kids were bullying her. They hit her with a rock and she like freaked out and blew up Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and they called her a freak.
Yeah.
Yeah, she blew up. Well, she incinerated these kids. You don't really see them get incinerated, but that's what happens.
It's PG-13. Although I will say, because it's mostly monsters, this movie is pretty violent. It's pretty more violent than you would expect.
And then, in case in point, because she's dreaming this, she does have her pyrokinetic episode.
Yes.
And she blows up pretty much most of the psych hospital.
Yeah, pretty much all of it.
Well, there seemed to be, they talked to one doctor later, so there's some survivors.
I do like that she has, a blue flame that protects her, and then everything outside of that is, the red flame, which is kind of cool. I also love the effect for it. It looks like water, pouring off of her, even though it's fire. I've always enjoyed the effect in this scene. I also like Selma Blair. She's a pretty good actress.
She's great.
Yeah.
I love her, and I'm, she's doing much better now. But
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, she popped up on something. I'm like, oh wow, she's looking a lot. She's not looking a lot better, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, she has her MS more under control now.
Yes, where it was a little rougher a few years ago. She was pretty good. She only had a few scenes, but her and Parker Posey were sisters in Lost in Space, the Lost in Space reboot on Netflix. Did you ever watch it?
Yeah, the show. Okay, so
the Netflix.
Wait, Selma Blair was in it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Parker Posey was
very few scenes that you saw. Okay, yeah.
But I always like when she showed up in that. The Lost in Space reboot was so good.
I never finished it, but I know I liked it when I first started watching it.
Guess what? It's a Netflix series that actually has an ending.
Oh, okay.
So you can finish it, and you'll be satisfied. Not like what they do with their other shows, where they're like, all right, cliffhanger, all right, it's canceled. Next show. Like, wait.
And is that the girl, the one main daughter from Lost in Space? She's dating Harry Styles now, right? Or am I mixing people up?
I think you're mixing people up. I don't know. I don't know anything about them.
I'll look that up later.
Look it up later. Anyway.
I'm going to be accused of being racist if it's not the same girl.
Selma Blair, good actress. Well, you're already on a list because you're H.P. Lovecraft obsession.
I don't have an obsession.
No,
I never read
him.
all the H.P. Love. I actually haven't read any of the H.P. Lovecraft books.
Oh.
Because I'm like, I don't think I could do that.
I have them all memorized. Anyway.
Okay.
Myers is convinced he could bring Liz back. Even though he's kind of there to watch over Hellboy, basically. He's now making this part of his mission.
And is he doing it for the love of Hellboy or for Liz?
I think he just wants to help people.
Yeah. My other question here is when, Myers is telling Hellboy about this. how much of our taxpayer dollars are going to feed Hellboy? Because he eats a lot.
Monica, don't get me started on a rant on what our tax dollars are being used for. It upsets me a great deal.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, go on.
Too much.
Blah, blah, blah.
Too much. If the question is how many of our tax dollars, if the answer is more than a penny, my answer is that's too much. Anyway, sorry, we can't fund the arts this year. We have to feed Hellboy giant nachos and chili.
Oh, okay. In this scene, wasn't it all the bacon and the pancakes and stuff? Or was that another scene? I don't know.
That might have... No. Oh, wait. The pancakes are with this scene.
Yeah.
The chili is later on.
Yeah, because Liz is there when...
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, Broom's like, I need you because you're pure of heart to help Hellboy when I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not really a
And he
job.
does, he's like, think of it as being a knight on a mission.
Okay. And Abe is backing up. They're like, yeah, Meyer, you're the dude. It's like, well, why not Clay? Like, he mentions, he's actually friends with people here. Why are you picking me to do this? That's kind of a weird time to
Only
introduce
British men can fill the role.
Well, Meyer isn't even, maybe in real life, but I don't think his character is British.
Real life he is British.
Yeah.
I think so, because in the one show he was British.
Well, in this, he does seem like he's struggling with an accent. There's a few actors in this that feel like they're struggling with an accent. He's one of them. I have it here. Nazi robot eyes freak me out. His eyes are pretty freaky.
I feel like we jumped pretty far that one because they go down to the subway.
Well, no. I think we see him working on his stuff first.
Okay.
And then he has his creepy Nazi eyes.
Yeah, because he doesn't. They say later he removed his eyelids, which why?
That's a good question.
And he also removed his lips. Which once again, why?
He was addicted to surgeries.
Yeah,
he's working on his stuff. Then the BPRD come in to investigate the old subway, and I think he hears them coming in. Because they don't get a permit, Hellboy just punches a wall down.
I know, they're like, wait, we gotta come back and get a permit. And Hellboy punches that wall, and I'm like, I feel like structurally that's not a good idea.
Yeah, Hellboy, what if that was load bearing? What are you doing? We could have all just died.
And I'm also very confused about the geography of this fight scene. Because they're in tunnels.
Yeah.
And then they fall down a hole that just keeps going and going and going.
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
And then it's the subway system, I guess New York maybe, or
Jersey maybe.
But I don't think Jersey has underground subway.
Well, then maybe it is New York.
Some
place close
New
to
York,
Jersey.
New Jersey are close, obviously,
yeah.
but then they land in the subway, and I'm like, I don't think the subway system is that far down.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. It's a little because the fight
they keep falling.
The fight eventually leads to whatchamacallit, the subway. Yeah, it's it's all over the place, this thing. But Abe goes down into the water to look for the eggs. Hellboy is off on his own little mission. Abe gets attacked. And now there's more Sams, and they're attacking the poor BPR. Any BPRD guy who doesn't have a name, they're probably dying. Just a heads up, they're probably dying. Also, Abe's not a good fighter.
No.
He just swims away from danger and hides. They don't give him any weapons.
I mean, he's underwater, too. Really? Well, I guess a sword.
Yeah. Or a knife. I don't know if you would go in the water with a sword.
I don't know how underwater fighting scenes work, okay?
A harpoon.
Okay, Tony. Sorry.
You're like, give him a flamethrower? No, Monica, that wouldn't really work well.
I know that one wouldn't work.
No, Tony, the fire would melt the water. No, that's not.
Maybe he gets an icicle sword. I don't know.
Yeah. Now listen.
Yeah.
There's a mistake in this scene coming up. Did you notice it?
No.
It breaks the Hellboy lore, and it ruins the movie. For exactly 2 shots, Hellboy's hand switches.
I didn't notice that.
I didn't notice either until years ago when I listened to the director's commentary and they pointed out, and now I can't not notice it. I guess they just liked the way he entered the room going one way better, but they had to reverse the shot. The problem in a normal movie, not a big issue unless there's some text or something around. But in your movie where a big plot point is that the guy has a big right hand, it's a little noticeable when you switch it and now his hand is normal. But literally, I think I remember on the commentary them like making fun of it. They're like, yeah, now he has the left hand of doom for a second. But yeah, he walks in, he finds all the Robo-Nazi stuff, like the helmets, and then there's another Sam. I love the subway fight. Because you're right, somehow they make it to the subway. I don't know how they got it. The effects are just awesome. I love that they're duking it out. I love that Sam knocks that like overhead building onto him.
The office space.
Yeah. And I love the shot of Hellboy getting up with all the glass in his back. I'm like, this is so fucking cool.
And the glass stays throughout like the fight until like he gets knocked on his back, and then you're like, ooh,
yeah,
that's gotta hurt. And then more kittens.
Somebody help my kittens!
Why she has a box of kittens that could just jump out easily from the box?
Look, I'm fine with him grabbing the kittens, but it's the part where he kicks Sam off the thing and the subway's coming. And his arm is attached to the thing, and he's got the box. The girl's like, "Be careful, my cats." I'm like, "Hellboy, put the cats down." Like, there's no reason to still be holding them. You could just be like, "Okay."
He loves cats,
and then you can have your other hand, your big hand, to like, I don't know, punch the thing.
But it is cute because the one scene the kitten's like,
it's like peeking. So yeah, the subway splatters that Sam. Of course, there's going to be more. Yeah, all the eggs start to hatch. That's not good. That's not good. And Hairplugs gets confronted by Robo-Nazi Carl. He shoots him and then sand comes out. Is this sand or is this the salt of 1,000?
Maybe it's the angel salt again. And I'm just thinking it's sand. Yeah. But I'm also like, I thought about this too because I was like, sand's really heavy. And this guy, Carl, moves around like a ninja. How is he moving so easily with sand lubricating his joints that are really old? So like,
I don't know how his biology works, to be honest.
He's twisting things.
Yeah, that's the thing. So he makes it look like he's dead. He like twists the thing to like stop his heart. I like his little thing. He stabs the hell out of Clay. And the spoiler, a few scenes later, they mention like, we don't know if Clay will make it. And I'm like, he's still alive?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think Jeffrey Tambor has a line going like, we don't know if he'll make it. So now I got to like watch the second one and be reminded.
He's not in the second one, I don't think.
He wasn't? Maybe he did.
I don't remember him in the second one, but...
Well, I'll find out.
Okay.
I'll find any excuse to watch Hellboy 2, The Golden Army. I'll take it. So yeah, Manning is chewing out Hellboy. That's when he brings it up. He doesn't think he could trust Hellboy. He's like, once all the monsters are done, we're left with you, buddy. And then Hellboy gives him a reason to not trust him. He throws a fucking... Okay, so Abe's in like a tube because he's injured. Yeah. And then Hellboy just picks up like some gas tank thing. Like, what if that was something Abe needed? Why did you just pick that up? That's really bad. And then, of course, Manning's
that's the thing. Like, Hellboy is very flies off the handle very fast.
He's very much like a child.
Hot-headed.
Yeah, he acts like a teenager.
Granted.
He ages differently.
Yeah, so he could be in his teen years.
And also, he's sheltered. He hasn't really been out in the world and like lived with people. Liz is back, but she's not happy about it. She doesn't really want to be there. I do like when she goes into Hellboy's room and he has all the half-written notes for her.
He's like trying to like put his feelings into words. That was very sweet.
He's like, what's another word for need? He's like, need's a good word. He's like, it's too needy. But then this is Liz. You know.
Ooh, what are you gonna say?
Women, am I right? Like, you know, Hellboy has a crush on you and he's in love with you. Mm-hmm. Maybe don't mention that you're gonna go out with another guy. Like,
I mean, she says it's just coffee.
Yeah, but when you're talking to a red devil ape that doesn't know how humans work and who's into you, you should know he's gonna jump to conclusions. I don't know. I would have come up with a different excuse. But yeah, she's like, I'm going to go out, and Hellboy looks like he wants to murder Myers. He doesn't eat any of his chili. He has all that chili, and he's like, I'm not hungry anymore.
Such a waste of food.
Huh?
Such a waste of food.
I know. On our tax dollars.
Yeah.
I agree.
I hope somebody got to eat it. Probably the cats.
Probably.
Which, oof.
Yeah, that's going to cause a mess that the janitor there is going to have to clean up. He's probably going to get overtime. That's more of our tax. Okay. So yeah, she goes out with Myers. Broom is doing an autopsy on Carl, and that's when he brings up, like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy?
He's like, he's got a surgery addiction.
Yeah, I like how they never really give you a good look at his face. Like, even later on, he's got, like, his hand over his face. They were pretty good with that.
They had the one shot of seeing his face.
They never give
they
you...
like show that he doesn't have the lips and he doesn't have the eyelids.
Yeah, they do like close-ups, but they never give you like a full-on shot. And then the one time they do, he's got like something in front of it. I just thought that was interesting. It's a good way to get us not like used to it, so it looks creepy every time we see it. I talked about it recently, Face Off with Nicolas Cage. When he wakes up and he has no face and it's like all the red meat. They do a good job of only showing you like a few frames here and there. I'm like, I like that. That's actually more effective, even though we love Hellraiser, so we love skinless people. But in a movie that's not about hell, it's more effective to do it that way.
I really do like skinless freaks.
Myers and Liz, they spend their date talking about Hellboy. This is a great date for Myers. Actually, no, he's the one who's bringing it up. So
this is a very weird situation because, like, in this scene, like he's like trying to be like a hype man for Hellboy, and he's like, yeah, he's really trying, and I think like you coming back is good for him. And he's like, we like people for their qualities, but love them for their defects.
Yeah,
which is a very sweet line.
That's very cute.
But then later on, when like they're hanging out, like Myers does try to do like the arm trick, and I'm like, buddy, what are you doing? You spent this whole time like hyping up Hellboy.
But then she said that she wasn't into him or Hellboy, and he's like, well, I'm here.
Might as well.
Shout out to the one hype man on Twitter. I've been trying to flirt with Kayla Braxton from the WWE.
Okay.
And it's been giving her compliments. And like one guy on Twitter was like, yeah, Kayla, Tony's great. He let me borrow his Ferrari when my car was in the shop.
True hype man there.
And I was just like, thank you. Thank you so much. Please be a hype man. And at Kayla Braxton and tell her to date me. Things aren't going well. Please add her to tell her to date me. At the best, maybe I can sell my WrestleMania tickets and get in for free. I'm going to WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah, you told me that.
Yeah, with Frankie.
Oh, so then Hellboy teams up with the little boy.
Yeah, he's fine. By the way, this shot of him jumping across the building, like the CGI shot, I remember that was used a lot in the trailer. Like, it's a badass scene, and then you go see the movie, and it's him just, like, falling.
He's like, ugh!
But yeah, there's just a pigeon boy.
Pigeon boy.
Yeah, pigeon boy.
Does he care for the pigeons, or are they just like on the roof and he's hanging out on the roof?
I think he cares for the pigeons.
Okay.
He loves the pigeons. He's one.
Did you ever play? Have you played the Spider-Man 2 game?
The new one?
Yeah.
No, I don't have a PS5.
Okay, so it's in the first game too.
The pigeon guy, yeah.
Yeah, the pigeon guy. He comes back again in the second game. So spoilers for anybody. Dan will tell you. I cried playing this mission with the pigeons. It's so sad.
I wasn't expecting you to say you cried over the pigeon mission and Spider-Man 2, the video game.
I did though.
Did you cry over the balloon missions in the original Spider-Man 2 game?
I don't think so.
My balloon. Anyway, is the Spider-Man 2 game good?
It's okay. I mean, it's more of the same. Like you're swinging through the city, you fight some monsters, Like some of the effects are cool.
I heard the Venom stuff was a letdown.
Yeah.
Well, thank God Tom Hardy's given us that third movie to make up for it. Can you not free roam as Venom? I heard you could free roam as Venom and then they took it out of the game. Am I mishearing that?
Yeah, I don't think you can really free roam as Venom.
But apparently you could.
Well, you do get the suit, like Spider-Man suit, like the Venom version.
Yeah.
And you can do that, but like not as like I think like you can swing through the city as Venom, but like it's kind of the game is kind of like, hey, come back to what you're doing.
Yeah. Maybe one day if I get a PS5, I opted for the Xbox One or the Xbox Series X instead.
Okay.
It's good. I like it. It plays old Xbox games and runs them like that. Runs them so fast. Anyway, so yeah, they're spying on the date. While this is happening, Broom is investigating notes that were left behind.
Mm-hmm.
and he finds a note from Carl about Moscow, and then Carl wakes up, and that's so creepy when he gets up. And I just don't like it. It's freaking me out.
And then Carl is so seductive coming down the spiral staircase. Like, he's just like...
Yeah, he's like, And then Broom is just ready for it. He's like, all right, where's Rasputin? And then Rasputin's just like, I've been leaving little clues behind. I need Hellboy to get where I need him to go to do my plan.
He said it a little better than this. But
yeah, he said it more eloquently. His plan is to unleash the 7 Lords of Chaos, and he's going to use Hellboy to do it this time. Also, Rasputin, so he's not one of the 7 Lords, but because he's been resurrected so many times, he's like slowly becoming like them. Or he's got like one in him that's like, basically, I don't think his body is even him anymore. I think he is that.
He's like a meat suit, basically.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, the master came back with me, and then his face is all like, blah, blah, blah. Guy's face is turning into liquid. It's got tentacles in it.
And he still has a girlfriend.
He still has a girlfriend. And I don't. Kayla Braxton, tell her I'm single. Tell her I'm single. I think she does a great job interviewing those wrestlers. I don't know why that's become my mission. I like Bailey, too. She's cute. Anyway, just need a wrestling girl. That's what I need. Broom accepts his fate. He's like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, he knows he's going to die soon. So, like...
Yeah.
And Rasputin and Carl are very, like, kind of how...
Yeah.
When they kill Broom. They're like, we're going to give you this mercy. It's going to be quick. Mm-hmm. And they do. They make it really quick. So I was like, that's really nice of you guys.
Yeah.
We think you're assholes, but like, then you do this really sweet thing of killing an old man.
But I like back at the date, Hellboy's trying to ruin it by like throwing stuff at Meyer. I thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, then the cars show up, and he realizes something's wrong, and then everyone finds out that Broom's dead. Yeah. And they're all sad. Was this more or less sad than the pigeon mission in Spider-Man 2?
This was actually less sad.
Oh, okay.
I didn't cry.
I'm gonna have to watch a Let's Play to know what the fuck this pigeon mission is.
But we also forgot to mention how Rasputin gives Broom like a glimpse of the coming apocalypse.
So yeah, his plan to unleash him, he shows him what it looks like, and then that's when we see Hellboy with the full-on horns and the flaming crown. And he's even glowing.
Yeah.
His symbols start glowing. I thought that was a cool thing
and
there.
Like, basically, the city's destroyed. Everything's on fire. And it's kind of like the Zack Snyder scene in Justice League. Like, everything's just dusty.
Monica, please don't compare. Don't compare this movie that I actually really like to Zack Snyder.
I'm just trying to give, like, the apocalypse vibes. And, like, the Leviathan monsters, like, their tentacles are, like, hanging out from the sky.
Yeah.
So...
Is that all their plan is to do? Is just hang out in the sky? And yeah, it seems like that's their only thing, to be in the sky and I guess slap buildings around, or are they unleashing other monsters?
They probably are.
Yeah.
And like causing people to go insane.
Yeah, probably.
So
Hellboy doesn't seem to be enjoying it.
No. He's lonely.
He is.
So then the funeral scene happens.
They have the sad funeral scene. Everyone's crying. Hellboy's hanging out on the roof.
And he's holding on to the rosary of his father.
Because his father was very Catholic, even though I feel like a lot of what he's seeing might contradict that religion, but whatever, we'll go with it. Abe and Liz, they talk about Hellboy, and they're like, we should all be BFFs. And Abe's like, look, I can't take care of him, so can you please take care of him? And then the BPRD, they decide to go on a mission to Moscow. Not to be confused with Police Academy Mission to Moscow, starring Ron Perlman. This is a different Mission to Moscow featuring Ron Perlman. I think he was the bad guy in Mission to Moscow.
That makes sense.
It's the only thing I could tell you about Mission to Moscow is Ron Perlman's the bad guy.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
There were a lot of Police Academy movies. They went on a little too long, if you ask me. So yeah, Hellboy, he pours his heart out to Liz.
I can promise you 2 things. 1, I'll always look this good.
But apparently Del Toro said that to his wife at one point because she was making fun of how he was dressed or something. I guess he was real proud of that line, so he worked it into the movie. Now they arrive at a cemetery, but they can't find this mausoleum.
I know, it's a toughie.
Who are they going to ask for directions?
A Dead man.
Ivan.
I love him.
He's my favorite.
I love Ivan.
He's my favorite character in the whole movie. I love this guy.
He's a sassy little corpse with half a body.
Which, by the way, the new Dungeons and Dragons movie had that whole scene where they're waking up corpses. And that it reminded me of this, but it was way funnier in that one. But for this, I love Ivan so much. He's like, "What do you want?" That's his first.
You
one.
stupid big red ape.
He's like, "That way, red monkey."
And also to point out, like, Hellboy's the only one that understands him. Nobody else does.
Yeah.
So
I guess Hellboy just well-versed in Russian. And he's had a lot of years to practice, I guess. They get into a room, and he's like, "We should be fine if we stick together." And, of course, they all get separated, like, on cue.
And this castle design... They're in a castle, right? Or what? Like,
not a castle.
Fortress.
It's like an underground dungeon. Let's call it a dungeon.
Okay.
Or catacomb dungeon.
But it's very Del Toro.
Yes.
Like, there's the cogs, and then there's the
loves those cogs.
Loves them cogs. I'm going to clarify. I'm saying cogs. Like a clock. That's all I need. But
keep going.
All the intricacies in like the stonework and like the murals and stuff like that. So I did love that. Like the set design is great.
Ivan gets handed to a random agent. This is bad news. This is bad news for Ivan.
Because as we all know, the normal BPRD agents just don't have much luck. I don't know why they line up for this job.
I don't know either. But like he passes Ivan to the guy. The guy's so negative. Hold him. Yeah. But then Manning and Hellboy are screaming. Meanwhile, a giant pendulum comes down and kills the agent. But like Ivan just going, "I wish I were dead," or like, "I should have stayed dead," or something.
Yeah, it's like "I wish I was still in my grave," or something. And he's falling, just falling.
I remember thinking it was so goddamn funny in the theater. I remember just laughing really hard at that line. Hellboy throws Manning into a room.
Yeah.
Makes a loud sound. Hellboy jumps in the room. The door makes a loud sound. They're yelling at each other. And then we find out that 10 feet away is Carl just chilling.
Carl.
And then he's like, "Be quiet." And the Manning pricks his finger. And then that's the sound that fucking Carl hears. I'm like, you didn't hear the pendulum swinging and people screaming.
Maybe he's used to that. Like, well, I don't know. I was going to say he's used to living there, but he's like, he was in a subway before. So
yeah. Maybe his hearing only works within 8 feet and they were 10 feet away. I don't know.
Yeah.
So stupid. They duke it out. They punch each other real good. No, it's a fun fight scene. Hellboy falls into the trap. I like Carl's laugh. It's very upsetting.
Oh, yeah, that was creepy. It's like a dying animatronic from Halloween.
Yeah. So yeah, he drops him in the pit, but Hellboy gets out, or like he's holding on. I like Manning's heroic moment of throwing the gears at the dude. So they throw him in, they impale him. But I guess Hellboy's smart enough to know that that doesn't work. So then he picks up a giant cog. Big cog. That big cog in his hand.
Cog? Oh, God.
And he fucking...
I know you're going to get like a meme of this later. Like somebody's going to make fan art with you or me with big cog.
Monica, he slams that big cog down on Carl. God, that cog was too big for Carl. He couldn't handle it.
Listen, Carl has not had action in a very long time.
Monica, what are you talking about? I'm talking about a scene in a comic book movie.
Nobody really fights, Carl. He pretty much takes care of them right away, okay?
So anyway, and then Manning and Hellboy have a nice little moment where they're bonding. When really Manning should be like, "Oh my God, I'm responsible for that agent's death." I feel he's like, "Oh
no, enough people die." And
he's like, "Don't use a lighter for a cigar. You got to use a wooden match."
That's their bonding moment.
Yeah. Okay, and then this scene is where Myers is like, "By the way, are you into me? Do you like me?" By the way, there's another agent there. I would be really awkward to ask this question around that guy.
Guys, we're on a mission, right?
Yeah, she even says, like, "You're gonna ask me that now?"
Can't wait to tell the guys in the office about this. If I make it back.
I'm gonna put a complaint into HR. HR's a mummy, so I have to. It's really hard to get the answers out of. But yeah, Hellboy interferes because all the Sams attack. They find another nest, and he's just punching them.
I mean,
they overpower him, but Liz can stop it. But she hasn't fully figured out her powers, so she asks Myers to hit her.
Yeah.
It's like hit me.
It's very Fight Club. Hit me.
Yeah, but then she goes into one-liner mode. She's like, "You should be running." Dude, I guess he was being inappropriate in the workplace, but I guess you should be like, hey, get out of here.
Yeah.
It says she's like, you should be running. But yeah, she like burns all the Sams and the eggs at once so they can't regenerate.
Yeah, so there is a way to kill him.
Yes.
So
Yes, you just have to do it all at once. Like in Godzilla King of the Monsters, the new one with Ghidorah.
I haven't seen it.
Well, Ghidorah in that version can regenerate. So Godzilla has to go nuclear by bonding with Mothra.
Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yes, so she burns them all. They all pass out. Myers wakes up for a second, and the bad guys are there like, look, this one's awake. And we have a grenade belt now.
Thank you, buddy.
That's right. They were supposed to use the grenade belt, but they didn't for some reason. I guess what's-her-face thought her way was better. We fast forward. They're all kidnapped. Hellboy is chained up. Myers is chained up. I don't know why Myers is alive. He matters not to their plan at all. They should have just killed him.
I guess maybe if they wanted to like do a blood sacrifice or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or feed it to a Leviathan. I don't know.
They're breaking the timer, so they can't use the timer on the grenade belt. Yeah, and Rasputin, he's just like, hey, will you do this for me? And Hellboy's like, no. And he's like, well, I'm gonna suck your girlfriend's soul out.
I also undressed her at some point.
I also undressed her. I swear the fire burnt her clothes. And Hellboy like, no, that's not how her powers work. I'm like, oh shit, I'm just a pervert. Right? So yeah, he sucks the soul out of her body, and Hellboy reluctantly decides to go along with the plan. He says his real name. Forgot to write it down. What's Hellboy's real name?
It's really confusing.
Well, obviously, Monica, his name is Amung Unrama.
Anung Unrama. Repeat it.
How did you forget that?
I don't know, Tony.
Just rolls off the tongue.
I don't know.
It's like Steve. You can't forget that name.
If only his name was Steve.
Should have been Steve. Anyway. So yeah, he says his name. He grows his horns back. His flaming crown is there. What does that happen every time he says his name?
I believe so, because they do it in the reboot movie as well.
Oh. So if he's just like, yeah, this guy's calling me Angu Nanrama. Oh God, oh, another back.
I feel like there's like situational, but
so anyway, he's like, okay, I'm gonna do this.
And then they have the big like stone.
Yeah.
Key or no,
His
Hellboy
hand
is the
is the
key.
key.
The right hand of doom is the key.
Yes, the locks are in there.
Yeah, the locks are in a stone pillar.
And they shoot a laser into space. And this was before every goddamn superhero and sci-fi movie was doing it. The laser.
I feel like you're really upset about lasers.
No, it was like a thing for a while. Avengers did it. What was the other one? The Fantastic Four reboot did it. Transformers 3 did it. Occasionally they would
like
switch.
Send a laser into space, or
they shoot a laser into the sky. Like the sky laser was a thing. Sometimes they would change it. With Man of Steel and Star Trek 2009, the laser was from space and came down to the ground. So, that was their way around it. But no, the whole like shooting a laser or opening up a portal, this movie is the one that did it first.
Cool.
So they're all ripping off Hellboy. You do not take note of space lasers and portal open.
I should take better notes of when lasers happen in space.
What are your top 10 favorite movie lasers? I'm kidding. You don't have to answer that. So he opens up the one, and then this releases the Cthulhus from their crystal prison.
Yes.
And they're like, blah! How do we move in space? How do we propel ourselves in space?
They have all those legs. The tentacle
Yeah,
legs.
but there's no air or anything to push off of. They would just flop around in space.
I don't know. They figure it out.
They're magic. So are they in like a dimension or are they in space? Like, could you get in a spaceship and go find them?
I think they're in a dimension.
Yeah, probably makes sense. All right. Oh, wait a minute. During this,
Yes.
rewinding a little bit, Myers tries to tell Hellboy not to do it, and Ilsa hits him in the face with a mallet, and I was like, he'd be dead.
Or at least like his jaw would be broken or something. I don't know.
Literally, later on when he's like, "You're got to be a man," he wouldn't be saying that. He'd be going, blah, blah, like drooling. She hit him like right in the head with a mallet. He'd be so fucking dead.
Maybe Myers has a special ability.
Maybe that's it. He's immune to head injuries. That's his only power.
And how does he stop Hellboy or get Hellboy back from the brink?
With the power of Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus saves.
Yes.
Just remember that, folks. Jesus saves.
Exactly. This is a Christian podcast now.
And this goes back to actually the beginning of the movie when they really focus in on the Jesus, statue in the graveyard. It was really setting it all up to be like Jesus is gonna save everyone.
I remember
H.P. Lovecraft.
Who would win in the fight? Jesus Christ or Cthulhu? But yeah, I was in Catholic school at the time, and I questioned my
I
faith.
was too.
Yeah, I questioned my faith at the time, and then I saw Hellboy, and I'm like, no, everything I'm being taught at school is real, and I love it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I doubted you, Jesus. Hellboy brought me back.
I feel like nuns taught me different stories, but yeah. We're not gonna get into that one.
How was all girls Catholic school?
I think it was fine.
I could only do 2 years of all boys Catholic school. I had to get out of there. I had to get out of there fast. Yeah, he reminds I have it in here. He reminds Hellboy that he is a Christian, which is a weird sentence to write. And he breaks his horns off.
In the name of Jesus.
Ah! And then he stabs Rasputin in the stomach. He's like, "Sorry to disappoint you. My bad." Yeah, they grab Liz and they get out of there, but then Rasputin's just like, asshole.
God damn it, once again.
This happened to me again. It's like, well, now you're gonna have to deal with this little squid guy that's inside of me.
Yeah, it's very Alien.
Yeah.
The fact that, like, once again, Alien versus Predator coming back into play.
You would have done such a good Alien versus Predator.
Comes out of Rasputin, It's kind of tiny at first, and then it starts growing.
It starts growing, and yeah, Ilsa, she grabs Rasputin. She's like, "Hell will hold no surprises for us. Let's go get crushed by this tentacle now," and just allow themselves to get slapped by the tentacle. Further down the corridor, he leaves Liz with Myers. He's like, "I'm gonna go fight that thing. I'll do my best. Here's the grenade belt. Gonna go beat him up." And I do like this moment where he's like, "How big could it be?" And then the fucking tentacle comes in and grabs him. And it's gigantic. I do like the fight scene where he pulls out the big stone sword. I thought that was cool because it's not even I don't think it's a real sword. It's just a statue of one. But he's using it. He's chopping off those limbs and shit.
Gotta be resourceful.
And then he is fireproof, so he decides to go into the belly of the beast and blow it up from the inside, like Men in Black. This movie rip off Men in Black. Cancel Hellboy. No. So yeah, pretty. I remember at the time being felt like that was a real easy way to kill the final boss. It's not even that long of a fight scene.
No.
At this point, I'm already. The big moment was him deciding, because what makes a man? It's how he chooses to end things. Apparently, is the lesson we learned from this. But yeah, he comes back. Liz is back. Apparently, he.
Well.
Yeah.
Don't say Liz, he comes down the hallway and Liz is all chipper and cheery. She's still dead.
Yeah.
Hellboy just comes to her and then he whispers in her ear.
Yeah.
And then she wakes up and he's like, "Yeah, I was like, hey, you on the other side. If you don't give her back, I'm gonna come over there and kick your ass," basically. And she's like, "Oh."
And then they kiss.
Yeah.
She turns into fire.
And because he's fireproof, it works.
It works. And Myers is just standing there like the cuck that he is, smiling. And then the movie ends.
And then we get a little post-credit scene, too.
Wait, there was a post-credit sequence?
Like a little tiny one.
What was it?
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
No, I don't know if I might have never known this.
Yeah.
Remind me, tell me what it is. I want to see if
Manning. Manning's like, hey guys, I'm still here. And
oh, yes. Okay. Now, I do remember that now. Yeah, because earlier in the film, he's like, can you call me? It's kind of spooky in here. Okay. Yes. Now I know. I know. Now I got to watch Hellboy 2 and see what the post-credit sequence was in that.
Yeah, I don't remember if there's one or not.
I didn't realize there was a post-credit sequence in Pacific Rim where Ron Perlman digs himself out of that monster.
Oh, yeah.
And then he doesn't show up in the sequel, so that was like totally pointless.
Well,
Hellboy.
He was just like, I'm done with this.
This movie still holds up.
Yeah.
It's
it may be like one of those awesome movies that it's very nostalgic for me.
Yeah.
I love it so much, and I love the Hellboy character.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the movie's so much fun.
It's a cool idea. It's an interesting concept. I think it's executed well. Again, I'm not super well versed in the lore, so I don't know if there's any like really bad changes, but as an outsider looking in, I think I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Some of the CGI, you have a little bit of that rubbery 2004 CGI, but that was everywhere.
Yeah,
and honestly,
time.
Since a lot of the movie is pretty dark and there is a lot of practical effects, it doesn't take away from it. Yeah. I guess my only real complaint is that the villains just aren't, other than Robo-Nazi, the two like main villains, the guy and the girl, they're just not that interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't do it for me 100%. But yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. I was excited when they made a sequel. Disappointed that this trilogy didn't end. They did do animated films, which you have the figure for there.
I do have the animated films.
Yeah.
I just couldn't find them.
And if I remember right, the actors from this do the voices in that, right? I think
not all of them.
Not all of them, but I think Ron Perlman definitely
does.
So. Yeah, and like I said, I still haven't seen the reboot. And it was like on Tubi and stuff for a while for free, and I'm like, I couldn't be bothered.
No.
I like the director of that one. I forget his name. I think he's the guy who did Dog Soldiers.
It's a shame because like there is some good stuff with the reboot. Like I kind of like Mila Jovovich's. I can't say her name.
That's
Jovovich,
fine. I go back and forth between Jovovich and Jovovich. That's fine.
Yeah, like she's a witch and all that, and she's trying to bring all these like fairy tale kind of creatures back, but like these evil fairy tale creatures.
Yeah.
And like some of the monsters that they use in that movie are pretty cool, but then some of the other stuff is just like
I just didn't think I didn't think he looked good as Hellboy. I thought he looked weird.
Yeah, and he's also like less bulky. And I think for Hellboy, because of the character he is, like you need him to be bulky.
Yeah.
And like David Harbour, even though he did all that workout and he had those muscles for it, they still kind of slimmed him down.
Was it like different enough for it to even justify being a reboot? Could it just been like, this is a different Hellboy adventure?
I mean, I would say they could have gone with it was a different Hellboy adventure because Liz isn't in it.
Yeah.
Myers isn't in it. Broom isn't in it. No, he is. I'm sorry. He is. Broom's in it.
Abe? Is Abe in it?
Abe is in it.
Oh, they did Abe again?
Abe is not in it. I lied. Well, they preview Abe at the end of the movie.
Oh, okay.
So, like...
Well, it doesn't matter because now we're getting another reboot. It's going to be Hellboy versus the Crooked Man. Famous monster. If you've seen Conjuring 2, you know who the Crooked Man is.
Mm-hmm.
I will say the only thing I wanted to see from the reboot was that he fights a Baba Yaga. She's the witch with the chicken house.
That stuff was kind of... Those scenes were pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't know. I played that Tomb Raider game where you have to fight the Baba Yaga. And I think I watched a movie with a Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga's pretty popular. She ends up with a lot of... like stories.
I always get annoyed in the John Wick movies when they call him Baba Yaga. And I'm like, I know that is a witch, but I feel like that's a very specific witch. John Wick doesn't have a chicken house.
No.
It'd be cooler if he did.
Yeah, it'd be cool if like he was saving like instead of the dog thing, it was chickens, and like everybody was calling Baba Yaga because he loves chickens. And he's carrying around his chicken.
I heard that David Harbour apparently called like Ryan Reynolds. And it's like, hey, what was it like after Green Lantern? Because I think I just did a really bad movie.
But David Harbour bounced back from it.
Yeah, he'll be fine. But yeah, maybe I'll check it out finally. But yeah, we should definitely come back and do Hellboy 2 at some point.
Yeah.
That is.
We could do the reboot. We could talk about the reboot.
God damn it. I guess I'll watch the reboot.
I think just to.
Maybe I'll like it. Maybe it'll be my favorite one.
I don't think it's going to be your favorite.
I don't think it's anyone's favorite one. But yeah, I remember Jeffrey Tambor pre-cancellation.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him being on Twitter being like really upset that they were rebooting it. It's like, we've been wanting to do a third movie for like ever. Like, I wish they would have just finished that storyline.
I know. But.
Gah! Do it as like a Netflix movie or something. It doesn't have to be theatrical. It could be a low budget movie. I just want to see it end. Anyway, that is it from us. Monica.
Yes.
Where can we find you? I know you love this part.
Instagram, which I did take it off of private, so now I have a bunch of your fans following me.
Yeah, could you say that a little happier? I have a bunch of your fans following me.
So at Story in the End.
Did you get any creepy DMs yet?
I don't think so.
Oh, good for you. Not everyone gets them.
Do you?
Oh, I've definitely gotten some creepy DMs, of course.
I thought you meant like the other female hosts of your show, which...
Yeah, some of them do. Some of them do.
Okay.
You know what? Not so much these days, because, spoiler, if you send a creepy DM to a girl on the show, they will forward them to me. Early on, there were a lot of requests for like feet pics from certain girls, but I think that's died down.
Okay.
Yeah. Keep an eye out for that, I guess.
I mean, sometimes I will like look at my Instagram and be like, oh, you have message requests. And I was like, oh. And then I just don't pay attention to it. So I'm on that. I have a TikTok, but I don't post TikToks. I just look at other TikToks.
Yeah. I think you sent me stuff too.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Are you on Threads?
I am not on Threads.
Threads is awful.
Is it? Okay.
I can't, but like, not a social media rant. I joined it because I heard you could post links on there. I'm like, well, that's another way to get the show out to people. Originally, I wasn't going to do it. It is the For You tab is garbage. The thing is, it's made by Facebook. So you think they would know how to do this by now? And it's linked with Instagram. So it should be, in my mind, it should be the For You tab should be like, here's some people you follow and the things that you look up on Instagram. Instead, it's just people complaining about bullshit. Just nonstop complaints. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Like they're just complaining about anything or complaining about Threads?
No, just anything.
Okay.
Just anything. I'm just like, oh my God. Like,
so is it like basically the new Twitter?
It's basically the new Twitter.
Okay.
More left-leaning people complaining. Twitter is the more right-leaning people complaining. But it's just as annoying. It's really...
So I'm not on Threads.
It's not on Threads.
Probably
I'm on
won't be.
Threads. I'm on Threads.
But that's it.
I just don't understand how like a huge social network company dropped the ball this hard. I'm like, wait, you guys had two that worked really well. How did you fuck this one up? It shocks me. It shocks me.
Well, I mean...
You can follow me on X. It's called X now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Yeah, follow us there. And yeah, let us know. Do you like Hellboy? Are you happy 20 years later? Are you still happy with this movie? Or did you go all in on the reboot? You invested all your time and energy in it. You had plans for where the series was going to go, and they've already started to reboot it. Let us know. Goodbye. I keep going to turn off the audio thing, and I forgot that I moved it here.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.
Talking about tapes.
Hi everyone, Tony from Act the Movies here, and today we're going to be talking about Hellboy 2, The Golden Army, and how it's way better than the first.
I don't know if it's way better than the first, but I definitely love it.
Well, then we're going to figure out if that's true or not in this episode of Hack the Movies. Hello, Monica.
Hi.
We're back. It's Hellboy week on the channel.
It is.
Yeah, 2 episodes this week, 3 movies. I didn't want to group this one with the other movies. I really like this one. And I'm like, let's show
Wait,
some.
have you seen this before?
Hellboy 2?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, the way you said it, like, I don't know. I thought maybe
Oh no, you're
you were
staring at
shocked.
my 3-disc.
You have
set.
so many movies here. I don't know.
No, this is the 3-disc special disc. See, it has the Mike Mignola art and Ron Perlman's face.
I don't like that stuff.
Huh?
I don't like that material. Don't do it.
Okay. I will not rub the, what do they call it, lenticular? I will not rub
hate
the,
it so much.
the lenticular thing. I'll just leave it right there.
I'm sorry for screaming.
That is the angriest I've ever seen.
I'm just going to be like freaking out over here if you just did that.
Okay, well, we're less than a minute in. We've almost fought, and I just realized now I forgot to change the color on the sign. There we go.
We're doing great, guys.
Hellboy 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hellboy 1, I think, was like a modest hit. I'm guessing it did well on video. It did well enough, I guess, to justify this sequel. And this sequel came off of Guillermo del Toro doing like Pan's Labyrinth, which was like hugely praised.
Well, I'm sure that probably helped too.
That helped too, and he really wanted to make this. And at this time, he's trying to develop The Hobbit. Didn't work out that way, but he's trying. So yeah, they did a sequel to Hellboy 2, and I was pumped for this when it came out. I loved Hellboy 1. Did you see this in theaters?
I do remember seeing this in theaters.
Yes, I saw this. I saw this with Johanna in theaters.
Okay, I was worried you were going to say we saw it together.
No, I did not see it with you. I did not see it with you.
I remember seeing it in theaters. Don't remember with who.
I will say, speaking of movies that we mentioned seeing together, they are doing another Silent Hill. We should do the first Silent Hill movie.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're bringing that director back from the first one to do the
Why?
new one. People really like that Silent Hill movie. And everyone forgot what the second one even exists.
I occasionally remember it.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we saw this in theaters. I loved it. We all had a great time. It came out, I think I said July 11th. And it did okay at first.
2008. Let's put that a year.
2008, July 11th, 2008. Did pretty okay. Wasn't like killing it. And then like a week or two later, Dark Knight comes out and no one was bothering to see.
I mean, some people probably went and saw it. It just wasn't the same numbers.
Yeah, it's just if you missed Hellboy 2 and Dark Knight's out, you're going to see Dark Knight instead. Even if you loved Hellboy 2 like I did, I'm like, well, I'm not going to rewatch it. I'll wait till video. I'll get the 3-disc DVD set, but I won't touch the cover of it.
Don't.
But yeah, so I think that really hurt the film. Not as much as Dark Knight killed the second X-Files movie's box office. If I remember right, that came out the week after Dark Knight. Yeah, no one was really... And it wasn't a good movie on top of it.
I feel like people, like, in movies, they probably weren't expecting... It's like, oh, it's another Batman movie. Like, it's just going to do okay. And then it kind of blew all these movies out of the water.
Yeah,
no,
it did super well. Which is a shame, because this movie is really, really great. And it should have been, like, up there with, like, because Iron Man was lucky and came out months before The Dark Knight. But you have, like, Iron Man, the Dark Knight.
Yeah, that big, like, beginning boom of the superhero movies.
Yeah, well, like,
back.
yeah. The next wave. This is like, we're about to enter the MCU now with Iron Man.
Yeah,
here.
sorry, that's...
Yeah, because there was, like, the early 2000s, your X-Men,
the X-Men,
Spider-Mans, and now they're, like, turning into something else. And now there's just too goddamn many of them.
There's a lot. There's a lot to keep up with.
Oh, you're still keeping up? I tapped out of a lot of stuff.
I mean, I'll watch stuff later. Like, I don't go rush to watch it the first day or go see it in theaters. Like,
you know, that's what I said, and that I still haven't gotten around to Werewolf by Night, The Marvels, Miss Marvel, She-Hulk.
I've checked all those out.
Secret Invasion, I think they called it.
I tapped out on that one.
Yeah.
I love Agatha all along.
I got 2 episodes in. I wasn't hating it, but I'm like, oh, maybe I'll finish it. I'm like, or I'll watch something else. It depends. It's just too much right now. I'm glad they scaled it back a little bit. But anyway, Hellboy 2. Oh, and the reason we're reviewing this is because they released another Hellboy movie.
Yeah, there's a brand new, spanking new one out.
And we covered the first one for its 20th anniversary, and I said, fuck it, let's just do them all. Let's do
There's
Hellboy.
not that many.
Let's do Hellboy 2, and then let's group the other ones together. I forgot about the animated ones.
Okay, well, that's a different beast, okay?
So what you're saying is we have to do another Hellboy episode after these two.
I love the animated ones, okay? They're good.
Okay. Well,
they're enjoyable.
After this week, we'll find another time to do the animated ones. But anyway, Hellboy 2. Once again, directed by Guillermo del Toro. Mike, what's his name? Mike
Mignola?
Yeah, he worked on the story, but I'm gathering he didn't really work on the script too much. It says story by... Yeah, so he helped develop the story, but Guillermo del Toro wrote the script for this. Ah! Oh my god!
You knocked Hellboy over.
I'm sorry.
I know, he's very top-heavy.
Your stupid comic-accurate, tiny goat legs Hellboy can't control himself.
When will they bring that into the movies?
I was shocked they didn't bring it into any of these new ones. But yeah, he's back, baby. And he's going full on Del Toro. He's really making this thing his own. We get a text update on Hellboy for all the people who might have skipped the first movie. It's like, Hellboy, he's the thing. He showed up in the 40s. Something about Cthulhu. There was a bald guy. I think one of them was a robot. He's here now.
Pretty sure that's not what it said.
That's
but
exactly what it. That's
for
exactly what it said verbatim.
Yeah.
I wrote it down. Now we get a flashback to Hellboy's early childhood.
Yeah, I don't like this.
You don't like
Child
little kid Hellboy?
Freaks me out.
Little.
And child Hellboy is actually a 36-year-old woman. Which
What?
Yes.
Okay, that may be why it like everything about it was unsettling. What really freaked me out was that
the buck teeth.
The buck teeth, but like you could tell the mouth, like the ADR was not matching the mouth because the mouth physically couldn't make those
words.
movements. So I'm just like, and my brain knows that. My brain is like, he's not saying that. I don't like it. There's a disconnect.
I want a story then.
No. No stories tonight.
Just one, and then I'll go to bed.
I like the idea of the scene. There was
the idea is cute.
No.
It's just the woman playing child Hellboy just really freaked me out.
I thought that was a little kid this whole time.
When I was trying to like fact check some stuff, that popped up, that little nugget of information, and I was like, oh, okay.
But it's also an excuse to have John Hurt come back.
Yeah.
As Professor Broom. Hellboy loves Howdy Doody.
Sure does.
He really loves Howdy Doody. And I have it here, Kid Hellboy looks odd, and I think you've solved that mystery. So he wants to hear a story, and Professor Broom's like, all right, I'll tell you this whole story. And
they're pretty extreme.
Yes, and he's like, hey,
really
while you're
extreme
listening to the
stories.
story, imagine it's all being told by puppets.
But I did love those puppets.
Those were really cool. I like this.
Really cool scene.
They look like the puppets he used to help like sketch, like the little figure puppet. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
When you're like an artist, you buy those like wooden. They kind of reminded me of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, he tells him this whole story about this one-armed king, who was warring with humans. The humans and the fairy tale creatures were not getting along. Humans
Surprise.
All these stories, they're always like, and then the humans drove him back. I'm just like, we didn't even split the atom yet. How the fuck did we fight a guard?
I know, like we really just ruined everything.
I'm like, you guys have like fire and your magic and
spells.
Did we use magic? Wouldn't that make us weird fairy tale creatures? Like, no, you guys were just so good with your swords.
We just had so many people.
I guess so. And I'm like, well, that's kind of on you, fairy tale creatures. Why didn't you thin the herd? That's on you. You let this population get out of control. And now the tooth fairies are starving. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, so they were going to war with each other. Then a goblin goes to the elf king with the robot arm, and he's like, I'm gonna make you robots, and they're gonna be gold and indestructible, which he keeps saying industrial. He keeps calling them
robots though.
Yeah, they're kind of robots.
They're like clockwork machines. They got like cogs and gears and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a robot made of clockwork stuff.
It's early robots.
Yes, it's a very early. What I mean, like, what does a robot need to be made out of?
We should not stay on this topic.
What is a robot to you, Monica? Okay.
Wires, machinery, like.
How do you watch Alien or Blade Runner? When they're spitting out like milk and shit. I guess the
They have
alien
the
robot.
like wires in them.
Yeah, I
still.
guess they have wire. Well, Blade Runner, they don't. They're basically clones. But anyway. Okay, well, these, whatever they are, the Golden Army, these big robotic structures.
Fine, we're gonna go with robotics just to keep this moving.
Point is, this goblin's like, yeah, I'll make you this army.
Yeah.
It'll be really cool, and I'll make you a crown, and you can control them. And the king's just like, yeah, all right, go ahead. Go ahead, little guy.
Go for it.
So the goblin does it. At no point is the king just like, wait, are you making anyone else an army? Are there limits to how many you can make? What's the rule here? Instead, he's like, nah, just go ahead, do it. So yeah, they make the Golden Army, and it dominates the humans. But then the king feels bad. He's like, I guess I shouldn't have killed so many of them. And they make a truce, and they split up the crown, split into 3 parts. Humans have 1, the elves have 2, which seems a little unfair.
Yeah, it does. I feel like some other creature involved in this should have gotten the 3.
Yeah, also, they probably should have killed that goblin, because they're like, wait, he can just make more, can he? Can't he
I
make...
guess he apparently needs permission. Because, I mean, he doesn't the whole entire time.
You know, I bet you if there was a Hellboy 3, he would have been like a Sauron. He would have been like the one behind it all. Like, yes, I got them all. I have the one crown to rule them all. So the son, Nuada, doesn't like this plan.
No, he does not.
He's like, fuck you, Dad. I'm going to leave now. Bye.
I know, it was pretty dramatic. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not coming back until the forest creatures need me.
Yeah.
And that's what, how many years?
A long time. When you see how much the world has changed, it's like, wow, he really slept on the forest creature.
He really just was just like pieced out.
I love that
contact.
it's just the forest creatures. It's like, what about the ocean or desert creatures? Like, oh, I'm gonna fuck about that.
I mean, he does not like Abe when he meets him, so I feel like he is prejudiced against ocean creatures.
We have to help the forest creatures, but not those dirty water creatures.
Ugh.
So yeah, we find out that somewhere the army is lying dormant, and then Del Toro goes a little overboard with his love of gears for the opening logo. It's just gears and cogs. And everything.
He really had a great time making this movie.
He really went. They were. I just love that they're like, you did Pan's Labyrinth and it did so well. What do you want to do? He's like, Hellboy 2, and they're like, oh, okay. Okay.
Sure.
Somewhere someone's going like, fucker, couldn't you have done Blade 3? That would have been all. That would have been really good. We really got screwed.
There is a Blade Easter egg. in
Yes,
this
there
movie.
is. I think there's a couple. There's another guy from Blade 2 in this.
Oh.
Oh wait, an Easter egg.
Yeah.
Oh, I know there's a few actors, but I didn't know there was.
There's a little Blade Easter egg.
You're gonna have to tell me when that
Yeah.
shows up. Yeah. So we meet the Prince Nuada, played by Luke Goss.
So this part kind of ruined the movie for me.
Right
No.
after the title scene, this ruined the movie for you.
No, I mean, listen, back when I watched it the first time, didn't happen. I guess when I was trying to look something, I think I was trying to figure out who the actor was.
Yes.
And his IMDb photo looks like Pitbull. And that's all I could think of whenever I saw him pop up on screen. Is like Mr. Worldwide. And he's not. Like, Prince Nuada does not look like Pitbull. But if you see his IMDb photo, he looks like Pitbull.
Well, look, he is Luke Goss. He played, what's his face? Nomak from Blade 2. He was the bad guy in Blade 2. And he was also in Tekken. The live-action Tekken movie.
I didn't see that one.
Oh, but you probably watched the episode I did on it earlier this year.
Yeah. Totally.
Thank you, because a lot of people didn't watch that episode. That episode did very poorly, which sucks because it's a really good episode. Me, Yoshi, and Cecil had a lot of fun with the live-action Tekken movie. The movie's not very good. But he's in it.
Okay.
You might be wondering, oh, I see him do a lot of cool fights in these movies. He doesn't really have a cool fight. I think he gets shot and dies in that one.
Aww.
The only way to find out if I'm telling the truth or not is to watch my Tekken episode.
Or I could just watch Tekken.
No, why would you do that? How the hell would you do that? That's a horrible idea, Monica. He's doing cool ninja moves, and he's like in the subway. And
This cracks me up though, because I was like, You're telling me no one's noticed this half-naked elf doing his moves from the subway?
Like, the subway goes by, not one person's like, was that an elf?
Yeah. Like, I used to take the L into the city.
Yeah.
And I would look out the window and, like, you'd still catch things in the subway if you're paying attention. Like, I think I would have noticed a half-naked man doing karate.
I always noticed them, but they weren't elves, so I just didn't pay any attention to it. The first time I got off and I'm like, are you an elf? And they're like, no, I'm just crazy. I'm
and
like, oh.
He has his whole like cave set up and everything, and he's got Wink with him, the like big I don't know what kind of creature he is. But I'm like, they have to do work on the subway and the tracks. Like no one's come across his cave.
Oh, well they mentioned later there's like a spell that they do. He probably
that
covers
makes
it
sense.
up. Yeah. Yeah. Just threw your whole thing out there. Movie's perfect now. 5 stars.
All right, never mind.
All your notes are about how this breaks the universe.
God damn it! Forgot about magical creatures.
Well, I like when he like cuts
slices the
raindrop. But I'm thinking about it. I'm like, well, how much water is pouring? It's probably not that impressive. You could probably do it on accident.
He's been doing it for a very long time, though. Yeah.
Yeah, he meets with Mr. Wick, not John Wick. Mr. Wick, who is a troll? What is he?
I thought his name was Wink.
Oh, is it Wink?
Yeah.
Oh, I kept hearing Wick.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Wink.
Oh. Never mind. Mr. Wink. You know what? In my defense, he doesn't look like a Mr. Wick or a Mr. Wink. He looks like a Gorgamoth, the weird troll monster or whatever.
With his own big hand, right hand.
Yeah, he's got his own little metal hand. But yeah, he meets up. They're up to something.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, I got this box full of hungry creatures. And then we see that there's a auction.
It took him a couple thousand years to find this box of hungry creatures, I guess.
Yeah, these magical creatures that live so long, they just take their time doing shit.
Although I'm probably messing it up because he said he was going to wait for them to come to him.
Oh.
So that's probably why.
Well, anyway, they go to an auction. They're trying to auction off a fat lady statue. It's like a fertility statue. Among other things. And then Prince Nuada breaks in like a ninja.
Did you just call him Duada?
Nuada. Nuada. I didn't call him Duada.
It sounded like Duada, but okay.
Okay, whatever. He breaks in, he kills the power, and then one of the guys in the auction, I think the one who's holding the dog, I think he was with, like, the Russian vampire from Blade 2, who was, like, in the beginning of the movie, and then Blade kills him at the very, very end.
Okay.
I keep talking about Blade. Monica, you know where else I talk about Blade?
On your channel?
On Patreon, we've been doing Blade Boys.
Blade Boys.
Because our Hellraiser show did so well, I started another series where me and my 2 friends who I review the Blade movies with, we're going through every episode of the Blade TV show.
Oh.
Yeah.
There was a TV show?
Yeah, in 2006. It's a continuation of the movies.
Oh.
But it's mostly about a sad vampire girl. Blade's just kind of there. Also, they do part of Blade's origin. Blade is a villain. There's an origin episode where you find out when he was like all in on being a vampire, he just turned a whole gang of people into vampires and then turned on them. And the whole episode, he has no remorse. He's just like, well, now I got to kill these people because they're evil vampires. And no one ever thinks to go, but it's your fault, you asshole. So that just shows you how good the Blade series is. Now you might be wondering, did Wesley Snipes agree to this? No.
Oh, I didn't think so.
They got Sticky Fingers to play Blade. Hip-hop artist Sticky Fingers. You know him more as one of the characters from Leprechaun Back to the Hood. I'm pretty sure that's where you know him from.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
So anyway, back to Hellboy.
Yeah.
I can talk about Blade, the TV series, all day, Monica, but I can only do it behind a paywall. Anyway, so yeah, he kills the power and he finds the crown piece, one of the crown pieces. Yeah, then they open a box, but then it cuts to the BPRD. And I forget if we mentioned this in the first movie or if it was just never mentioned. I knew it was Jersey, but this movie specifically says that the BPRD is in Trenton, New Jersey.
I think they mentioned it in the first one.
That's crazy. Hellboy's right over there?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't...
Because nobody wants to go to Trenton. No offense, anybody that lives in Trenton.
What's wrong with Trenton? They filmed Terrifier 1 there.
Oh, good for them.
I don't think they had to dress the set that much. I've been to Trenton a lot.
Yeah. That should tell you what you need to know.
My Trenton audience is rebelling on me right now. Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I forgot about that in the first movie. Like, Trenton. But then I thought about they're going to Trenton to Manhattan. I'm like, that's a fucking hike. And this movie makes it seem like it's 10 minutes.
I know. Well, it's BPRD. I guess they got fancy.
Maybe
they drive garbage trucks.
Yeah, I was gonna say a garbage truck at night with traffic. Like, fuck you. They're not getting there that fast. Manning and Abe, they're arguing about Hellboy. He's being a show off.
What's going on? Oh, it's Friday.
Like, this is just a thing that happens on Friday.
I made a note of the one line, which you have not yet.
Oh.
When Manning goes, God, I hate YouTube.
Depending on the month, I do too, Manning. I do too. I'm glad they brought Manning back with pre-cancellation Jeffrey Tambor. Because he's great in this. And we should say David Hyde Pierce did not come back to do the voice of Abe. They just let Doug Jones do it, and they sound like exactly the same.
I know, you don't know that. I mean, granted, the time has passed, but like, yeah, you don't know the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I know a little bit just because I watched a lot of Frasier growing up, but not enough where I'm like, oh no! I'm just like, nah, it's fine. Liz and Hellboy are going through a rough patch. Probably because she's a fire lady and he's a demon monster.
I feel like that should work.
No.
On paper.
No, he's a demon monster from outer space, and she's a fire lady from Earth.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, they're having a fight, and their problems are everyone's problems, because Manning and Abe almost die. They blow the fucking door off the hinges of Hellboy's
How much
thing.
of their budget goes to fixing everything that like they break in their fights?
Why do they put Hellboy in the hallway with all the priceless artifacts? By the way, if you remember the first movie, the spear that killed Jesus is just in that hallway.
Spear of Longinus, right? Or something?
I thought you just...
I feel like it's this. I'm not gonna say
you
it
said
again.
the spear of Longinas. I'm like, no, Monica, I don't know.
I think that's...
I don't know if it's pronounced like Longinas. I could be wrong, though. I don't know much about
Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, the spear that killed Jesus is there.
the spear of Longinas. Anyway...
Well, I was so confident about that. I don't.
And also, there's in the back of the hallway, there's that stone guy. I think we talked about him a little bit in the first week. There's like a character who's like encased in stone who is like a living thing. Mm-hmm. And now I'm just like, oh, did that door kill him? Oh, God, there's so many things that could go wrong here. All because Liz is just mildly irritated. But yeah, she's mad at Hellboy because he's bad at cleaning.
I mean, I get that.
I feel like she should have known going into this.
I mean, true. This is, you've seen how he lives.
Yeah. And also, aren't those people supposed to be cleaning up after him?
I don't know.
Anyway.
Well, he got rid of I forget the agent's name.
Oh, yeah, he didn't come back. He, lived, but he didn't come back.
Yeah, the excuse they make in the movie is that Hellboy got him assigned to,
Oh, that Meyer.
Alaska
Sorry. I'm thinking of the other guy who was, the guy with the hair plugs who was assigned to his room.
No, he died in the first movie.
I think he lived.
No.
I thought they said he was, in critical, but he, lived.
Oh.
If I remember right, he got, injured, but I don't think he died. I could be wrong. Go back and watch our episode. Let me know if I'm wrong.
Because we don't remember.
Oh, but yeah, Meyer's just gone.
Yeah, he gets him reassigned to,
Antarctica, which I thought was mean. I'm like, wait, Hellboy could just do that?
And I was like, he took care of you guys.
Yeah, well, the weird thing is,
you
didn't need that character anymore. He was just a fish out of water, our introduction into this world, so you didn't need him. But, you also didn't need to be mean and send him to Antarctica. You guys went on, a really important adventure together.
Yeah, you could have been like, oh, we assigned him to the London office.
Yeah. It feels like they were punishing him or something.
Well, I guess he was really close with Liz. And Hellboy gets jealous.
Yeah, you gotta keep... You don't want your girl hanging out with a single guy. Definitely don't want that, Monica. They're ready to go on a mission.
Uh-huh.
And Liz goes from being pissed at Hellboy to suddenly just smiling because she's happy she's going to go on a mission. I do love that Manning is bribing Hellboy with cigars. He's like, please don't be seen by anything. Stay hidden and I'll give you these cigars. And I like Hellboy being like, I'll be like a shadow.
Like a shadow in the night.
He's really up in his game in this one around
Yeah.
Perlman. He's really enjoying the character. But yeah, they search the place, the auction, but they don't find any of the people. But what they do find are these terrifying little tooth fairies, which are horrifying. I don't like them. So they attack. And by the way, I love the scene where like the floor is just all their crap from eating all the people.
They basically just eating shit.
Yeah. So they attack. Everyone's going crazy. This is where Abe like puts his hand on Liz to like hold her back, and then psychically he realizes she's pregnant. But he's like, "You're pregnant." And she's like, "No, I'm not." And then I have rest in peace, random guy.
Yeah, we also forgot to mention like the tooth fairy. Like the reason they can't find any bodies from anyone is because the tooth fairies eat them completely.
Everything. They're just completely devour them. Yeah, that guy gets completely decimated. But then like
they don't try very hard to keep their agents alive.
No, not really. Also, Liz, it's like, Liz, put the handgun down.
I know. Well, they're all doing that. And I know, like, she has the ability to kind of just...
And she can kind of control it now. It seems like she has it more under control than usual. But it's like, Liz, the handgun, you put that down 10 minutes ago and you put your fire. Shoot the fire.
Yeah, tell them to go hide.
Oh, it was so stupid that she waited so long. And meanwhile, Hellboy's like throwing the fat lady statue through the wall and everything, doing all this nonsense. We're like, Liz, fire now. I do like that right before she does that cheesy one-liner from the first movie, the "you should be running" thing.
Oh yeah.
It's like Selma Blair. It wasn't that cool in the first one. It's not that cool now. But I like when she tells him like, "Hey, don't go by that window," and Hellboy's like, "Oh, I got an idea.
I'm gonna do what I want."
So yeah, they blow up all the tooth fairies, and Hellboy falls into the crowd.
Letting everybody see him.
Yes. Everyone knows who he is now, which apparently in the comics, and from what I can tell from the other two movies, like the whole him being secret isn't like a thing in the comics. I think it's just everyone knows, like, there's Hellboy.
Yeah.
That'd be terrifying.
Well, it's like a certain universe. It's kind of like...
Yeah, but I'd be like, we're like, hey, the devil's over there. I'd be like, ah, that's horrifying. Let's get out of here.
So this is where the Blade Easter egg pops up.
Okay, where's the Blade Easter egg here?
So you know where they're doing the news, like they're showing on the news that like Hellboy exists now. You see the little, what's it called at the bottom when it's like
the little ticker?
Yeah, the ticker. It talks about like Blade 2, and I don't know the exact. I didn't write the exact line down, but it says it in the ticker about Blade 2.
Wait, about the movie Blade 2 or?
Well, it says Blade 2.
I wonder what it says. Now I gotta look it up.
Yeah, look it up. But there's that Easter egg.
It's just Guillermo del Toro be like, if you're enjoying this movie, I also directed Blade 2.
Watch Blade 2, please.
Then we meet up with the prince again, and he's meeting with a thing. What was that thing? It wasn't like a elf. It was like a weird fleshy thing. I didn't like it.
Oh, do you mean when they're in the room before he can go to his dad?
Yeah, there's
I don't know what that thing
fleshy
is.
thing. I don't like them.
But I like the pyramid head looking guards, so they were cool.
Those are kind of cool, yeah. There's another guy later on that has like a carved wooden head, like it looks like a castle on his head. That guy's kind of cool. So yes, he wants to meet with the king. They won't let him. He's about to kill everyone, and Prince Nuala stops him. And then Hellboy, while this is happening, Hellboy is really enjoying his time on the news.
Yeah.
He loves it, and Liz is just going through every single pregnancy test.
And I have to wonder, like, she just keeps peeing.
Yeah.
And I was like, you can't have that much pee in you. Like, unless you're, like, quickly, like, trying to switch out pregnancy sticks while you're peeing, it doesn't work that way. And she's got, like, 50 of them on her lips.
And Hellboy's just like, oh, yep, she's just peeing a lot.
Yeah.
She drank a lot.
He's just reveling in the fact that the world knows who he is, and his girlfriend is peeing forever in the bathroom.
But yeah, we find out Washington is mad, and they're sending a mystery agent to take care of things. And now the prince meets with his dad. And he's just like, Dad, we gotta go to war.
Dad, it's been too long.
Because I hate shopping centers and someone
parking lots.
Yeah, someone should tell him, like, hey, don't worry, man. It's all going to be, like, at-home shopping soon, and those will just be relics of the past. You probably could move into the local mall. No one will know.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Nuada's just like, or the king is just like, nah, I don't want to do that. And you want to do that, so I'm sentencing you to death. And I like this. Where Nuada looks at his sister and he's like, "Are you okay with this?" She's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "All right, well, gotta go kill everyone and my dad now." And then I do like when the twins get a bloody nose at the same time. And that's a cool foreshadowing. So when these things die, they turn to wax?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
No.
And I don't know if it's like some fairy tale related thing.
I don't know. It looked cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, he like stabs him and he's just like, "I'm wax now, except for the piece of my crown. That's the only thing that's not wax, apparently." So yeah, he gets the piece, but Nuala gets away and she has the third piece.
Yep.
And he's like, "Shit!" Then we get the best character of the movie. Johann Kraus.
He is a lot of fun.
Played by Seth MacFarlane.
He kind of reminds me of like a Scooby-Doo villain if he turned good, you know?
And Seth MacFarlane he's playing Kraus, but he feels like he's using his voice the voice of Klaus from American Dad, the fish,
and
the
this
German
is
fish.
apparently his first movie role.
Really? He didn't have like a bit part in anything before that?
Apparently this was his first movie role. Although like it's just his voice, but like
yeah.
Maybe that, I don't know.
Huh. Feels like he would be in more things. He eventually was in more things.
Yeah.
Look, Ted 1 I thought was okay, but I didn't watch Ted 2 or the new TV show. Should I bother with any of those?
Well, this is me, so I don't remember what happens in Ted 2.
Okay.
The TV show, I try to watch it because a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's great! Like the characters on the show are great." And the mom is hilarious, and I forget what her name is, Lisa Olbach or something. She's great, and like they're okay, but it just wasn't enough to keep me like coming back to watch the episodes.
Maybe I'll give it a chance. I don't know. I thought Ted 1 was okay. Just didn't rewatch it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll try it again. But yeah, he is great in this. So he's made out of like what do they call it? It's like ecto vapor, not like ectoplasm, some other different word.
It's something with like vapors.
Yeah, so he's basically like a ghost.
Yeah.
He like
ghost in a suit.
Yeah, he did some experiment. He's a ghost, so he like puts his ghost form in a suit so he can have like a physical form.
And he can control other like forms.
Yes, I like that he possesses the tooth fairy to get information out of it. And it's like yelling at Hellboy, which I thought was fun. You'd only do it temporarily though.
Yeah.
But it tells them about a troll market. And none of them believe in the troll market.
Which is stupid.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. You've dealt with all this supernatural world for
and they're like, it's a myth. I'm like, well, maybe it's not. You just didn't find it. But yeah, they prepare to enter the market, which is under the Brooklyn Bridge. And everyone's making fun of Hellboy. They're like, "We are ugly." And he's like, "Okay."
Whatever. I didn't think it would be like this.
Yeah, it's like, what did you expect, buddy? Most people aren't used to seeing the devil every day.
I do love when Johann gives he gives them all like the goggles so that they can see.
Yeah.
And Abe's putting on and he's like, "Ooh, look at these tight little leather straps." And I was like, "Oh, buddy." There's something about you.
All right, Abe, slow down there. Okay.
I don't think your body does well with little leather straps.
But I like because it shows you the true nature of things. Because there's a protection spell around the market, so you can't find it. And I do love the little callback to the first one. Hellboy's like, "How do you know they work?" And they turn it on. It's him with his horns and the fire. I'm like, that's kind of fun. That's a fun little reference. Not dwelling on too much of what happened in the previous movie. Although they do call back to it again. They mention his purpose in life. So
yeah.
So yeah, they confront a troll lady who eats cats.
And Hellboy doesn't like
Hellboy
that.
is not into the cat
I
eating.
don't like it either.
What's worse, eating cats or touching this thing?
Don't do it. Eating cats is obviously worse, but
For the podcast listeners, they're probably like, "Was Tony about to eat a cat?" Because they can't see what I'm doing.
Leave Space Cat alone.
Oh god, no, she's on my shit list. She's on my shit list. Yeah, so they're afraid of canaries.
Oh, the trolls.
Yeah. They're just scared of canaries. So yeah, she brings him to the door. I like that he ends up punching the lady. That was fun.
And Johann's like, this is how you solve all your problems.
Just punching it. I like that he puts his soul into the door to unlock it. He's pretty much invincible, this freaking Johann guy. If the Golden Army took over, he'd be like, I don't fucking care. I'll be fine. So yeah, the market looks cool as hell.
I love the market.
And
I love all
God
the creatures.
damn it. Pause 1 second, because I have art related to this scene. Yes, they entered the troll market, and I have this lovely art here. I forget the name of the artist, but he drew Abe and Hellboy entering the troll market, which just looks really cool.
I was trying to see if we could see the artist's name on there.
No, it's like he put like an exclamation point.
Okay.
I don't know. This was a gift. I don't know who
Maybe
it's
he
actually.
signed like the back or something.
Maybe. I should have checked after. You might notice there's no glass here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this took a tumble. I need to get a new frame for it. So I'm going to put it over here for the rest of the episode. If that takes another tumble.
Don't blame me.
I can't believe I forgot to put that up there.
You don't have anything else Hellboy lying around, right?
Oh, that's right. Ron Perlman's here. I gotta get I'm sorry, Ron, get over here.
I forgot about you.
I forgot about Ron. Oh, God damn.
He's just in the shadows smoking his cigar.
So the troll market
Yeah.
is very, very cool. A lot of interesting monsters.
Okay, there is one monster that I don't understand why he was included.
Is it one that they interact with, or is it like a background one?
It's a background one.
Okay, who's the monster that was included?
He's just a really heavy-set guy with a potato sack over his head and like furry arms. I don't know.
Oh, that's cool as hell. What are you talking about?
It's really creepy.
So that reminds me of classic Star Wars, the first movie, before they added shit, where it'd be like, I'm a cool alien. The other one would be like, I'm a werewolf mask. It was like, oh, okay, well, you don't look as cool as that.
I feel, it's like, you're going to have to, we'll bring this scene up later, so I can point them out to you.
Okay.
But like, it's kind of disturbing. And I don't know if they were like, yeah, we're going to add more effects to him later. And they forgot.
Like, no, fuck it. They're there because the princess is also there. Abe is going after the princess. And then they get information from some guy who has a baby, but it's not a baby.
It's a tumor.
It's an annoying fucking tumor. It's just real rude and mean. Like,
Well,
what?
then it's like, and then when like Hellboy apologizes,
Yeah.
he's just like, yeah, it's okay. It's okay, you beat my body up. It's cool.
Well, like when Krause is like, sorry, baby. Like, I'm not a baby. So yeah, then we meet the guy with the cool wooden head.
With the city head.
Yeah.
You should emphasize that.
Yeah, it looks like a city. It looks like a carved city. I'm just like, was he born like that? Or did this guy just have the
Maybe
top?
it grows with age. Like with your wisdom, you add more onto your.
Do people
like...
live in the city in his head?
No, I just meant like he's gaining wisdom from like the
Or is this
world
like,
around him.
or is this like body modification? Like he's just like, I'm gonna carve my head.
Maybe.
I don't know how these
I
creatures
don't think
work.
a lot of people come into a shop.
He has a lot of maps though, and he gives the princess a map to where they can find the Golden Army. Then Abe shows up, and the princess she also has psychic powers, so she's able to like reach into his
they
mind.
have that like romantic moment where they touch hands.
Yeah, they're like it's like kind of like Spock doing the mind meld. They mind meld with each other, and then Mr. Wink attacks, and there's a big fight. Great fight. Ron Perlman is hilarious during it. I do like when his hand gets broken, he's like mad about it. He's like, "Rah, rah, rah." So it's like a hand, but it also has like a chain. And it's got a mind of its own kind of. And then what do you know it? There just happens to be a meat grinder in the wall.
I mean, that makes sense for the city.
I guess so. But you probably don't want to fight in front of it because Mr. Wick, he doesn't
You
make
probably
it.
don't want to wear loose clothing near it either.
No. And no attempt to help him, by the way. Hellboy's like, sucks for you. Goodbye.
Yeah, I feel like I would have tried to help him, like, after the hand got mangled.
Yeah.
And, like, chop it off somehow.
Yeah,
Maybe,
once
like-
he gets pulled into the thing, it's like, oh, no, you're on your own, buddy.
Yeah. And they tell Nuwada that, and Nuwada is actually really upset that Wink is dead.
Well, he's sad when any, like, fairy tale creature dies.
I know, but
that
like,
he
Wink
likes.
was, like, his best friend.
Yeah, that was his bro that he was hanging out with. Yeah, I feel bad for him. He meets Hellboy And he's mad that they aren't on the same side.
Yeah.
He's
Gives
like,
him that whole like monster speech.
yeah, he's like, come on, man, you should be with our side. Even though technically your parents were giant Cthulhu monsters who probably would destroy my world too.
Human, so ooh.
Well, not this version of Hellboy. I know we watched the other two movies, but I think this
Am I
version of
mixing it up?
Hellboy, it's the Cthulhu monsters who birthed him.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong, the version in the other two movies, which I guess is from the comics, makes a little bit more sense, because why would 7 Cthulhu monsters make a weird generic devil thing that looks nothing like them? But Del Toro really wanted weird Cthulhu monsters.
Well, I mean, the comics do have like Lovecraftian
yeah, it's
stories.
It's just weird that they're like the parents of Hellboy. I'm like, he looks nothing like them. When I saw the other origin and saw it was from the comics, I'm like, that makes a little bit more sense.
I guess I thought, for some reason, I thought it was somehow included. Like she was still part of it.
No, they don't mention his mom at all in this.
Human. Okay.
No, as in this,
we're gonna get really lost in this.
This version of Hellboy, as far as we know, he has no mother. It's just the 7 Cthulhu guys made him somehow.
Space orgy.
Yeah. So yeah, they argue, and then he releases a plant monster that bursts out of the ground.
The jumping bean of evil.
Yeah.
Is this cute little jumping bean?
It's like, burp, 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 and it goes into the water.
Beanstalk kind of thing. Boop, boop,
yeah,
boop.
and he is a forest god. And he was told to kill Hellboy, so he starts causing havoc. This thing looks cool as hell, too.
Yeah, it is.
It's got a really cool face, how the leaf makes his face. This is a fun scene because the whole time Hellboy has to save a baby. Like, he's constantly holding this baby at every moment.
And the mom, too, is like, her baby's trapped in the car.
Yeah.
And she's freaking out. And then Hellboy's like, I'll come and help you out. And she's just like, and then she starts backing up, leaving her baby but in this car.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Well,
sorry. I feel like I would still like accept help from this demon creature.
I don't know. If the devil showed up, I'd be like, ah!
Okay, but I would have seen him on the news and know that he's like trying to help
Maybe she doesn't
people.
watch the news because it's so negative.
She looks pretty negative. She looks like a real Karen.
But yeah, so he's holding on to this baby during a fight. I like when he throws it up in the air to load the gun and grabs it. But then we have this scene where he gets 2 shots into it, which hurt it, but he's got to shoot it in the head, like its big glowing head. And the whole time, Krause is like, shoot it in the head! Shoot it in the head! And it's like, Krause, couldn't you, like, possess it and then rip your own head off?
Maybe because he does it later. Yeah, I don't know why.
Anyway,
but I feel like this scene also, like when they're fighting the big plant monster, it's very like Cloverfield.
A little bit, yeah. It was the same year as Cloverfield, I think.
Was it?
I think Cloverfield was 2008.
Okay.
Maybe 2007, like late 2007. It was around that time. But yeah, then the scene gets real sad because Nuada's like, oh, by the way, that's like the last of its kind. And all these people are going to hate you. Yeah, just like you.
Your kind.
But like if you kill it, that's it. And you're gonna kill it to save these people, and they're all assholes. And then Hellboy reluctantly kills the thing, and it's got like the saddest death. Like it turns into a bunch of flowers.
Yeah, everything it touches and melts it. Like it.
Yeah.
The car turns into like nature and all that.
Yeah. Really, really sad scene. And then Nuada's kind of right because afterwards the humans are like, "Fuck you, devil, get out!" And then Liz is like, "Please, we're just like you." And then the crowd should be like, all right, well, maybe you, but the other 2 are.
But also, I like the shot of him like before the fight where he's on the light, but you just see him on the big H.
Oh yeah, that was cool. But yeah,
they're also because they're right outside of the movie theater. The movie theater has Frankenstein.
He's finally making that, isn't he?
Yeah, I think production's done. Like filming is done. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So
I'm excited. Who else is in that? I know
Jacob Elordi's in it.
Okay.
For some reason, I only remember that Jacob Elordi's in it.
Is Oscar Isaac in that? I think
so.
Is Christian Bale in that, or is he in a different?
No, he's in the Bride of Frankenstein movie that Maggie Gyllenhaal is doing.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize there were so many coming out.
Is it the Bride of Frankenstein? It's something like that.
Yeah. This isn't the Dark Universe, right?
No.
I do like that they were like, our shared universe failed. We're just going to here's a Wolfman. It's another Wolfman.
Yeah, I think now they said like in a way, they're probably making the Dark Universe, but like they're not calling it the Dark
Well,
Universe.
no, don't worry. They're still using the Dark Universe because they trademarked it. It's now the Universal Monsterland, and Universal is called the Dark Universe.
But I just mean like these movies are coming out.
Yeah.
They're just kind of
now
saying...
Universal, they put 2 Dracula movies out. I mean 3 if you count Abigail. Because I guess that guy was Dracula at the end. But like, yeah, here's a bunch of Dracula movies, and then no one really watches them except for me. So I don't know why they're doing so many. But yeah, I'm glad he's finally doing Frankenstein, because I think he had like an idea where Hellboy would fight like the classic monsters in like a third one. I don't know how that would tie into the end of the world, but okay. Liz gets angry and flames on and scares the crowd. She also wants to leave for a few days.
Yeah, she needs space.
This is not the time to do that, lady. There's a lot going on right now. I know you're pregnant and stressed, but you better tell him that if you're going to leave for a few days, because right now it just makes you seem like you're a terrible person. And Abe, he's simping. He's simping for the princess.
Simping so hard, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Abe likes... What did he be like?
What are you trying to say here?
I just feel weird that Abe's just like, I love that girl. And I'm like, wouldn't you
just met her?
Wouldn't you be attracted to fish, ladies?
Do you think he's seeing a lot of fish ladies?
Was Abe made, or is he like belong to us like a species of fish people?
So I think I don't remember what it was in the comics. I feel like he was engineered.
Okay.
But I feel like in this movie, I think they say like he was found as like an egg or something.
I think they found him in a tank in the first one, they said. Okay, so we don't know his origin.
I'm pretty sure he was created.
If he was created, then fine. But I feel like if he belongs to another species, he should be like, ew, get that elf lady away from me. I need a fish lady. How would they have sex is what I want to know. Does he have a penis? How does she have sex? What does she...
I'm sure he probably does. I don't know.
Is he going to be like, hey, lady, you want to lay your eggs down and I'll fertilize them? She's like, wait, what? Like, yeah, is that how you guys do it? What's going on here?
I don't think she would question it. I think she'd be like, okay.
Well, we know that the fish guy who looks like Abe in Shape of Water has a penis, but we really need to figure out if Abe has a penis. All right, I really need to figure.
All right, we're gonna go down this rabbit hole.
Let's call Del Toro. Hey, Del Toro. Congratulations on your Frankenstein movie.
And let's look up Hellboy.
You should have came back
for work art.
I really wish you came back for Pacific Rim 2 because that movie sucked. Does Abe have a penis? We find out that was Mike Mignola's issue with these 2 movies. They never stressed that he had a penis, and it really upset me.
God damn it.
Anyway, Monica, stop talking about Abe's penis. We got to get through this movie.
The girl that loves monsters should know, but...
Yeah, you're really dropping the ball here.
I'm sorry.
Does Abe have balls that...
Gonna go down a weird rabbit hole later.
Him and the princess are trying to figure out the map, but the parchment is blank. Yeah. There's nothing on it, and they think maybe there's a magic spell. And Monica, we have to talk about exploitation in these comic book films. I hate when they try to exploit people, and they have nudity for nudity's sake. And I think they should have deleted this picture of Hellboy showering naked. I feel like this scene should have been deleted. Doesn't drive the story forward at all. It's gratuitous. It's exploiting Ron Perlman. Should have been deleted. How do you feel?
I don't remember this scene.
How do you, of all people, not remember this fucking scene?
You know what? I might have... The dogs might have been barking outside, so I might have gotten up during this to...
You're like, oh no, I missed the best scene in the movie. Yeah, there's a naked showering Hellboy scene. I mean, you see a little bit of his butt, but that's it.
Well, I'm gonna be up all night
now. A whole funny thing here. God,
I'm sorry. God. Showering scene. What's going on?
Now this. Don't look it up right now. But this part is pretty funny because after he's done showering, he's like got the towel. And then we see Krause also in the locker room. And he also has a towel. And I'm like, did he shower in his suit? Did he shower his vapor form? Why is he in the shower? Why does he have a towel? It doesn't make any sense.
maybe like the steam from the shower like cleans him. I don't know.
Well, he picks a good time to get into an argument with Hellboy, and he tells him to stay fuck-used.
You will learn to obey me, follow protocol, and stay fuck-used at all times.
That word.
Which this is a PG-13 movie. Funny way around using the F word.
Focused. I can't say it right.
Hellboy fuck-used is what he says. He meant to say focused, but...
I know, but the accent, I feel like I can't say it. Okay.
I do love when Hellboy punches him, and this scene's great. He just goes into the lockers, and he just beats the shit out of Hellboy with the lockers.
Yeah.
And, like, you don't really think of Ron Perlman as a good, like, physical comedy guy, but he's killing it here. He's just getting fucking pummeled by them. And I love that Krause could just skip around naked in his ghost form. Like, he starts singing and leaves.
I mean, he might be.
He could be, yeah.
We don't know what he gets up to in his spare time.
I guess it's just easier to pick things up if you're in the suit.
Yeah.
I do love that part where it's just ghost form is just skipping down the hall. But then this is where Hellboy hears sad love songs. And this part is great where it's like Barry Manilow, like you said. He opens up the door and it's classical music and Abe's just there with the remote. He's like, I'm listening to this. He's like, no, you weren't. And they're sad because Liz is mad at Hellboy and Abe is in love with the princess who he just met. Like, dude, give it like...
Yeah, he's...
falling too hard, too fast. Well, I guess the psychic thing bonds their minds, so that speeds things up. I don't know. But yeah, they sing, and it's really funny. And then the prince arrives. He sneaks in. He's like petting a dog, and you find out he killed like all the guards outside.
I love that. And he's just like, yeah, good boy, good boy. It's like, thank you for not killing the dog.
The princess goes to burn the map to get it out of his hands. Then we skip back to them talking, Hellboy and Abe. And I do love this part where because Abe knows why Liz is upset.
Yeah.
But Hellboy doesn't. He's like, why don't you just ask her? And
he has awkwardly like over her bed having this conversation.
Yeah. But Abe, like, Hellboy has a good point. He's like, no, they get angry if you ask, because then they said you had to ask. And I had to, me and Hellboy, I've experienced that a couple times. Where I'm like, they're really angry.
It's called paying attention to your partner.
No.
No, you should.
No, I was paying it. It's more just like they gave no hints or anything. Or they're mad about something that happened like 3 weeks ago and bring it up randomly because they were thinking about it. Like, how do I know you were supposed to be thinking about it? Anyway, I really related to Hellboy there. Are you telling me you relate to Liz in the situation?
Yeah.
Fish people don't have to deal with it.
Apparently he does. I don't know.
Hellboy was describing a human-ish woman. But fish people and elf people, they probably don't have to worry about these problems. No. Well, they don't because they're psychic. They don't have to guess. True. They just know.
Oh, that's going to be real awkward.
Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, so
Abe almost spills the beans.
Yes, but he stops himself. But the prince...
Well, no, Liz gets up.
Yes, Liz gets
up. She wakes up at the best time. And she's like, Abe!
They were not being quiet in front of her.
She was like literally just trying to I guess she was pretending to stay asleep.
Yeah. Which is kind of cute. But yeah, she stops him. But the prince interrupts Nuala as she's burning everything. And he tells her, he's like, oh no, the paper wasn't important. It was the cylinder. No one bothered to look at like the etching on the cylinder. And he rubs it over like a thing and it burns the map location.
Yeah.
Into whatever kind of like paper they have there. But yeah, he tries to read her mind to find the missing piece because she hid it in a blue book that she was talking about with Abe. And he's going through every single blue book.
And this is where it gets like real incesty, incestuous, I should say. Because he's like, you always look great in blue, sister. I'm like, okay. Okay.
I don't think I've ever said anything remotely like that to my sister. But yeah, he's going through every single blue book looking for this goddamn piece. I guess he can read her mind just enough, but not like fully.
Yeah, I guess they don't touch hands. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess not.
I don't know how it fully works.
And we learn that he can't just like punch her for information. We learn why in like a couple minutes. Because that was me. I'm like, why don't you just punch her and tell her like, give me the piece? The alarm gets signaled and security comes up with Abe. And then this is where we learn that the twins are like connected.
Yeah.
Because what does he do? He like kind of cuts her cheek and then his cheek starts to bleed, I think. I love when Hellboy comes in to fight. He's just drunk tumbling down the stairs.
It's like, I got this.
It was like, ugh. But yeah, so he has to fight the prince, but he can't actually hit the prince.
But it's funny how like they have a conversation. He's like, "Yeah, I'll battle you, and I'll kick your ass."
Yeah.
And then like Abe's like, "No, you can't hurt him because you'll hurt the princess." And he's like, "Why didn't anyone tell me this before?"
But then Nuada stabs him with the spear. And he's like, hey, you might be wondering if you're immortal or not. And he's like, well, you're about to find out. And he like breaks it off in his heart. And now he demands that the BPRD bring him the spear, not the spear piece, the crown piece. He's like, you look for it. Even though technically he's strong enough to kill everyone in that room and just continue going through the blue books. Or I guess maybe if one of them gets a shot off on the princess, that could probably do something. Yeah, maybe he's just playing it safe. But he tells him, like, Abe, you better get this piece and bring it to this location.
Yeah, if you don't want my sister to die.
Done. So yeah, they can't remove the spear without killing Hellboy. And it gets closer and closer to his heart. And he has a moment to tell Liz how important she is to him, which is nice. Abe finds the piece. And they plan to go to Ireland, but then Krause and Manning are like, no, we're not going there. Why would we bring the piece there? As long as it's separated, he can't activate the army. And
sorry, Abe.
And then Abe lies about not finding the piece. He's like, oh, we're still looking. He like puts it behind him. Oh yeah, Krause decides to join Abe and Liz on their mission.
Yeah.
Because he once had a wife, and whatever their backstory was, it's the reason he looks the way he looks now.
Yeah, he was doing some experiments, so probably to like save her.
Yeah, he's like, Liz, I don't want you to lose the person you love because I once lost love.
Your Johan accent is horrible. Impersonation, I mean.
I do some good accents. Okay.
You kind of sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, Liz, I don't want you.
He's Austrian. Klaus is German. It's the same thing. They land in Ireland, and then the goblin from the prologue is there.
Yeah.
Just hanging out. And he's like, hey, what's up? I'll show you the way to the place, but you got to trade something. I do like when she's like, magical seeing eyes, and he just goes, no, I have binoculars.
Like, bitch, I know what they are.
Like, no, I'm aware of what those are. But yeah, he wants the shiny piece in Hellboy, but they tell him, they're like, we can't remove it.
Yeah.
And he's like, hold on, I know a guy. Let's go meet with this guy.
I've been around a while.
So I like that the entrance is underneath a giant's crotch, apparently. A big stone giant gets up, and there's like a doorway down to this area where the Golden Army is. So yeah, this goblin tells him that like it used to be like a big city, and then they moved the Golden Army there, and then for whatever reason, things started dying around them. Like the city just kind of dried up or whatever, and I guess everyone moved out. There was a darkness with the Gold Army, I guess. And he's like, oh, by the way, so I usually live here by myself, but there's another guy who's here, so let's go meet the Angel of Death.
He likes to hang out here.
He apparently likes hanging out there, and he looks like the scariest goddamn thing I've ever seen.
He is very Del Toro coded.
Yeah, but I think he's also played by Doug Jones, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like a leftover creature from Pan's Labyrinth.
Pretty much. It's, yeah.
He is horrifying. He's like, oh yeah, I know this Hellboy guy. I'm the one who's going to see him when he dies.
And he's just got a picture of him on like the ground.
Yeah. I guess those are all possible apocalypses that could happen. They meet with him, and he's just like, hey, look, I can bring him back to life, but you understand that he is destined to destroy the world. Which, I thought we kind of covered that in the first movie. I thought he put a stop to that.
Well, I guess he's saying, like, it's gonna eventually happen. Like, whatever path you take.
How many of those big stones that he has to unlock could there be on Earth?
Well, there's other ways to start the apocalypse.
That all involve him and the squids?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, I guess there's other people out there that need Hellboy to fuel their apocalypse. But yeah, he tells him, like, yeah, he's gonna he's gonna end the world. You're playing with fire here. And then Liz is like, I'm known for playing with fire, actually. It's kind of like my whole deal. But yeah, she chooses Hellboy over the world.
Don't do that. That's called love, Tony.
I mean, it's just like the angel of death tells me, it's like, hey, if you save this person, everyone is going to die. And I'm like, well, I don't want everyone to die. I mean,
yeah, but Liz doesn't like people.
Not true. People were kind of mean to her.
So she's just like, oh,
she's like, I might make it out of the apocalypse. I think I'm good. So yeah, he saves her, and then that angel guy just disappears. Maybe they will come back in the third film that never got made. So yeah, she has to give him a reason to live, though. The spear is out, but he won't be healed until he's given a reason to live, and she mentions that she's pregnant. And he's like, oh no, I've become father. And now they're like, wow, what a heart-touching moment. We got to go fight a golden army now.
Yeah, the whole pregnancy storyline is just weird. And it feels like it was just forced in to give a reason for him to like.
I mean, it's part of his character arc of him having to mature.
Yeah.
But it would have worked better if there was a proper third film where it got followed up on.
Yeah.
So I understand that, but like right now it's just like an extra thing he has to deal with in his maturing arc. But yeah, it would have been nice to see what they did with that going forward. It's like the babies in Spawn season 3, the animated Spawn series. Wanda gets pregnant. Spawn pretends to be her husband, which is kind of problematic of Spawn, but then again, he is a hell guy. And he gets her pregnant, and that's like a cliffhanger. It's like, what's going to happen with the baby? The comics did the storyline. Spawn didn't get her pregnant in the comics, and the babies turned out to be God and the devil.
Oh, okay.
And Spawn had to fight both of them and kill them.
As babies?
No, they eventually... Actually, literally, it might be in that book that you're staring at right now. That's the Spawn Volume 3 compendium. It's like...
massive.
I didn't realize they made these... Can you hold that up for a second? By the way, we did review the Spawn movie. I didn't realize they made these giant-ass compendiums. So for years, I've just been buying these different volumes of Spawn. I'm like, you could have told me my whole collection I could have fit into 2 giant books. So I went and got the third giant book.
What's this football scene about? Okay.
I have no idea. I haven't read it yet.
Oops, sorry.
I've read the first 100 comics, but I'm going to go through all of them. Anyway. So yeah, we never figure out what the whole twin plot line is. You know what else ended, I think, on a baby's cliffhanger?
What?
Adventures of Lois and Clark, the 90s Superman show. I think Lois got pregnant at the end of that show.
Oh, really?
And then they canceled the show, and it's like, oh, what's going to happen there? But yes, Hellboy is back. And he's like, all right, let's go kick some ass. They enter the chamber of the Golden Army. Mm-hmm. And they're like, all right, buddy, we don't even have the piece, so we're just going to duke it out. And you're going to go to hell. And Abe's like, I got it. They're like, Abe, no.
God damn it, Abe.
No, Abe.
They yell at him for like doing this for love. And it's like, look what you guys just did.
Yeah, the bad time. Yeah, Hellboy's like, I got to tell you about women. It's like, Hellboy, you've had one girlfriend. And shut up. She just ruined the world to save your ass.
She's going to bring on the apocalypse just to save you.
He forms the crown and starts the Golden Army up. Big machine activates all of them.
Yeah.
And there's like a fun fight scene with them. But they're like repairing themselves. And even Krause is able to... I do like that Krause possesses one and it turns blue.
Yeah, and it kind of turns the tides for them a bit.
For a little bit. But no matter what happens, they will piece themselves back together and just grow again. So they have to come up with a plan. And then Hellboy remembers that you can challenge for the crown.
Which was this discussed at any point before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because John Hurt says that the king was like, who challenges me? And no one said anything.
In the beginning.
But you have to be royalty, which luckily Hellboy is, because he's Anu Nanrama or whatever the name is. Whatever his magical name is. They're like, and like the princess, by the way, the princess knows about it. She's like, oh yeah, he's this guy. The guy who's going to kill us all? That Prince, my brother, you keep trying to team up with him, but you really shouldn't, because he's kind of a bigger problem than all the humans.
Gonna kill everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, we know him. He's a king. He's allowed to do it.
This is valid.
So yeah, he challenged him. Hellboy roughs up the prince. And every time he gets hurt, every time he hurts the princess gets a little damaged.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have a really cool fight scene on those big gears, the big cogs and gears. They love it. But yeah, he defeats Nuada, but he doesn't want to kill him.
Yeah,
but apparently you have
to save the princess for
yeah.
Abe.
But he's like, please kill me because I'll never stop. I'll just keep going and going.
I mean, I believe him because he's waited how many years before starting this. So,
by the way, I mentioned this in the other two movies I reviewed Luke Goss in, but I should mention it to you, especially since we just mentioned Frankenstein.
Mr. Worldwide, yeah.
Luke Goss, maybe there was a TV show that did it, but there was a made-for-TV Frankenstein adaptation from 2004.
Okay.
It is the most accurate.
Oh, wait, I think I remember this.
It's the most accurate Frankenstein adaptation. It's not the biggest budget Frankenstein adaptation, but he is, as far as I can tell, the most book-accurate creature yet. Because the book-accurate creature had kind of palish, yellowish skin with long black hair, and then after Boris Karloff, they're like, nope, everyone's stitched together. I don't know. So I just remembered. I'm like, oh wait, there was a Frankenstein Del Toro this guy connection. I got a connection here.
So wait, was Luke Goss Frankenstein?
He was the creature.
Okay.
Yes, he was the Frankenstein monster. Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Well, it's like, wait, did we make connections and he's not in the show?
No. Because now when I think about him, I'm just like, oh yeah, it's like the Frankenstein novel. He is the only one who actually looked like the novel, kind of. I mean, he's not 9 foot, but whatever. But yeah, so he threatens to kill everyone. He goes to kill Hellboy, who takes the crown, but then the sister, which something she probably should have done right at the start, kills herself.
Yeah.
To stop him, which is sad.
Yeah, Abe's lost his would-be girlfriend.
Yes, but also this is kind of a little too similar to the ending of Blade 2, when the vampire lady dies and Blade holds him. It's like, okay, Del Toro, you kind of already did this. But yeah, she's dying and having this moment with him. Meanwhile, Nuada is just like, oh my God, people are awful. You're gonna kill all of them. And then they turn to wax and he just crumbles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Golden Army is indestructible, but the crown isn't.
So I have this note. I was like, couldn't Liz have melted the pieces of the crown that they had in the beginning or whenever they got it and be done with this?
During that fight, couldn't she have thrown fire at his head?
That too.
Even if she can't burn the Golden Army, it would hold them back.
It would have hurt Nuala though, but
I mean, well, I was going to say it's either that or the world gets taken over, but she doesn't fucking care about that. But yeah, I'm just like, wait, the crown can be burnt? I'm like,
yeah, the crown can be melted.
I feel like that could have solved a lot of problems.
The army just goes back to sleep.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Can the goblin make another crown?
Probably.
He's still alive.
He was remorseful, remember? Because he was the one.
Yeah. Also, he's not looking good. He mentions his where he was working, cut his legs off.
Yeah.
But I'm like, buddy, you can make all these things. You couldn't.
Very poor factory conditions.
Yeah, I'm just like, dude, why didn't you make robot legs for yourself?
Nope.
But yeah, so they burn the crown, which is something you can do. And then they get out and they all decide to quit the BPRD. They let Manning know. They're like,
I don't really know how they're gonna fund their lifestyle without the BPRD, but
yeah, that's a little confusing. How are they gonna do that?
No, I mean, Liz could possibly get a normal job, but she has a temper, so
she could work on volcanoes, volcano research. She don't have to spend money on a suit or anything. They're like, she can just go into the volcano.
Yeah. So.
So yeah, they all just quit, which I didn't see this coming. Them just quitting. I don't know really what motivated that. I know they're having issues with him becoming public and stuff, but I don't know why they had to just straight up quit.
I guess because I don't know.
I guess because they're having
BPRD
kids,
was
maybe
stopping them. I don't.
That I guess I can see Liz and Hellboy because they're about to have kids.
But this is also when she tells them that they're having twins.
Yes.
Because he just thinks he's having one kid, and then she's like, 2.
Freeze frame. And then the music kicks in.
And I put my note here. I was like, I hope their twins don't have an incest vibe. That's my last note of this movie.
But yeah, great movie.
No, I did enjoy it.
I love this one.
I love
yeah.
the Del Toro Hellboy movies.
Yes, even if maybe they're not super comic accurate, but as their own thing, they are very, very good. They're really good stories.
They still borrow elements from the comics, so it's not like he wrote a completely different story.
And by the way, like the comics are still like young compared to other comic franchises. This isn't like Superman that's been around since the 30s or Batman. Like those first few decades, you could kind of like change things with your superheroes. So I don't think he needs to be super accurate. But no, I thought it was a solid time. It was a good part too. Unfortunately, it just didn't do the numbers it needed to, and then The Dark Knight took over. Yeah. But it's just weird that they didn't, because these do have like a cult following. They do well in retrospect. Like, it would have been nice to just get one more.
Yeah, just to round out the trilogy.
Just one more to finish it. Instead, they decided years later to reboot it. And Monica, we will be talking about that later this week.
Yes, we will.
Well, we're going to talk about it in 5 minutes, but you will have to.
I'm going to wear the same exact outfit for it.
You will have to wait till later this week to see what we think of Hellboy 2019.
And it's going to be amazing.
And Hellboy, the Crooked Man, not even Hellboy versus the Crooked Man, just Hellboy the Crooked Man.
Yeah, it's kind of like a comic book like title.
Anyway, that is it from us. Hellboy 2 is great. Oh yeah. Do you like it more than the first one or no? Still like the first one more?
I feel like I'm kind of like they're equal for me. Like it's hard for me to like. There's things I like in the first movie, and then there's like things that I like in the second movie. Like Johan's great; he's a great addition to it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the first one. I think I might like the first one more.
They are both really good. I think I lean more toward this one though. I've seen the first one more, but I think I really enjoy this one more. But yeah, you win either way. You win either way, and it's great if you like special effects, monsters, and all that stuff. You get everything in this one. But yes, please check it out. Please like, share, subscribe. Come back later this week for our other Hellboy episode. We talk a lot about hell, apparently, me and Monica.
We might have a problem.
We have to go back to the church, or else we will be in hell after we die, still talking about movies.
I can't wait to do that confession to the priest. Like, I watch a lot of... I can't talk. I watch a lot of things with hell in it. I read a lot of things about hell. Mm-hmm. Should I be worried about my immortal soul?
And then he'll be like, did you donate this week? Yes. Yeah, you'll be fine. But yes, goodbye, everyone.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.
Hi, everyone. Tony from Hack the Movies here. And even though the Hellboy movies don't make a lot of money, they keep rebooting it. And today we're going to talk about the Hellboy reboots. What is the worst Hellboy reboot so far today?
Am I allowed to say it now?
No, okay. At the end. Today on Hack the Movies.
I have one, though, that is definitely my least favorite.
Yes. So,
okay.
Feels like just 5 minutes ago we were talking about Hellboy 2, a really good movie.
I know.
Oh, God. Remember that time?
Just stayed on those vibes.
Instead, we're talking about the failed reboots. Which is, both of these are sad to me. Especially the first one, the 2019 one, because it's directed by Neil Marshall, who's a director I like. I have one of his early films up there, Dog Soldiers. Did you ever see Dog Soldiers?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, Dog Soldiers is awesome. I like his stuff. Doomsday, I think, was underrated. He did, like, The Descent. He did some cool shit. So...
There are things about this movie that I like.
Yes.
So, it's not like...
Space Guy, you gotta shut the hell up.
She has thoughts.
Yeah? What?
She sounds like one of those toys, the kaleidoscope things where you had like something inside like that rubber tube.
That's what she sounds like. Hold on. So Space Cat cried, so we would bring her downstairs.
Yeah.
And then she cried over there because she wanted me to get up so I could watch her go up the stairs, even though she could have just went up the stairs without me. Anyway, yes, there are things to like and not like in these films. But yeah, so Hellboy 2019, I finally watched it for this. I have been not even really avoiding it, but again, I'm not really like a Hellboy comic guy. I just like those two movies. I thought those were interesting, and I wanted to see a proper ending to those films. I found out that this was not it. It was a straight up reboot. Apparently, it was going to be more faithful to the comics. I think Mike Mignola worked on this one as well.
Yeah, he kind of touched on all of them.
Yeah. He's involved in some way with all of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was supposed to be closer to the comics. It was going to be edgier and more violent. They were embracing the R rating. Yeah, so I thought like maybe I would dig it. Maybe I'll check it out on video. The trailers came out and I'm like, this is just not doing it for me. And they got David Harbour. It had a good cast. It got Mila Jovovich. I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to be a good movie, but she's fine. You got David Harbour, Ian McShane. You have some good people in here. And
Daniel Day Kim,
which I saw there was controversy with that character. The bad guy from Deadpool 1, Ed Skrein, that actor. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. They cast him in that part, and then all the Hellboy fans are like, but that's a Japanese character. What are you doing? Or I don't know if it's Japanese, but like an Asian character. So yeah, they were like, luckily, and like the actor who I don't think he knew. And he's like, I don't want the part. I'm out. Get someone.
I don't need this press.
Whoa, I probably should have looked at a picture of the comic before I signed on. My bad.
I figured my agent knew, but
I'm out. And also considering how well this movie did, good on him. So yeah, they were going to do their own thing, start fresh. Not really an origin story, though. Very brief origin.
I was going to say, it still touches on an origin story for him.
Yes.
And I mean, it's kind of a focus.
I guess a little bit. But yeah, did you see this in theaters? Did you rush out to see this one?
I did not see this in theaters. I think I was I was disappointed that they were rebooting it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've seen all the Spider-Man films. That's been rebooted how many times? But yeah, I just, same thing. I was like, don't have a strong interest to go see this in theaters. I will say I have watched this movie 3 times now.
Really?
To be fair, first time I fell asleep watching it.
Okay.
So then I had to try it again. And then I made it through the whole movie. And then we were doing this. So like with my memory, I was like, well, I got to watch it again. So I can take notes. And there were things I was like, oh yeah, I did like that.
Yeah, so I went in completely fresh to this.
Okay.
Not knowing much about it. It was an experience. I mean, David Harbour, I think on paper, sounds good as Hellboy. I didn't like the look at him. Yeah,
they made him, I want to say like he was skinnier.
Yeah.
And Hellboy's supposed to be this big hulking figure.
Mm.
And like, yeah, they put on muscle on him and like packed it on a little bit, but like it just wasn't the same like lurking. I don't want to say lurking, but like big presence.
You know, like one of the problems is there is a problem where like a first adaptation gets it so right. Like Ron Perlman looks like Hellboy.
Yeah.
Like looks pretty much like lifted from the page minus the tiny little goat legs. So yeah, so I know you want to have like your own stamp on it and change it enough, but now it just looks kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was something off about him that I couldn't get behind.
Like I feel like they also did try to make his face more devilish.
Mm-hmm.
But like
yeah. Also, his voice. He's not really doing like an accent or anything.
No, he's kind of just doing his voice.
He's doing David Harbour's voice, to be honest. And I like David Harbour. He's a good actor.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm here to bring you back in. Come on, buddy. Let's go.
I hate the opening narration.
Oh, I do not like it.
This is okay. Oh man, there really is. There's that criticism. You ever see that criticism of MCU dialogue where people will shit on how like dialogues in the MCU?
No.
Where they're like, it's just how like it's mostly like how Joss Whedon kind of like ruined dialogue where everyone's just a little too witty.
Okay.
Well, there literally is one of the big examples is when people will be like, oh, then they look at the camera and go, that just happened. That's literally the end of this film. The post credit, they do that just happened.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of just like way too snarky, ironic dialogue. So this opening dialogue, it's Ian McShane narrating. He's now Broom. I like Ian McShane.
I love Ian McShane. And like normally I would love him as like this in this kind of Hellboy world.
Mm-hmm.
But I love John Hurt as this sweet doddering like professor and dad to Hellboy.
I don't know if this is more accurate. I'm not sure. I didn't read those books, but I hate the whole, like, he's telling the story. He's like, yeah, and tons of fucked up shit. I'm like, okay. This could work.
They're definitely going for the more colder,
more like
version,
tongue in cheek, I guess. But like for whatever reason, it's just not working for me.
Yeah.
So that was annoying. But yeah, he tells the story of an evil queen, the Blood Queen, played by Mila Jovovich, who was killed by King Arthur and Excalibur. Well, not killed. She can't die.
No.
They can only...
They chopped her into pieces.
And also, some witches betrayed her. I mentioned that because it's real easy to forget. And when they come back later in the movie, you're like, oh, right. There were other things. And they spread her around the world so she can't rebuild herself. And she basically has the same... And that's the other thing. For a reboot, it feels a lot like the other two. Where she also wants to get rid of humans and make the world for fairy tale creatures. And so we just saw that. We just saw that. As much as people... That's how I felt with the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, where it's like,
when they redo the origin
this
story.
is a fresh Spider-Man, and this
Batman does that too.
Yeah, Batman, they changed it up a little bit. But I mean, like with Spider-Man, it was just like, and in our first movie, he's gonna get his powers and fight a green guy, and it's like, well, that was literally the first Spider-Man movie. So at least Homecoming felt fresh. It's like, well, he's never teamed up with an Avenger and done all this shit. Although the bad guy was green once again because it was the Vulture. But anyway. But Batman Begins and Batman 89, other than they use some kind of gas weapon, other than that, the rest feels different. And Batman v Superman feels very different from those movies because those movies are okay and Batman v Superman is garbage.
All right, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Another thing about Batman, but no, so that's a problem with a lot of these reboots that are done too soon. It's just like, I mean, I guess there was 10 years in between. But most people know Hellboy from the movies, so it's just like, yeah, we've seen this plot before. Even her being broken up is like the crown in Hellboy 2 being broken up. That's setting up our villain. And then we meet Hellboy, who is going to wrestle a friend of his...
In
Mexico. I don't know if it was Mexico or Japan. But one thing I remember about the promotion for this movie... Some foreign wrestling promotion, might have been New Japan, I'm not sure. They had a wrestler dress up in this Hellboy suit, and they did a whole wrestling match as Hellboy to promote this film.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't think it worked, but that's the one thing I remember was like, oh yeah, that's right. Hellboy technically wrestled a guy recently.
I will say though, but I did like this vampire character, how he turned into an actual vampire bat.
Yeah.
Man bat kind of thing.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes, I'm very strict on if you're a vampire, you have to turn into a bat. And that was my one regret with Mummy Cop is I never turned Dracula into a bat.
God damn it.
He was supposed to be, and we had to rewrite the entire last episode, and I could not fit in a bat Dracula, and it haunts me to this day, and I'll never forgive myself. Although I will say, the effects in the first two still hold up, still great. Maybe the first Hellboy movie, rubbery CGI here and there.
Yeah.
The effects in this are hit and miss. Like,
yeah, there are some
when he is the Bat, it's cool, but the transformation to the Bat, I remember just going like, and I watched it. If I had just watched this in like a vacuum, then it'd be fine. But like immediately following Hellboy 2, The Golden Army to this, I went, like, oh no, that looks so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, how do you feel about this opening fight scene?
Yeah, I'm okay. Like, it's trying to balance a little bit of like humor with the dark like side, but it's just kind of awkward because it's like Hellboy's like, he's my best friend, and like Ian McShane's like, he doesn't give a fuck about you. Like, he works for us. He has to spend time with you. Yeah. And like Hellboy's like, no, he's my friend and we do cool shit together.
Oh, and then you're right. Like the whole tone, you're right. The tone is the problem with this. Cause like, you know, they're doing the backstory being all witty and stuff. He's like shitting on the guy. So when he like accidentally like kills the vampire, it's suddenly like a sad scene. And I didn't realize it was supposed to be a sad scene. Like I was waiting for him to like crack a joke or something, but I'm like, oh no, this is like, and this sets off his struggle throughout the whole film.
Yeah, because the biggest thing about this movie is that it lacks the humanity component for Hellboy.
Yes.
Like he has no real connection to any like humanity or like
other
the people
than
that he's helping or
other than
like
his
that.
like dad and the people who work
and
there.
His dad doesn't even give a fuck about him.
Although this is weird because in this version of Hellboy, he is public. So he could be hanging out with people. It made more sense, I guess, in the other movies where he was like sheltered.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, the point is like he kills his friend and he has the struggle. Like, should I be killing monsters or should I be helping them?
Yeah.
And it'll play into the villains thing. But like it kind of falls apart in this first scene because I didn't realize this was a serious emotional beat. Because everything was just so witty and tongue-in-cheek, and it just, the way it was shot and everything didn't feel like it was emotional until he's like, I'm sad. I'm like, oh, I guess he's sad. So yeah, that's a problem right away. Also, the BPRD is now on top of a snowy mountain. And
they left Jersey.
I guess they're no longer in Trenton. Well, this is a different unit. In this universe, they are not in Trenton, New Jersey. Unless there's a big snowy mountain that I've somehow missed my entire life while driving through Trenton, New Jersey. I don't spend a lot of time in Trenton, New Jersey. Yeah. It's not the best place. Shout out to the 5 people in Trenton who watched.
Who are now going to hate us.
So yeah, that's where the BPRD is in this. There are 2 monsters conspiring against Hellboy. We learn who the one is later on. But it's like a witch lady and
Baba Yaga.
Yes, it's the Baba Yaga. I was going to wait until he said Baba Yaga. That's fine. It's the Baba Yaga. Sport, not John Wick.
We're trying to get through this real fast.
Which I complained about in the John Wick. I don't like in John Wick that they call him Baba Yaga. Because my image of Baba Yaga is the old witch lady in the house with chicken legs. Yeah. And every time they say that to John Wick, I'm like, he doesn't look like an old witch lady in a house with chicken legs. But yes, the Baba Yaga is conspiring with another monster to bring the Blood Queen back to life. And they're both mad at Hellboy because Hellboy had previous adventures where he hurt them.
Yeah, he took Baba Yaga's eye.
Yes.
And then the pig, we find out later, like, what he was pissed off about, right?
Yes, yes. And of course, the pig is a classic comic book character, Bebop from Ninja Turtles. I don't know how they got him in here. I kept asking, where's Rocksteady? And I'm like, what is this changeling stuff? You got mutated by ooze. I reviewed every Ninja Turtles movie that featured Bebop. I know this, Monica.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And they don't call him Bebop. And I was just like, that's clearly Bebop. What else would that be?
The funny thing is, I don't remember what his name is.
I don't either. My notes, he is Bebop. He is nothing else. He's just Bebop.
Do I have it anywhere? Like... This is going to take too long. Yeah, I don't know. The changeling, Bebop, I don't know. Pig thing.
Yeah, so like they sent Hellboy to Europe to meet with another secret society to join them for a monster hunt.
This is another random thing. They're like, oh, Ian's like, my friend's called. They want you to help hunt trolls.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, giants,
I'm sorry.
Giants. And then we find out that Broom is immortal because of a thing they did the night that Hellboy entered the world. They redo Hellboy's origin with Rasputin. Knife Guy is there, but he's not as cool.
That's the weird thing. Is like they use that setup, but then like it's the Lobster Johnson.
Lobster Johnson by Thomas. What's his name? No, Thomas. Was it Thomas Ian Church? The fucking.
I know who you're talking about. But
the Sandman from Spider-Man. Yeah, Thomas Hayden Church.
Yeah,
that's it. He's Lobster Johnson, which I had to look up. Is a character from like the Hellboy and the BPRD stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a weird thing to put. Maybe that was in the comic. Well, I know the Rasputin stuff is from the comic, so it makes sense that they would redo that for this. Although it doesn't look anywhere near as cool as the first one.
It's not as dramatic, and then it's like they like just come in and they take care of shit.
And Lobster Johnson has a claw that like melts Rasputin and kills him.
Like justice.
Yeah. Here's my problem with Lobster Johnson.
Tell me.
So when I looked up who he was, I was like, why are they putting like a different superhero in this? What are they doing? And then it occurred to me, I'm like, oh no.
They were trying to do a spinoff?
Were they going to try and do like a fucking Hellboy shared universe? And they're like, well, if you like this movie, we'll explore the adventures of Lobster Johnson in his own other film. And it's like, no, guys, it's already... You had two good movies that were hard to make a profit. Don't start planning shared universe shit until this actually takes off, for the love of God. Oh my God. Yeah. So that annoyed me about Lobster Johnson.
He put so much venom in his name.
By the way, no, you know what? They don't even say his name, by the way. So I'm just like, why is there a random superhero guy?
I guess I just knew him from like the comics and stuff.
I didn't know him until I Googled. I'm like, why is Thomas in this? Yeah, so they redo that. Hellboy didn't know any of this about his origin.
Oh, also, baby Hellboy is hideous.
Yeah, he's not as cute as the other one.
Like,
not that a baby demon monster should be cute.
Yeah, he's like an actual looking baby that's devilish instead of like the monkey little thing.
Nah, I like the monkey one more.
I was like, I don't want to ever see this again in the movie.
So yeah, they give him his origin and everything. Hellboy gets ready. Sorry. Bebop shows up and kills some monks and takes a tongue from one of them to free the witch. And she's just like, I'm ahead. Blah. Yeah. We're going to free everything. This did catch me off guard. When Hellboy goes to prepare for the hunt and it turns out it's him that they're hunting. That one, I'm like, okay. I didn't see that coming. That's interesting.
I feel like they were kind of hinting at it, though, like when they're showing off the head, like the trophy heads on the wall. And like, oh, look at all these creatures that we hunt for and these monsters and stuff.
Yeah, and then all that goes out the window because the Giants just kill them. Gallery. I'm like, I thought, that would have been interesting to explore a little bit further, but I guess the Giants just killed him. Okay. That's more interesting than another bad guy that wants to have an army to kill all the humans. I'm like, I kind of like warring paranormal research facility, like struggling over Hellboy. I'm like, they haven't done that yet.
No.
That'd be cool. Yeah, and then the Blood Witch, she wants to kill the world because TV. She watches an hour of TV and decides that the world has not gotten better.
That scene is a little funny, though, because, like...
I do like that her arm is separated, yeah.
Yeah, she's in all different pieces. Like, she's not whole yet, and she's, like, watching all the reality TV.
Yeah. And Bebop is another one where the effects are kind of hit or miss. They're mostly good for him.
Yeah.
Then we get to the giant fight, which is... the definition of hit or miss. There's like a few moments that look cool, and then it turns into like they try to do it like all in one camera take at some point, and you can tell when it's like partially a set to just a full CGI set, and it looks so bad. Again, following up Hellboy 2 immediately with this film was a terrible idea. It just makes this film look so much worse by comparison. Also, there's 2 eye stabs in this, so 0 stars. And then speaking of cringe MCU-ish dialogue.
Is that my Uber?
Oh.
Is that my Uber? Oh, no. I didn't call an Uber. No, something Robin Hood. I probably have no money in my stocks. Anyway, I just saw Robin Hood. I'm like, why cry? Yeah, it's cringe. So some lady saves him. It's one of the chicks from the new Twisters movie. Did you see Twisters? Mm-hmm. How'd you feel about my twin brother, Glenn Powell? He did a good job in that film.
Yeah.
Did he remind you of me watching it? What? But we're the same person. Mm-mm. He was a YouTuber in the movie.
You don't chase tornadoes.
We're YouTubers, and we were both in The Dark Knight Rises. We're the same person, Monica.
Okay.
We both have beautiful hair.
Is this like a twin scenario? Like you're the Danny DeVito and he's the Arnold Schwarzenegger?
I'm going to pretend you never said that. I'm going to pretend you never said that. This is going to be your last episode, you bitch.
No, it's not.
Monica, we have like 15 other cousins, all right? I'll get one of them on here.
Good luck.
Nicolina keeps wanting to come on the show. I haven't put her on yet because I'm not an idiot, but out of spite, I might put her on.
Do it.
Thank God they don't watch this show. Anyway, where were we? Oh, yeah, she was in Twisters.
Yeah.
She's Alice. She's a medium.
She is a medium because... Are we spoiling it?
Yeah, we can spoil it. Fairies kidnapped her.
Yeah, so basically, Bebop was her for a little while.
Yeah, so fairies kidnapped her and they left a changeling in their place. Yeah. And the parents knew it wasn't their baby. It was Bebop.
They could tell. And they somehow knew to contact the BPRD.
Well, because it's not a secret in this universe.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, they contacted the BPRD. Hellboy comes out. He knows immediately.
I will say, because it's supposed to be 1992, I do like Hellboy's grunge look. I do like he's got like he's got the Kurt Cobain look going on. I'm like, all right, if you're gonna show Hellboy in different time periods, that's kind of funny.
So yeah, he goes and he injures Bebop. Mm-hmm. Somehow. I don't really know how that works, but like I guess Bebop's ostracized after that or something.
He like beats the shit out of him and tells him to return the baby, and the fairies return the baby because they're afraid of Hellboy.
Yeah, but because of that happening, now Alice is a medium somehow. I guess
they gave her powers and she can talk to the dead.
Yeah, which sucks.
And the dead people are scared of the world ending and they want her to kill Hellboy. She's got like a shotgun, but she's not going to kill him.
Yeah.
Everyone's just always afraid of Hellboy. Like, he's going to end the world. He's like, I don't even want to. Like, why is everyone so mean to me?
I just want to listen to my rock music.
Broom shows up. He introduces Hellboy to Ben.
They also, like break all the windows in her apartment.
Oh, yeah. They just shatter her apartment.
Yeah, like, she got swatted.
Yeah.
And they're like, we need to get you back, Hellboy. And he's like, you could have fucking knocked on the door. I'm like, this poor Alice's apartment's just like smashed to pieces.
But yeah, this is when we get introduced to Ben, who hates monsters. He's got a scar on his face.
Agent Ben Damio.
I don't remember his last name.
I have it written, Damio.
Monica, I'm calling the pig Bebop. Do you think I care about any of these characters' names?
Okay, well, so now that we met Damio,
we get a little witch hunting gang.
It's also that we complete this new trio.
Yes.
Now they're Liz and Abe.
Yes. And nowhere near as cool as Liz or Abe.
No.
They're pretty lame. I don't like Daniel Day Kim, and I like her. She's like okay in this, but like compared to like Liz, no.
It's weird though, because like Hellboy just immediately kind of like adopts her and takes
Who, by the way, he hasn't seen her since she was a little kid. He's like, well, anyway, you're mine now.
Yeah, like he's just like, all right, like you're my little protege, my like little sister, like you're part of this group.
I guess they needed a woman in there and they didn't want to do a love story again. So they're like, oh, we'll do like a surrogate father sort of thing. Although she's like an adult, so it doesn't really work. It's like, okay, she's like a grown person. Who cares?
Yeah.
But they find corpses all over the secret society's mansion.
Yeah, they take her with them.
Yeah.
Which is,
and she's freaking out.
Yeah, and Ben brings that up. He's like, why are we bringing like her? Like, she's not an agent.
Yeah, but they mentioned she can speak to the dead, so it's good to have.
Yeah, like Broom is just like.
No, Monica.
Okay.
Is this character in any of the comics you read?
Alice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. When she summons a soul, does it look like her esophagus mixed with like snot and a person?
Because I don't remember.
Because she throws up these people, and they are hard to look at.
Oh, I know. They're just like, why they're like always like naked and like rotting.
It looks gross, which again, like,
it adds to like the horror element.
It does. Okay, for this scene, I don't mind it. I have more of a problem with it at the end because it totally takes the emotional impact out of it. But this is one of those things where I'm like, maybe this is how it is in the comics, but I would have rethought how they do this visually.
Yeah, I mean,
this
in the comics, like, you could show that differently in the comics. Like, the art style could be different. And I don't remember exactly.
But she just looked gross, and I was like, whoa. I'm like, I don't want to look at her. Which, again, for a horror or comedy thing, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'll explain why it's such a big issue at the end. But yeah, she's like, oh, there's an evil witch. She's a queen. She wants a king. And that's you, Hellboy. And you fucking suck. So we wanted to kill you so she couldn't use you as a king.
But I also have a hard time, like, when you see all the, like, dead bodies in this secret society, I'm like, I have a hard time believing Bebop killed them so, like, viciously. And with, like...
Yeah, it'd be weird it'd be fine if he had, like, a team.
Well, even, like, if we saw him, like, kill people a little more, like, drastically beforehand.
Yeah.
And this, like, you're seeing, like, heads split open and, like...
Hold on. It could be a thing where... Because I'm trying to figure out how he survived this, because these are expert hunters, but I think all the hunters were killed by giants during that previous scene. So maybe, like, their A-team got taken out because they were distracted by Hellboy and they didn't leave the best at the mansion.
It's possible, but yeah, I don't...
Bebop got real lucky. He didn't know the giants were going to kill all the main guys. He's just like, I'm going to kill all. You're like, oh, there's just one of you and a bunch of random people. Oh, this
My
is
luck is changing.
My luck, everything's looking up, Bebop. Just picturing Millhouse and Simpsons with the flood. Everything's turning up Millhouse. You okay?
Yeah. I didn't want to spit out my coffee.
The queen psychically communicates with Hellboy.
Yeah.
And again, is doing what the two previous bad guys in the films did, where they're like, we want you to work with us to do the apocalypse.
Yeah. You belong on our side.
Rasputin just wanted to end the world, but Nuada wanted him to save all fairy tale creatures. So it's just like, is this going to be... Well, it turns out it's not every Hellboy movie. But it's going to be like, is this going to be every Hellboy movie? I'm the new bad guy, and I want to use you to use your world-ending powers for my own gain. It's like, okay. Doing this a third time. Yeah, and then this is where we would have gotten the flashback. We already talked about that. Hellboy considers the possibility that the queen wants a safe world for monsters.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, she's like murdering everyone, has a bad track record, Hellboy. I get where you're coming from, Hellboy, but maybe not with this one.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this one is just, he doesn't have that like strong connection to humanity to really be like, no, like, I'm fighting to save humans. I'm like protecting people. In this movie, he's just like, I mean, I guess she's got a point.
Yeah, he's like, why am I killing monsters? I'm a monster. Are they going to kill me?
Yeah, my dad just gave me a gun when I was like 8 years old and made me an agent.
Yeah. Speaking of guns, Ben, what is the magic bullet that Ben has?
It's meant to kill Hellboy.
They could just do that? He seemed pretty indestructible.
Well, remember that like priest is just like, no, it's got the tears of some saint or something. Like it. I don't like. Does he really know it's gonna kill him?
I was gonna say, like, they didn't test it out.
No,
How do you even test that out?
He's just like, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure. So Ben's keeping that as like a backup.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna use this just in case. So yeah, Hellboy's getting more anti-human. He takes an elevator trip to a forest, so the Baba Yaga can just summon him whenever she wants.
Yeah.
And she's creepy, and we do get to see the chicken house.
I love that part.
Yeah,
I love seeing they did a great job with the chicken house.
Yes. I would just love a Baba Yaga. I mean, I've seen movies with the Baba Yaga in them. The Russian Jack Frost movie from like the 60s or whatever. Not good. It's not a good movie. But I would like to see like a really good scary Baba Yaga. Did you play that Tomb Raider game that had the Baba Yaga mission? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
That was cool. I want something like that.
There's a game out that like you can be like your own like Baba Yaga and have your own like little chicken house.
You can drive the chicken house?
I don't know if you can drive it, but like there is you get There's a game about it. Anyway,
no, I want to be like in Gears of War 2 when you could ride the monsters. I want that, but the Baba Yaga chicken house, and I just want to be like, stepping
I'll
on
find
them.
out for you.
Thank you.
There is I'm gonna go down a random track here. In the first Final Fantasy 7 game, for some reason when you're like in this arena that you're like having to fight different creatures, like one of them is the Baba Yaga house, and like you have to fight the Baba Yaga house, and it's weird.
Does it have chocobo legs?
I think so.
That makes sense. It's their universe is Baba Yaga.
Yeah, it's like totally random, and my husband's of course like, no, this makes total sense. I'm like, okay. I don't know.
One last thing with the Baba Yaga. Everyone complains that new versions of Tomb Raider like aren't hot, like she's not as hot as she's supposed to be.
Lara Croft or Baba Yaga?
Lara Croft. And they're always complaining like, oh, she's not hot, her boobs aren't big enough, whatever. And I agree with all that. But the funny thing is, when I play those games, like the newer ones, I usually play with the Baba Yaga skin where she's just got like a deer head. Or I switch to the PS1 graphics so everything looks real jarring. Like all the cutscenes, it's
pointy?
like, all the cutscenes, it's like the most detailed guy ever. He's like, listen up, Lara. Then it cuts to PS1 Lara. It's like, burr, burr, burr. Meanwhile, guys are like, Lara Croft's not hot anymore. I'm like, I go out of my way to make her look like a joke when I play the game, so it doesn't really bother me. Although that new animated series looked like garbage. I didn't even bother with it.
Oh, I haven't watched it yet, yeah.
And I was going to give it a chance because I love Tomb Raider and I wanted an animated series, and they played a couple clips and the writing was, they're literally stealing memes.
Oh.
You ever see that meme where they're like, it's like a meme that chicks share where it's like, I love your dress, and the girl goes, thanks, it has pockets. Did you ever see that meme?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a line of dialogue in the Tomb Raider thing, and they released that as a clip. I'm like, you're stealing memes from Facebook and you're writing? This sucks.
Well, we're going to go down this other rabbit hole. I've noticed, like, this year's Saturday Night Live, they're, like, just poking fun at, like, TikTok trends and, like, TikTok video creators.
Yeah, keep up with you're going to keep up with the times. Like, who's watching Saturday Night Live?
But it's, like almost beat for beat of what they're making fun of, and I'm like, this is weird.
That was my issue with like Family Guy, when they did too many reference, and eventually they would just recreate scenes, and I'm like, is the joke is that instead of Captain Kirk, it's a talking dog? Because it's just the scene. What is this?
Yeah, like they're just kind of having their characters like almost redo these TikTok videos, and I'm like, okay.
It did make me sad watching that Saturday Night movie, which at this point on the channel we reviewed on a wrap up. Did you hear about that one?
No.
It's a new movie. It's out right now, or at the time of this.
Oh, well, I mean, like, I want to see it. I just
yeah, it was really good. Probably one of the best movies I've seen all year. But yeah, it got me like, because I used to watch old Saturday Night Live stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, they really used to like try a little bit more, but times change.
Yeah.
Where were we at here? Oh yeah, the Baba Yaga.
So she summoned Hellboy to her house.
She summoned Hellboy to the house. She's another one of the like, you got to team up with the queen. It'll be great. And I'll tell you where she is if you give me one of your eyes.
Yeah.
Also, she's feeding him dead babies.
Yeah.
And he seems mildly irritated about it, but not as mad as he should be.
Yeah, he's not very grossed out.
Yeah.
He's like,
and this should be like a point for him. He's like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe monsters, much like humans, are good and evil. Maybe I shouldn't go all in on either side.
No.
But
then he makes out with Baba Yaga.
He makes out with her, but then he tells her like, "I'm not giving you my eye. You didn't specify when." They get into a fight, and he leaves. They go to face the queen, and then Ben gives his backstory where him and his men were fighting like a werecat.
Yeah.
And then all the men died except for him. And then the whole time I'm just like, he's a werecat.
Were-jaguar. I feel like you should emphasize that he's a were-jaguar.
Okay. Remember that season of True Blood where they try to work in the were-panther storyline?
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone hated it?
Well, it's in the books.
I know, but everyone hated it. So then afterwards they're like, oh, he's not going to turn into a were-panther. And also all those babies, all those women he impregnated, we're never going to go back to that. No were-panthers. Don't look for them.
Stick.
Huh?
It didn't stick.
It didn't stick. Yeah. It turns out he's infertile. There will be no were-panthers in this show. Never bring up the were-panthers ever again. It didn't work.
We're not doing very good with this fast break.
No, we're faster than usual, actually. We're almost done.
Okay.
And with this one. Yeah, the whole time, like, he's going to be a were-jaguar. He's going to be a were-jaguar. Just turn already. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, they really drag it out.
I have here... Oh, they're zombies now.
I hated the scene.
It's like they just needed, like, another action beat. And they're like, oh, and I guess on their way, they'll fight some...
It has such weird editing.
It feels like a reshoot, like an added scene. Because I'm like, what the fuck do zombies have to do with this?
Yeah, but it like cuts to them, and I almost feel like it's a music video
Mm-hmm.
where it's like, look at this zombie, look at that one, and then they're fighting and stuff. No, I did not like that scene.
Yeah, and then the Blood Queen gets her blood, and now there's more monsters. And then I have, oh, right, there were other witches. From the prologue, we have not heard of these witches since then.
No. We don't know what they've been doing this whole entire time.
We don't even know what they did originally. They just said that they betrayed her for King Arthur, and they weren't specific. But now that she's back, they're like, please don't kill us. And she kills 2 of them. And then, like, the Hellboy, like, shoots the girl in the face. Oh, and I have here, I guess Alice can punch ghosts out of people's bodies now. They're really just throwing a lot of things at the end of this film. But yeah,
this isn't even the end.
It's close to the end. But the queen begs Hellboy to be his king again.
To be her king.
Sure. And he turns her down again. Is this the part where he calls her a bitch, or is that later?
I don't know.
Or he calls her like fucking insane or something like that. They used it in all the trailers.
But this is not gonna work, because I'm a Capricorn and you're fucking nuts!
So she gives Alice a splinter.
Yeah, she shoots a twig from her crown, shoots Alice right in the neck.
Yep.
And
she's,
Hellboy's very upset about this.
But don't worry, that other witch is like, I know what'll help her. Go to this cave and find Merlin. Like,
He's buried under the earth for betraying Arthur.
Oh, he's just there the whole time. Okay, I guess we'll go find Merlin.
Well, that is in the legends.
Is that?
Yeah, that he's buried under like a...
I haven't watched the 1980 whatever movie Excalibur in a long time, and that is the only King Arthur that I recognize, okay? The only other King Arthur I recognize is from Transformers The Last Night, where it was played by Stanley Tucci.
Oh, really?
That was weird. That movie fucking sucked.
I just love Stanley Tucci.
Well, that was weird because Stanley Tucci played like a tech guy in Transformers 4. And then in Transformers 5, in the flashback scene, he's Merlin. I'm like, are they going to say that these characters are related? They don't. They just brought Stanley Tucci back as a distracting cameo. So anyway.
So we find out, like, Merlin, he's like his skeletal remains, and then he, like, reanimates.
Yeah.
And we find out that Hellboy is related to King Arthur.
Yes, because the mother of Hellboy was a descendant of King Arthur. Yes. And then she got it on with a goat demon, which explains...
She was a witch.
Yes.
And she got it on with...
Which, Hellboy's dad being a goat demon makes a little bit more sense than Hellboy's dad.
Azazel.
Yeah. With the demon from the movie Fallen, starring Denzel Washington?
Yeah, same one.
That was a good movie. Anyway, this makes more sense than his father being 7 different Cthulhus.
Yeah.
And, maybe they adopted Hellboy. They're the dads that stepped up, okay? And then Rasputin was the dad who stepped up. But then Broom was really the dad who stepped up. It's got a lot of stepdads. So he's got the blood of 2 kings, I guess. The demon Azazel and King Arthur. So Merlin's like, okay, so I gotta summon. We don't know where Excalibur is, but I can summon it here temporarily. And you grab the sword. It's the only thing that can cut her up.
And
Let's do this.
You're the only one, because of your bloodline, that can take the sword out of the stone.
Yes. And then he does it, but then when he touches the sword.
Yeah, he doesn't pull it out.
And he gets a vision of him riding a dragon, just killing everyone. It doesn't look anywhere near as cool as it's too much.
Yeah. It's once again kind of almost music video-ish. Like,
yeah. But it's so funny. Like, I hate comparing them, but like that scene of just Hellboy, like imagining what the apocalypse was in the first one and him with the crown, like that's all you really needed.
I bet he's like slicing and dicing.
Yeah, that's what he's like. Whoa.
Yeah. He's like, fuck people. He's killing everybody left and right.
So yeah, he decides not to touch Excalibur. Merlin's like, fuck! Blah! And he dies.
Yeah, he's like, I used my last bit of magic.
That was the last!
And this is hilarious. Like, you said we can spoil, right?
Yeah.
It's hilarious because Hellboy, like, they go to the church and King Arthur's sword is right there. And I was like, well, that just ruined King Merlin's whole thing. Nobody knows where this sword is. 5 minutes later, they stumble
Yeah,
on
the
it.
queen is like, oh, by the way, the sword's there. I've known all along. It's like, well, how did you know? You got your head cut off and we're separate. Who told you this? Also, the Blood Queen kills everyone at the BPRD, including, she kidnaps Broom.
She
kidnaps
takes
Broom.
him.
And now Bebop is bigger and stronger.
Yes.
And then I have here, Ben is a furry. By that, I mean he turns into the were-jaguar, and it looks like shit. Bebop looking really cool, and then this were-jaguar looking like shit are just so drastic. I'm like,
And then I have questions about the clothing because you can tell he kind of looks like buck naked when he's like changing into a jaguar, and then later like he's putting his pants back on, and I was like, didn't they get destroyed?
Yeah, it was a little. Yeah, the clothes.
Were you taking your pants off as soon as you realized?
I'm changing.
Oh my god, so much pain. Wait. Don't look at me.
The queen kills Bebop. He made a bad trade. He's like, I want to be all powerful. She's like, yeah, temporarily.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
For a short time. That's
kills
all.
him. Tempts him to grab Excalibur. Kills Broom. Broom is dead. It's very sad. Not as sad as it was before.
No.
But yeah, Hellboy gives in and grabs the sword, like you said, and then he becomes like a giant in this version. He gets bigger. Did you notice that?
Yeah, he does. He
gets way bigger. He grows the horns, has the crown.
And now this whole sequence, no, not the whole sequence, I should say, where all the these creatures come up from hell,
and they all look like Siren Head a little bit.
They were fucked up, and
I
loved it.
Those were really cool, and I'm like,
yeah.
They kind of remind me of like I don't watch this because cartoons are for children, but they kind of remind me of like the Attack on Titans who are just big and mindless and eating people.
I don't know. I don't really watch that, but
because some of them are. I rarely watch it too. I just know so many people who share like clips and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of.
But these are like actual creatures from hell. Like
yeah,
the one has got like the big sword and he's like slices the guy in the middle of it. The other one's got these pointy legs and it's just like kind of kebabbing people as it walks down the street, and I'm like, these are terrifying, and this would be a great movie.
Yeah.
But it's just randomly thrown into this.
Yeah, it feels like it was just added. Like, oh, we need something to make this ending more exciting.
Like,
what's happening
horrifying
outside.
too. Like, oh, he's coming from hell.
That is the weird thing. I'm like, this is way more interesting than whatever you're doing in the church. Have Hellboy fight these things. Holy shit. Or have her turn into one of them. I don't know. Like, that was for as cool as those scenes are, they're just shoved in this movie. That's not that good. I agree. Those things were cool. They look like a fucking Hellraiser thing or something.
Yeah, they do, because they're like torturing people basically.
Yeah. And they put a lot of those in the trailer, so it made it seem like those were going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
I thought, not knowing, like she turned into one. I thought that's what it was. So yeah, Ben gets ready to kill Hellboy with magic bullet, and then Alice vomits up Broom's ghost. And now here, it's supposed to be like an emotional scene, but he looks like he's covered in snot, and he's got a weird baby arm, and he's got like a weird like CGI face on this bad CGI body, and I'm like, I can't take any of it. Like, the emotional beat is not working because
the emotional beat also doesn't work because he just did not have any heart for Hellboy throughout the entire movie.
He had like a tough love thing, but it never seemed.
Like there wasn't like they didn't pepper in anything to be like, oh, actually he did really care about Hellboy, like gifting him anything or having these moments where he was trying to take care of him or give him advice or I think the one he's shaving him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, that's like it.
Yeah, so like there is no emotional, and like that ruins it further when he's
where he just looks like I wish again
regurgitated monster.
If this was like a comedic moment, maybe it could have worked. I don't know, but like it's just not hitting the emotional beat it's supposed to hit.
Yeah.
Because he's got a weird baby hand and he looks like he's made out of vomit. It's so gross.
Take my good hand.
Take my strong hand. That's what he looks like. But yeah, whatever. Hellboy snaps out of it, and he decapitates her. And then he sends her head to hell. So I guess technically she's alive. It's just you would have to go to hell to find her head.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe she won't be as bored now.
Yeah, and honestly, they should like cut like all her fingers off and send them to different places and
Like really chop her up into little tiny pieces.
like put one of her pieces on the moon. Like so it's really hard to put her together.
Put one piece in Baba Yaga's house.
Yeah,
Like,
just anything. And then to show that he rejects his true nature, he breaks his horns off.
mm-hmm.
Oh, he makes a joke about heads when he throws her head and he does a one-liner.
Quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, tonally it feels like it was two different films.
Yeah.
That they smushed into one.
Like they tried to like, yeah, it feels like they tried to like change it to be something else. Maybe because like the Deadpool movies were doing well. They're like, well, we can also be an R-rated tongue-in-cheek comedy. And like, you're not as good as the Deadpool movies. Although I heard that David Harbour called Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
And it was just like, hey, remember when you did Green Lantern? I think I just did one. This is not as bad as Green Lantern, but
No.
So yeah, then Broom defends his choice to spare Hellboy. 6 months later, they're in Serbia, and as soon as they said Atlantis Society, I went, it's gonna be Abe. And also because he spoiled it in that one episode we did. But I'm like, there's Abe. There he is. And it's like...
Also, I hate this song.
I forget what song they're playing.
It's Kickstart My Heart.
Oh yeah.
And like I don't
Oh, and it's a corridor.
Way.
It's a corridor fight, which are very popular in super. But it's in the post credit. I'm like, was this at it? Where they're like, oh, Daredevil and stuff have corridor fights.
And like I don't mean like that song's a fun song like in general.
Yeah.
But like it's so awkward.
Yeah.
And like and they're also wearing like all these like they're silver like they look like spacesuits almost.
Yeah. And then speaking of making it like other things, the music, it's just like make it like Guardians of the Galaxy, put a bunch of songs people know in there. It's like, all right. Again, you had such a strong director's vision in this. So when you see this movie and it's like, make it like other things, it's like, it's not really working.
Yeah.
But yeah, Abe's there. And then we get another post-credit sequence with Lobster Johnson at the grave and he's a ghost. And we literally get, all right, that happened, which is like the most criticized line of dialogue ever.
Wow. All right, that happened.
And then there's another scene.
There was another one?
Yeah.
What happened after that?
So we go back to Baba Yaga, and
how many fucking credit sequences are there?
It's only this additional one. So she's at her table, and she's making a bargain. You don't see the other person that she's talking to.
Yeah.
But she's making the bargain, and she's like, you know, if you go and take care of Hellboy for me, or get his eye, because she's still obsessed with this fucking eyeball. She's like, I will finally let you die. So it's in the comic books, it's Koshi the Deathless.
Oh, okay.
So
who played him in this one?
You don't see him at all. You just hear a voice.
Oh.
So it's supposed to be like, ooh.
Yeah.
Like it was supposed to set it up for the next one.
I know Hellboy's a popular comic, but is it like that popular that people will be like, whoa?
I think people who like really love the comics would be excited by it.
It's
because like Koshi basically, I'm not really gonna spoil too much here because this movie didn't get a sequel. Nothing else happened. Got rebooted again. Like he does this for Baba Yaga, but then he basically like joins Hellboy. Like he becomes like
gotcha.
Helps him so.
But yeah, this movie bombed. A big bomb. So 3 strikes, you figured they'd be out. And then I was disappointed. I'm like, well, all things considered, you could have just done a wrap up to the trilogy. Who gives a fuck? I would have lost money either way. At least it would have been finished. And then, yeah, a year or two ago, they were like, Hellboy versus... Actually, no, a few years back, they were like, we're doing Hellboy, the Crooked Man. It's original story by Mike Mignola for the movie. Directed by Brian Taylor, who him and another partner used to direct like the Crank movies together. What was the other one I mentioned? Gamer. They did a bunch, and then they have experience with superhero films.
Okay.
I think they were involved with Jonah Hex, but they directed Ghost Rider: Spirit of Vengeance.
So good hands.
Yeah, really good. When it comes to like, hey, you know, that other one didn't do well, but we'll do a good follow-up that'll make even less money. They got that guy.
Is this like I didn't look too much into this. Is this like one of those situations where like they didn't want to lose the license?
That's what I'm thinking. Although I forget who made the first. The previous one was Lionsgate. Were they all Lionsgate? I did see that like this one had that company like Magnet releasing, so maybe it was that. But yeah, this is, and it looked very low budget when I first saw like the pictures and stuff.
Yeah, when they started releasing some stuff for it, and
yeah,
we're like, ooh, this doesn't look great.
Which I get going low budget because these movies don't make a lot of money, but they do have a fan base. So if you spend a little less, you can maybe get that fan base in there and make some money. But yeah, this is yet again another reboot. Although he looks pretty much like the Ron Perlman Hellboy, like makeup wise, they try to make him look like the
but just skinny.
Just skinnier. Like, I mean, obviously he's gonna look different, but like, whereas David Harbour's seemed like a very different look, this one they're like make him look exactly like Ron Perlman. But yeah, he is played by Black Tom from Deadpool 2. It's a white guy named Black Tom, and Cable shoots him, and then it leads to this running gag where Deadpool thinks Cable is racist all through Deadpool 2 because he killed a guy named Black Tom who was white.
I don't remember.
I looked at the rest of his credits. I'm like, I don't know this guy from anything else, and if I didn't do a Deadpool episode recently, I would have not known he was Black Tom. Yeah, I mean, no offense to him, but just like it's not that great. So we have like an okay director, but he's not given the budget he's usually given. He's known for great action sequences, and this movie does not have them. And like you said, they tried to go with like a more horror approach.
And so when it first got announced and like they were showing some of the stills, I was like, okay, maybe I'll just hold like reserve some good judgment for just because of I wanted the horror vibes from it, because like the comics are very kind of horror focused. And I was like, okay, maybe it'll work. They're like using a creepy story of all that, and no.
Oh, and they got lucky with the Crooked Man thing. So I had to look up the Crooked Man stuff, and it's like a nursery rhyme basically. I don't know where the horror stuff came from, but the Crooked Man was a character in The Conjuring 2 who looked awesome. I was like, Conjuring 2. I'm not even like the biggest fan of Conjuring stuff, but Conjuring 2 is pretty good, even though in real life the Warrens were horrible
but
people.
They do have some good like creature ghost.
And I know it's funny because like the nun ended up being the standout in that movie, but like the Crooked Man is the one who creeped me out the most. He was supposed to get a spinoff because a lot of them get spinoffs.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, they kept dragging their feet, and I don't know, maybe COVID or something has something to do with it, but they ended up not doing the Crooked Man spinoff. But since he's public domain, and I think I might have mentioned this in the Spawn episode, they did a direct-to-video movie about the Crooked Man with Michael Jai White from Spawn. He's in it for 5 minutes. He's on the cover. Makes you think he's the main character.
Okay.
So I guess other people were like, wait, that real popular character who's technically public domain didn't get its own movie? So I guess they were like, we're gonna have the Hellboy fight a Crooked Man. It's like, okay. I'm like, I don't think you guys realize how popular I don't think the Crooked Man's as popular as you think it is. I think most people are like me. They're like, oh yeah, he was in that one movie I liked. And that's it. So yeah, they went in with this idea, and I guess we'll go through this movie. It's not going to be as long.
Yeah, it's not going to be
it's by the way, it is a short movie. It's like an hour and 45 minutes.
It felt so much longer. It
felt so long. Because I had to wait to like watch it. I'm like, oh man, I hope I get to watch this before Monica gets here. And I'm like, oh, I have enough time. And then I'm sitting there, I'm like, how much more time? I'm like, oh my God, why does this feel so long? And you think it wouldn't feel so long because it starts off pretty fast. We get an old school like Hammer horror type font with the logo. And I'm like, oh, this feels old school. And it's immediately ruined by the worst CGI train I've ever seen in my entire life. And then we get Hellboy. And I mean, the makeup is fine.
It's his makeup. Yeah, his makeup is, I mean, it's very like low budget looking.
Yeah. There's technically nothing wrong with it.
But you can tell like he's wearing like the fake abs.
Yeah, I guess that is wrong with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems off. Maybe because they are trying to make him look so much like Ron Perlman and you know that he's not. It just feels weird.
He just also, it kind of reminds me of the other Hellboy reboot where it was like, he's more almost, body-wise, he's more human looking.
Mm-hmm.
Like in this one really was like, we're not even going to try with him. Like he's going to be red and have like his kind of bigger right hand, but like it's not that much bigger.
Yeah, and they're transporting a spider demon.
Yeah. Also, this movie takes place in like 1959.
Yes,
so,
I saw it was like the 50s, which makes sense. He would have been around for a while.
Yeah, he's
from like the 40s and whatnot. Who was Lady? I just have BPRD Lady the whole time.
Bobby Joe Song.
Is she a character that is in the books?
I don't remember.
Okay. I will say.
But he calls her Joe throughout the rest of the movie.
Yeah, funny thing about this. Okay.
Okay.
Did you watch that show that came out last year based on a true story about the guys, the couple that starts a murder podcast with a real murderer?
No.
Okay. There was a really hot lady in that show.
Okay.
I follow her on Instagram, and I guess she's friends with this lady. So last night, I'm going through my Instagram stories, and this actress, I guess, like, had a party with all her friends to show her this movie.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh, that's really nice. They're all supporting their friend in this movie. And then after watching this movie, I'm like, oh, man, I would have been pissed. All her friends were probably, like, pretending it was good. They're probably doing the, like, oh, you were really great in it.
Okay, to be fair, though, she was the best actress.
Yeah, she was fine. She was fine, but
no, she was the best actress in this whole entire movie.
Oh, you didn't want me to squash?
No, squashing's good.
Well,
and I like her, and
there is a better actor in this. He's not good in this movie, but he's good in another thing, and I can't wait to tell you who he is.
Okay, but this is Adeline Rudolph, and I immediately know her from Chilling Adventures of Sabrina.
I didn't watch that.
Yeah.
No. Definitely watch based on a true story.
Okay.
My friend is in that show briefly. Okay. He has a very tiny face. If you see tiny face Dick Masterson and based on the true story, you can't miss him.
Okay.
He's a big Mexican with a very tiny face and an obnoxious voice, who on every episode of his show says that I have a giant head. So now I have to make fun of his tiny face.
Okay.
Spider gets out.
Yeah.
And again,
and it's a spider that's like can warp dimensions or something.
Yes, it's got all these demon powers tied to it. They have it in stasis, but something wakes it up.
Yeah.
And again, talking about the CGI, that's hit or miss. Some shots it looks good. Some shots it looks like a CGI fucking spider. Which again, it's a lower budget, so I'm willing. If I same with 2019, if I watched this on its own in a vacuum, would have been fine. But when I watched a bunch of other Hellboy movies before this, and this is the newest one, and the spider looks like that, I'm like, that stands out. That stands out. And by the way, the opening fight scene's terrible. With them fighting the spider, and then like the cartoon train car falling off. I'm like, this is really bad. It ends up going into a mine. This whole area that they're in.
They're in the Appalachian. Yeah.
Appalachian.
You know what? Because I watched this stupid TikTok and they were fighting over how to say it. And now it's one of those things that's stuck in my brain. And I'm like, wait, Appalachia? Appalachian.
I think it's Appalachian.
But no, the other guy says Appalachian or something.
Oh, okay.
And he's like, everybody says it Appalachian. And like, nobody says Appalachian. But I guess it depends where you live, like region-wise. Anyway, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yo, I was going to say, by the way, you mentioned the 50s.
Uh-huh.
Good way doing your, how are we going to do our period piece? What are we going to do for wardrobe? Set it with a bunch of hillbillies so it can take place anytime, anywhere. Like, wow, that's a real lazy way to get around a period piece. Like, yes, it's all in the 50s. But only in the Appalachian with hillbillies who just wear generic clothes. Like, oh, thanks for that.
And let's talk about these hillbillies for a second.
Yeah.
I love how, like, in this, the other Hellboy reboot,
yeah,
they all know who he is. So they're not shocked when they see this fucking devil-looking guy come up to their house.
Yeah.
Come walking through the woods up to their house. They're like, oh yeah, we saw him on a newspaper or a magazine or something. Like, we know who he is. That's Hellboy, whatever.
Yeah.
But they're still super fucking racist to Bobby Joe.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They make a bunch of like Asian jokes about
Well,
her.
it is the 50s. World War II was not that long ago.
But we're accepting of the fucking devil.
Oh, wait. And isn't like the Korean War going on at this time? Which, I mean, I don't think she's Korean, but they don't know that. Well, he's not the devil. He's just a devil. But I guess they're cool with it.
Yeah, but like if I see a man that's like looks like the devil walking down the street.
Well, considering what we know about them and where they live and all the stuff that's going on, they're like, yeah, I guess the devil's here now. Makes sense.
True, that makes sense. But like,
I mean, they literally have just like a naked boy on the ground who's like foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, they're all just sitting around there smoking and drinking.
And they're like, what's going on with this? They're like, bothering that witch. We told him not to, and he bothered that witch. And I'm like, should anyone be more concerned?
And for some reason, he has to be in his underwear for the scene. Like, he can't be in clothes.
And then, because why would Hellboy be the main character in his own movie? We get Tom
Farrell?
Yes, and as soon as he shows up, I'm like, I guess this is the real main character. He kind of is.
I don't know how to say this exactly.
Yeah?
But I've never seen an actor on screen more that, like, I just want to punch as soon as I saw. Like, he has a face that you just want to punch. Like, he just so fucking annoying.
Yeah,
he just randomly walks up at the same time that they're like.
It's very convenient.
I'm like,
he's like,
and he's like,
I'm coming back to town. Oh, there's the devil. Anyway,
I'm like, oh, that poor Billy boy. He's, what did he do? No, this is normal.
Oh, witches. Yeah, I know them around. That's why I left. And then they finds out. He's like, oh, by the way, your mom's been dead for years and your dad is gone. And he's like, oh, well, that sucks.
Well, that's what I came back for. Oh,
and he's like, well, I guess I'll talk to that girl I know who's out in the woods.
Yeah, that girl that I used to love. But then this awkward whole thing is like, oh, they find like the witch ball with the little boy.
Oh, whoa. Before we find the witch ball, this movie's broken up into chapters, I guess. And we get a chapter that says witch balls.
Yeah.
And then we see a witch
that has to explain what witch balls are.
They want to know how to make a witch ball. Well, I'll tell you.
Who is she explaining this to? Who is she?
And she randomly shows up later in the movie and like.
Wait, she does?
Yeah, in the fight scene.
Oh my God, I missed
all around the cemetery.
Oh my God, I missed that part.
Yeah, and then she's like, "That lady was a fornicator. She's a sinner."
That was the same guy. Okay,
I'm pretty sure.
So she just shows up talking to the camera.
I thought she was going to be way more important.
Yeah, so did I. And she's explaining the recipe to make witch balls, and it's like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
like it's super easy.
You know what this reminds me of?
If you don't have flames, you can get store-bought flames instead. Like, you know that joke.
But yeah, so this actually reminded me how this scene is being presented with the crow there and everything. It's reminding me of like when the characters talk to you in Until Dawn and The Quarry.
Okay.
When they always cut to those characters in between chapters. That's what it felt like. I'm like, oh, is she going to show up at the next chapter break? And you're right. She never does anything like that. There's no scene filmed like this again where it's breaking the fourth wall, kind of.
Also, like, the witch ball only gets shown one more time, and then that's it. Like, there's no more witch balls in the entire movie.
Again, an hour and 45 minutes. I think they were like, we need an extra scene that can't be special effects or anything. They're like, get an old lady.
And let her, she can just say whatever. She can name a bunch of random ingredients.
So yeah, now we learn how to make witch balls in the witch balls chapter of the movie. Yeah, so they go to a witch's house, which is her friend.
Which is Tom's original love.
Yes. And they
Clara something.
Whatever. I have witch and other witch in my notes. They find her skin. And they're like, well, she's probably out being an animal. We'll wait for her to come back.
Yeah, like it's a totally normal thing.
Yeah, and then Hellboy.
Like, she just left her skin there.
Yeah.
They come back all the time. Whatever.
And as I'm watching this, I'm thinking that skin is the witch lady we just saw, but no, it's a different witch lady.
No, but I did find it hilarious. I was like, raccoon in a bodysuit. And I was like, aren't we all just raccoons in a bodysuit?
We're all just raccoons in bodysuits. So yeah, Hellboy mentions that he had a witch mom. And then the guy mentions the witch crush that he had on the other witch lady. And then how he met the crooked man.
Yeah.
And he gave him a bone, a cat bone. Yeah, that's going to keep him safe. And it kept him safe
No,
throughout
and he doesn't know it's a cat bone until the end.
Oh.
Because Hellboy's like, by the way, I think he had a cat bone.
Well, no. He said he, like, skinned a cat and everything. It was like a cat bone. I know. Speaking of cat, God damn. Space Cat, leave. Well, no, he knows it's a cat bone, but it's like a magic one.
Oh.
And the crooked man apparently needs to claim it at some point, which is why he left. But he said, like, it kept him safe, but he never actually used it to kill people, even in the war. He never gave in to becoming a male witch. So yeah, so we're getting like some setup there. I will say the skin scene is awesome when she actually fills out the skin. This reminds me a little bit of Hellraiser 4 when the demon lady goes into the girl's skin. But this one is much more graphic.
Yeah. And then like Claire, I'm pretty sure her name is Claire.
I think it was Clara, yeah.
And she's like screaming as she like re-enters her body.
Yeah. And then the other witch arrives. Which is Ellie, something like that. She's super.
I want to say Effie.
I think it was Effie. She's super into Hellboy. She's like, oh, look, the devil. How you doing, buddy? She lets him know the crooked man is coming, and then the horse she's riding turns out to be Tom's dad.
Yeah, she's like, I've been riding him real hard, and then she just like flies off into the sky.
And then,
yeah, what else happened?
We get another chapter, Lucky Bone.
We also get. I don't know when this popped up, but they changed the origin of Hellboy in this movie.
A little bit.
Like he was found in the Church of England.
Oh yeah, they did change that instead of the island.
Like his mom is still Sarah Hughes and like Azazel is still his dad, but like he was just left in the Church of England.
Although he does say that's what they tell me. So maybe they're like important to note. There is no BPRD in here. They mention Broom. You never see him. There is.
Well, yeah, they're on a BPRD mission.
It is super self-contained to cut down on the budget, which is why it's a period piece, but it takes place in the wilderness with no technology. They're going somewhere, I guess. And then nice witch lady shits out a snake that bites her. And then it bites Hellboy. And then that's
okay. So it comes, I don't know if she shits it out or it comes out of her vagina, but like and then it just keeps circling, like it slithers up and goes in her mouth and goes back through. And I was like, ooh, like this just seems so unsanitary.
Yeah.
And they're like trying to keep her alive because this woman also like everyone around here just becomes witches because it's the only thing that I guess they can do.
Yeah.
Like,
it's a cool thing. I mean, you could also just move to where there aren't
witches. I had no other choice. But yeah. Oh, her name's Cora.
Cora, that's her name. That is her name. So yeah, Cora and Hellboy, they fight this bad CGI snake, and then they go to this other dimension. Yeah. And there Cora shows Hellboy his mom, who's being tortured by a giant bird. And it turns out this is a flashback to when she made the deal with the devil, if they ever say his name in this one. And he's like, yes, your child will do this. And she's like on fire and shit. And then we see that Cora is actually the crooked man. So he's putting this vision in Hellboy's head. And we forgot to mention, they were asking why the spider went nuts. And he's like, there's a dark energy here that affected it. And he's like, I know because it also like affected me. And it's apparently affected Space Cat.
Oh my gosh.
Off camera. I'm going to go over there and I bet you she's going to walk away. I bet you she's going to walk away after begging for attention. Hold on, I'm going to film this. Ready? All right, here we go, guys. All right, I'm getting up now to give Space Cat attention. Let's see how much she likes the attention. Okay.
Oh, Space Cat.
Here I come. Yeah. Do you want attention? Oh, you're running away. Who would have thought? Monica, she doesn't leave me alone. She wants to spend time with me, but she doesn't want to be down here.
Okay, so she wants you to spend time with her upstairs?
Yes. So she just screams at the top of her lungs for me to lay on the couch. Because she likes me on the couch or in my bed.
Okay.
If I'm in any other room of the house, She has to yell
It's
at
a
me.
no-go. Gotcha.
She has to scream at me until I go to where she wants to go.
She's back again.
Oh my God.
It's bedtime, motherfucker.
Anyway.
Yeah.
We were talking about things that suck. Space Cat. So yeah, he snaps out of it.
Yeah. I gotta say, Cora's fucking annoying.
As soon as you say annoying, this cat screams. Well, now she's downstairs. Yes?
Oh, hi.
Come on.
Come here, Space Cat.
What were you saying, Monica?
Cora is fucking annoying.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tell me more about annoying people.
I'm afraid to say it now. She looks bad.
Keep going, Cora.
I'm glad that she died.
Oh.
Which sounds really mean. But, like, I have in my notes here, I was just like, she's just overacting so much.
Yeah.
Like, she's just giving it her all. And I'm like, honey, you're not going to win an Oscar from The Crooked Man.
I mean, she is kind of an unknown actress. This is a big part. You got to give it your all, I guess. The accent isn't helping.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, so...
Oh, Monica, is this distracting? Is this distracting, Monica?
It is.
Monica, could you imagine working from home and just hearing this nonstop? I'm going to put you down now.
Do you want to come to me?
Okay, I'm going to put you down. And you're going to lay down or something.
Do you have like a little bed for her?
Not down here. She wouldn't use it.
I don't know.
Once in a while, she'll give in and sit on the couch, but...
Why don't you go hang out on the couch, girl?
Hellboy and the Crooked Man. Let's continue our conversation.
Okay, so Cora's dead.
Cora's dead. So is Space Cat, apparently. She's leaving. Goodbye. They go to a church.
Yeah.
Because the whole time they're like they were going on to this church to bury the dad. So yeah, they meet this priest who's blind and he's talking to ghosts. Do you know who do you know who the priest is?
I do not know who the priest is, and you've been so excited to tell me all night.
It's Jeffrey, the butler from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes, he's not doing a fancy British accent, so you couldn't tell it was him, but I looked it up. I'm like, wait a minute. I know that face. Like, that's Jeffrey!
No!
We've lived long enough to see Jeffrey from Fresh Prince team up with Hellboy. We did it.
Oh my gosh. I didn't know that was a goal we were trying to obtain. But,
but yeah, even though she's dead, she still visited this church. He's like, oh yeah, I'm talking to Cora right now. She's right
then
there.
he says like her soul is saved or something.
I guess so. Well, they're on consecrated ground, apparently.
Yeah, but like she died somewhere else.
Yeah, and then I have here blah 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 Crooked Man, blah 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 time stuff because time gets all messed up. Blah blah blah. There's now a bunch of witches outside, and then the Crooked Man comes, and he also has an annoying hillbilly accent.
I come to collect it, Tom Farrell.
Even though he was like one of the first like people, they say in his origin he was. Oh, we forgot his origin. We forgot to mention the origin of the Crooked Man. They go into it and we just totally glossed over it. He was like one of the first people from Europe here.
Yeah.
In this land, and then
like
he
wheeling and dealing basically.
Yeah, and then they hung him,
That's
which is why
he's
he's
crooked.
And then he wants to come back for money and souls.
He makes a deal basically with the devil.
Yeah.
And the devil, for every soul he can only get a penny.
Okay.
So it'll take him forever
to
reach that goal.
Got you. And for some reason, he's super powerful and not afraid of Hellboy. But whereas the other Crooked Man, forget about the original origin of the nursery rhyme. The Crooked Man from Conjuring, which these are all kind of ripping off, he actually was crooked, and they got like an actor who was all disfigured to play him. And this, they're like, it's crooked because he was hung, so sometimes his neck goes like this. And I'm like, that's not as cool.
Yeah, and then sometimes he doesn't have that like issue.
No,
like his head's just perfectly normal.
Well, the other Crooked Man movie, it was like all like it was just they added like a digital wiggle effect on him to make him crooked. It was so, me and Anthony watched it. We're like, this is awful. Oh my God. I felt bad. We watched a lot of bad movies, but that was one in the middle. I'm like, buddy, I'm sorry. I thought this would be funny. He's going to trade for the bone, right? The lucky bone.
What? He's really obsessed with that bone.
It's something magic. I don't know.
Whole thing's for a bone.
But I do kind of like, because at this point I forgot like Hellboy's like important to the plot, because he's just kind of standing there doing one-liners. Other than it's like it's Hellboy. If it's not about him being sad about his mom, he's just like one-liner. I punched something.
Okay, I have to go back really quick when they're doing like the whole flashback and like, this is like your mother, and he's like, Hellboy's just like, well, I wouldn't really know. I never met my mom. And then like 2 seconds later, yeah, I guess that's my mom. I was like, what the fuck was that? Like,
oh, but I do like that Hellboy interrupts the trade. He's like, you want this too bad. I don't like that. And he wants to punch the Crooked Man. And like I said, this is our first real good look at the Crooked Man. He sucks.
Yeah.
He sucks. He does kick Hellboy's ass though. He like impales him with a bunch of like parts of the fence.
Yeah, the rods from the fence.
Yeah. Totally impales him.
And this is where like that witch, I'm pretty sure the witch who's explaining the witch ball recipe is one of these people that's just hanging out outside. And I'm pretty sure she's the one that says like, that lady is a fornicator. Like, she shouldn't be buried on consecrated ground. And that allows a Crooked Man, like all these people cause sin.
Yep, that's right. I have here. Oh, they're zombies now.
Yeah.
I feel like I said that not too long ago in the other Hellboy movie. Oh, there's just zombies now.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then okay, so BPRD girl. What was her name again?
Bobby Joe.
Bobby Joe.
But he just calls her Joe.
Yeah, I didn't realize she was Bobby Joe, or else I'd be doing the Evil Dead 2 quote constantly. Bobby Joe. By the way, the Evil Dead play, how they write that character out was really funny. He's like, well, there was supposed to be 2 of us, but they decided that there were too many females in the play. I'm like, that's a really funny way to write her out. She's literally been hanging out with a devil, and she saw a witch, 2 witches, and a big spider. And every time something supernatural happens, she's like, there's no way that could happen. It's like, lady, can you catch up? How did you even get this goddamn job?
Well, he like, Hellboy makes fun of her at one point, like, oh, this is the first time you're leaving like the safety of your little library where you're just researching stuff.
Yeah, but like, why is this? I can see it's shocking, but like, I mean, why does she like refuse to accept that it can exist, knowing everything that she knows?
I don't know.
I mean, I know it's shocking to see it in person. Like, but like, I wouldn't be like, well, there's no way that could ever exist. It's like, what? The devil's right over there. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're literally working for the Bureau of Paranormal Research.
Yeah, you really gotta like get in.
Did you just think this was a fake job?
Reminds me of John Mulaney's stand-up bit about Ice-T and Law and Order. How he's like million seasons in, he's still shocked by sex crimes. They're like, buddy, this is like, you really have to get used to it at some point.
I know it sucks, but it exists.
This girl's gonna be like 100 years old. She's like, what? A fucking snake monster? That can't be real.
But then the funny thing is like, she asks Cora she asked Cora while she was still alive. She's like, how do you make your spells work?
Oh yeah.
And then she's like, Cora's like, don't you go touching that girl. Don't you go messing with that stuff.
Well, she needs to know about the spells, because later on she's got to do something in the mines, because all the mines are like the veins.
Yeah, they're like the veins, the circulatory system.
Which honestly, I don't see how that plays into the finale at all, really.
It's
other than they needed to give her something to do while Hellboy punched things. But yeah, so they're fighting. The Crooked Man makes the priest young temporarily and tempts him to get his eyes back.
See and stuff.
Yeah, but instead he uses the magic bone to make a magic shovel.
Yeah, the priest somehow knew that was going to work.
Yeah.
Like, give me the bone, boy. And he just starts scratching it all.
He puts a cross on the shovel and they start hitting them.
And
like,
that's their weapon of choice.
Okay, new chapter, the hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
So Tom and Hellboy are going to go punch the Crooked Man. The other two are just going to stay there, and they'll come up with
Stay
something to
safe
do.
in the church.
But they're not going to do it. They're going to go on their little side quest.
Yeah.
It's called the Hurricane because there was something about a hurricane that moved some rocks. Who cares?
Yeah, and there's shit. That's a lot of boulders.
That is a lot of boulders.
That's a lot of boulders, and I don't know. They act like they got there in 5 seconds, and I'm like, that would take you like
a really long time.
Days.
Yeah.
Weeks, maybe? I don't know. That was a lot of fucking boulders.
It is hard to lug boulders. Ask Mundane Matt. The people who get that reference are laughing right now. Don't worry. Joe and Jeffrey. I have Jeffrey, the butler, are going to go into the mines. Monica, we have a problem here.
Oh my God, what?
Hellboy goes into this mansion where the Crooked Man lives.
Yeah, he's got a real nice mansion.
He says, could use a woman's touch. Woke. This movie, if you were wondering if this movie was woke, it is woke. No, they're literally YouTubers. I make fun of them all the time. And it's just like, they're literally YouTubers that are like, how woke is it? I'm like, wait, is the movie good or bad? It's just like, I mean, it can be woke. I mean, you can factor that into why you think it's bad, but like, it's not even, is this movie good or bad? It's like, is it woke? I'm like, Jesus
that's my limit.
That is my limit. I get yelled at for reviewing movies because some of the people watch those guys. And like, that other guy said it was woke. Why are you watching it? I'm like, because I actually watched the movie. And yeah, it sucked, but it had nothing to do with wokeness. So yeah, the Crooked Man is messing with all their heads while they search for him. He's messing with the heads in the mansion and then also in the mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then here, during all this chaos, the priest implies that Hellboy is afraid to tell Joe how he feels about her.
Yeah, that's when we get the first tidbit, like there's a romantic connection between them.
Was there anything like that earlier?
No.
Because I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't think I missed anything.
No, neither of them like had any witty banter that could be construed as flirting.
No.
Or like
he seemed annoyed by her, to be honest.
Yeah, and I know you could be like, oh, boys tease girls when they like them.
But he wasn't even like teasing her. No. It was just kind of like she was an afterthought. And then like, it wasn't even like he's just concerned for her safety because he respects her. It's just like, nah, he's into her. I'm like, is he? I'm like, I didn't pick up on any of that.
Yeah.
So that's weird. And then Jeffrey dies. Crows eat him.
He sacrifices himself to save Joe.
Yes.
And he's just like, no, like they'll help me. And he floats up in the tunnels, and then the crows just eat him.
Does she ever do a spell down there?
She does a spell.
Okay. What does the spell do with the...
It has something to... Because the spider's down there, too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She faces off against the spider.
And because I had in my notes at one point, I was like, did they give up on the spider? Like, they kind of stumbled on this boy in his underwear and witch balls, and then they didn't discuss the spider again.
I will say, this whole scene is just from, Star Trek V. They're all like reliving like pain from their past. So she's remembering like her dad dying. Mm-hmm. He's remembering his mom and whatnot. And this literally is the scene where like Spock's brother, gets the whole crew to relive tragic moments from their past, and because he wants to relieve them of their pain.
Okay.
But then Kirk is like, no, I want my pain. Even though it hurts, it made me who I am today. Instead, in this one, a bone hits a Crooked Man, and that snaps him out of it. And then I don't think the other guy goes through any of the pain stuff. He just uses his magic bone to throw that witch out the window.
His magic bone.
It was a magic bone. It was a magic bone, okay? And then Hellboy finally fights the Crooked Man. We've seen so many cool on-screen Hellboy fights. And this one is all shaky close-up.
Yeah.
And again, knowing who the director is and all like the crazy stunts and fights he did in his other movies, like, dude, like this was I'm like, I feel bad. I'm like, there's no way you wanted it to look like this. You had to be fucked on budget and time or something. I can't accept that this director would hand in such a half-assed fight. And it like really upsets me. I'm like, something had to have gotten fucked with you. Like, I can't put it on him.
I think they had a small budget.
Yes.
Because.
But you could still have a cool fight scene with a small budget, but it was like, was it because the makeup and you couldn't do like, I would really like to know.
Like I said, he's wearing like a rubber kind of like,
yeah.
And I know other like superhero movies have like a rubber suit for the abs.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe it was so cheap that like if he was trying to do too much action, maybe like something was happening to the suit.
I guess, but it's weak. It's
Yeah.
weak, and I expected like at the bare minimum, I expected some cool fights and gore and stuff, and we didn't really get any of that. What's his face uses the magic bone on him, and then the Hellboy shoots his head, and he turns into pennies.
Yeah, I was like, wait, how did that work out? And then maybe because of her spell.
I think her spell and the magic bone, and who knows what are in those bullets.
Yeah,
they're Jesus bullets. I don't know.
But
yeah,
and then it's just a bunch of pennies.
Yeah,
that fall out of his skull.
So he goes to hell, I guess. Is he defeated? I guess he is. If those are all his souls and they're just lying there, I guess he's back in hell.
Yeah, I guess because he didn't really.
Yeah, I guess
keep up his end of the bargain,
and
then like Tom is just like Hellboy picks up one penny and he's like, "Is that my soul?" And Hellboy's like, "I don't know."
Should we collect all these pennies and take them with us just in case? But yeah, then the evil witch is old now.
Yeah, they stumble upon her somewhere in the woods.
And she's like, I don't know how to be old.
And she's like countering.
Mm-hmm. And then he's like, I have horse stuff from earlier. This will play out later.
Yeah, he's been just carrying that around the whole time.
Yeah. And then the lady got the spider back, and now she can see the dead priest or reverend. They can't see him. Yeah, and then Hellboy and lady fly away, and again there's like this romance, and she's like cuddling with him on the helicopter. Like,
well, yeah, like they try to do it where like they run back to the church.
Yeah,
and like
she's like almost dead.
Joe, and he like goes stumbling, and like she's almost dead, and he like helps her up, and I'm like, yet again, you're forcing this.
Yeah, it's just unless something was cut out to make it shorter. By the way, we forgot to mention. This had a theatrical run in the UK. In the UK, very briefly, and you could not. Were you able to rent this? I didn't see any rental option.
No.
You can only buy this.
Available to rent or buy,
but it's just buying. It's just buying, and I checked. Like the closer you get Fandango's app, you can get all the Hellboys, including the animated ones, and a discount bundle. But yeah, like they won't even let you just rent this.
Yeah, they're like, you're gonna buy this.
You're gonna spend $19 on this. It's like, no. But yeah, so maybe they cut a lot of stuff for time, but then they cut too much and they did the witch ball thing. I don't know.
Well, I did read apparently like the director had to go and like some of the scenes he just did on like his own computer and like a Photoshop thing.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So
I mean, he is experienced with that stuff, but that's usually not a good sign.
Yeah, he had to like put some stuff together, and I forget the reason why, but like,
yeah. Yeah, it's
so this was a movie.
It's rough. This one is rough. But now that we've talked about both of them, what is the worst Hellboy reboot so far?
The Crooked Man. It's
yeah.
Crooked Man.
Come on, Snake, let's rattle.
Like, and I feel because like I would appreciate the horror vibe so much more if it was done better.
Honestly,
because like they keep trying to say like, oh, it's like kind of trying to call back to like a low budget horror movie, and I was like, there's already been established Hellboy movies, and like you can't just do that.
You know what this would have been fine as? If it was a little bit shorter, this would have been a good pilot episode for a Hellboy show.
Yeah.
I would have forgiven a lot more stuff if this was like a Hellboy TV show and this was like 2 episodes of it. That's almost what it honestly, that kind of what it feels like, because it's so removed from the BPRD. It's just a mission, very few characters.
Yeah, like I could have side missions.
I could have seen this being a TV show. It was weird because I'm less disappointed with Crooked Man because there was just nothing to expect there. Hellboy 2019 disappointed me because I'm like, we could have gotten a 3rd movie and you did this instead and it failed, which upset me. But yeah, 2019 for all its flaws feels more like a movie. It's got something.
Yeah.
I'm not blown away with either of them.
Like I said, there's just that like I love the creatures from hell.
Yeah.
And I know that's not enough to really like be like, this is skyrocketing it, but like comparing those two, and then I mean, I feel like it's also kind of a weird insult to the other movies, like, but especially because like Mike Mignola co-wrote this one.
Yeah,
like
he co-wrote, not even
he
like
co-wrote
story.
it, yeah, because he was like he didn't really like what the direction they went with the other two, and because he really wanted this to be more of like in the comics, Hellboy's more of a paranormal detective.
I get what they were going for, and again, if it was a TV show, it's fine. As a movie, it just didn't work.
No.
Again, like in a TV show, you can sprinkle in a romance slowly. You can't just tack it on at the end of a movie, like the tail end of a movie.
Yeah.
And it had like a little bit too many like Bobby Joe should have went with Hellboy to the mansion instead of having her own side mission, because it didn't feel like it amounted to anything.
No, besides getting the spider back. I
Yeah.
guess that was going to save her job. I don't know.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird. I don't think she was ever in risk of being fired because Hellboy's there. You could be like, yeah, the fucking train car fell off. What the hell were you supposed to do? Yeah, Hellboy, the Crooked Man is definitely the worst one. But as I said, I'm not thrilled with either. But I also don't hate either. I'm never going to watch them again. Ever. Will you ever watch these again?
I mean, I might watch the 2019 one again, but like that would just be like kind of a random throw something on kind of deal.
Yeah. If 2019 is playing on TNT on the TV screens at the gym, I might look up at the screen once in a while. But other than that, not really gonna watch this one too much.
Yeah.
And then Crooked Man, I'll never watch again.
No.
Yeah, it's just more of a slug. Again, you said like slower, like horror stuff, but it ended up just being mostly boring. And for an hour, 45-minute movie, it should not be really boring. It should just move.
And if you
but
want
yeah,
it to have the horror vibes, dive into the horror.
So when do you think they're going to reboot it again? Because they waited 10 years or 11 years between 2 and 2019, and then they only waited like 4 or 5 years between these. Have they already greenlit a reboot?
Not that I know of. I don't know.
When they said they were rebooting this, I did the whole George Costanza meme where he's just like, "We just did this a minute ago." I did the same thing when they said they're doing another. Netflix is doing their own Death Note. It's like, you guys did that. It sucked. Why are you doing it again?
Because they got like weird success over one of their adaptations, and they're like, we can do this better.
No, you can't. You tried. You can't.
Yeah.
I just don't think Hellboy works as like a film. I just don't think it could pull in the tickets and numbers and stuff. Like, as good as these two movies are, they were kind of outdone by a lot of other films.
Yeah.
It's just, I guess he's a very popular comic book character and everything, but he just doesn't have mainstream. It's like a wrestler who's really good, but he can't draw tickets. He'll never be the champion.
I think a TV show.
A TV show could work, although the makeup would be annoying, but the TV show could work.
Or if they went back to doing, like, the animated movies are really good.
Yeah, I wonder why they didn't do more of those.
So I feel like if they did, like, an animated series, it would work.
Yeah. Yeah, they should try that. Like its own animated series thing. Go back and try that. But yeah, that is it from us, Monica. We did it. Every Hellboy movie. Feels great. We did it. Wow. Hellboy week is already over.
Aw, time flies.
Don't worry, we'll come back.
Just like that witch.
We'll come back and we'll do that animated movie or 2 movies. How long are those? Those can only be like an hour or something, right?
Yeah, they're pretty short.
It's the voice cast from the films, right?
I believe so.
I kind of like that. But yeah, that is it from us. Please watch all our other Hellboy episodes. Let us know what your favorite Hellboy movie is. Yeah. I will be shocked if it's one of these two.
I will say I did find a positive review of Crooked Man online, and I was like, "What are you smoking, my dude?" So apparently, some people do like it.
Like I said, if you go into any of these your first time knowing nothing about Hellboy, you might like them. I don't know. But yeah, that's it from us. Please like, share, subscribe, join Patreon. Monica, can we follow you anywhere or no?
You can follow me on my Instagram.
Okay.
Story in the End. I have a TikTok, but I I watch other TikToks. You can just see if I reshare other TikToks.
You're not doing the latest TikTok dance?
No.
You're not dabbing? That's not even TikTok, is it?
I actually don't know.
What's a TikTok thing?
I don't know. Well, now there's all different types
Oh,
of
what's
TikToks.
that stupid one where they're playing like a weird remix of Dr. Beat and people just showing different outfits?
Oh, they dance. Yeah. And they do that.
That shit's annoying. Because I know that real song and it's like a remix song. I'm like, that's not how the song goes. And I'm like, why am I looking at it? I don't care about your outfits.
It's a trend in like... Is it Korea? No, the Philippines?
Mm.
It's a trend somewhere. And it got really popular there. And like...
Well, I got to ask my friend Frozen Asian. He's Filipino. He can fill me in on this.
Okay. So yeah, but no.
Okay. Hack the movie
is Monster She Wrote.
Monster She Wrote. Okay. Hack the Movies on TikTok. It's the same vertical clips from YouTube Shorts and Instagram. I don't have time to do the TikToks.
No, like I said, I'm too old to figure that out. So
I'm on there. I'm doing the bare minimum of just being on there.
Yeah.
Because podcast clips are popular. I'm like, well, that's the one thing I can do on TikTok. I can't do any of the other bullshit on TikTok, but I can't afford to ignore it because this is the world we live in, Monica.
Yeah. And just give it another year or two and there'll be something else.
Yes. And so like, share, subscribe, buy merch. Book me on Cameo. I haven't done a Cameo in a bit.
Aw.
Book me on Cameo.
Yeah.
I love doing cameos.
You've done breakups, right?
I think have I done a breakup? I don't remember, but if I haven't, you'll be the first one. You'll be the first one. I've had to motivate guys to do good on a date. Why they paid me to do that, I have no idea. But yeah, so do all that, and we'll see you all later. Goodbye.
Bye.
We did it.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out our other videos and Patreon page.